Well, if you're watching this video, that means that YouTube dropped the hammer on us and we had to split the Cursed Conlang Circus into 2 separate videos. So, here we are. Welcome to part 2. It should hopefully be premiering pretty soon, if not immediately after the premiere of part 1 of the circus. Again, no idea how long each part's gonna be, but here we are, in part 2. So, welcome back. Glad to have you for part 2, and let the 2023 Cursed Conlang Circus resume! Woo! Yeah! Woo! Roll! And here we are, another day in the future.
So we're going to be starting with a shorter one.
Okay. Looks like it's called ŋimp or something. We'll find out how it's pronounced. Let's see. Alright. Let's see what we got here.
Eskimo Allied languages. Unique
Okay, pause. That's... I don't have my headphones on, but I can hear that it's only in the left ear, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
That's a bit atrocious.
Yeah, wacky times. Okay, anyway.
Synthetic beauties. They're like the jackfruit of language families. Exotic, complex, weird, but not the weirdest thing ever. Something that differs between the two, though, is that the evolution of one of them is actually interesting. I'll let you decide which one that is. So a long time ago, the Proto-Eskimo Allied people migrated to North America via the Bering Land Bridge. They eventually broke up into a few different language families, Yupik, Inuit, and Aleut, which I'm pretty sure is just one language. Now, it's debated whether or not Inuit is a single dialect continuum or a language family, but I digress. This language family is the inspiration for my entry for Agma Schwa's Cursed Conlang Circus of 2023. So, without further ado, I present to you ŋimp. First, some classification. See, classifying this language within anything more narrow than Eskimo Aleut is difficult. This is mainly due to 2 reasons. Reason 1, where it's spoken. Inuit is spoken here, Yupik is spoken here, and Aleut is spoken here. But ŋimp is spoken here. And reason 2, shared vocabulary.
Friggin' Novaya Zemlya.
ŋimp shares most of its vocabulary with Inuinnaqtun, Inupiaq, and Inuktitut, which are all Inuit, when you'd think it would have more in common with Greenlandic. The prevailing theory is that before Eskimo Allied languages broke up,
people went there not this way, but this way.
And then with the isolation, the languages diverged, which put this language right here in the Eskimo Allied family tree, right next to Inuit. Now about the language itself. ŋimp's consonants are p, b, p, b.
I think the video's a bit loud, by the way.
Yeah.
K,
Ba.
Oh.
ts, f, hua, f, z.
No.
Z, ya,
What the fuck is my late pencil? That's cursed.
ha, ha, ya, la, ma, na, nia. And it's about
I was not expecting.
Thank goodness I'm not wearing headphones.
I sure was.
Now there are like very few phonotactics. Any phonotactics I can find are shown here. Like, it doesn't even have a maximum syllable structure. There's also no way of telling where the stress would fall in any given word. Instead, syllables are determined based on the etymologies of different words. More on that later. Now let's talk about syntax.
And this is where I put it.
Syntax.
If I had one!
Okay, well I guess that isn't completely correct. The basic word order is
Oh.
It's an ergative absolutive language.
Just all of them
And
piled
that's
on each other.
basically it for the syntax. This'll all make sense soon, I promise.
Inqao has 9 aspects, 6 modes, 7 sub-aspects, and 7 sub-modes.
Which mix and match to form different verb
The sound is like a roller coaster ride. It's like
conjugations, like a giant times table within a times table.
oh
Also
god.
has 4 tenses, which are pretty normal until you see the all-time at once tense, which is kind of like the habitual aspect, except these two can be paired together to make a used to do something and still do it for an indefinite amount of time. But the doing is complete. You know, to be honest,
Oh.
I don't even understand it.
No.
Think of those aliens from
Okay.
that one sci-fi movie who experienced time all at once. It's like that.
It also has 16 cases, which can stack on top of each
the
other
left
to form
ear.
a theoretically infinite number of specifications.
And there are 0 affixes to
now
mark
we're
any
the
of
other
this.
Down the right
Instead,
side.
tense is shown with tone, and there's a different morpheme for every, and I mean every, combination. Not only that, these morphemes convey whole sentences. For example, 花型sanity,
Which is one morpheme,
God.
means, on the contrary,
One
I think
morpheme.
that this rugged mountain range may trail off at some point.
Oh,
This system
man.
of having so many morphemes to the point that any sentence can be said in one is what I like to call pansynthesis, which looks at the idea
Wait a
of what if
second.
clauses
Hold on.
Wait, what did that say?
is what I like to call pansynthesis.
A language type proposed by Nguyen, describing a high level of individual morphemes occurring in a language with very specific definitions, and which are in turn glued to make complex sentences. Oh man. Okay. Pansynthesis.
Which looks at the idea of what if clause is designed for at a slightly different angle. Instead of making words with affixes that hold a lot of meaning, the words are already made and hold even more meaning.
However, this word is technically ungrammatical because it isn't marked with one of Ngau's animacy ranks, which work by each rank having an inherent amount of animacy, which can be represented as points, and the inanimate and animate classifiers taking away and
Starting
adding
at
half.
God.
5.
These points aren't too important to Ngau, and mostly serve as indicators for importance in a
damn
sentence.
crap.
However, it is important to note that the more points a word has, the later it is said in the sentence. Also, rugged, wherever that may be in this fusional mess, isn't marked with an adjective. Mode,
Disproportionate.
case. Well, adjectives are marked with these
Proportionate.
things which modify the meaning of the adjectives, like a verb mode or a noun
Disproportionate.
case. Another thing, tones in Ngao are also used to show the number of a noun and whether it's being possessed or not. For example, in this word, hatu,
Reminds me of
which means my
rabbit.
language,
It does,
the last
yeah.
syllable would take a nasalized high level tone because language is singular and being possessed. Unless you want it to be
Possessed with
plural,
three
which in that
S's.
case it would take a nasalized mid falling tone.
This has to be on
And so on and so
purpose.
forth. The orthography is just a modified Cyrillic alphabet, which,
God.
as you can see,
With
has symbols for the
faces.
sounds unique to
God.
Ngao, such as the sa, za,
Oh.
and ah.
It's
It
more
was
like
adopted
runes
pretty
than
recently in
Cyrillic.
2015.
Yeah, like Cyrillic runes with like little face pictograms mixed in.
Yeah.
Breaking news: Ngao language adopts a writing system from Russian.
And is there pretty much just as a formality, and almost every native Ngao speaker knows it, but hardly ever uses it. Why? Because nobody needs to write anything down. It's just not really that important in
Okay.
Hattin culture.
Okay.
But they keep it because it's a useful thing to have for a language. There's even a book written completely in Ngao, which has found great popularity in communities like the HIS and ILPO. Oh, and one more thing that is required for this entry.
Totally real organizations.
สู้ว่าคุยนะคณะจัวหัวหัดคิวไหนมาอูดูใช้มาวนาประยุกต์คณะ
Oh God!
Vila click.
Wow. Oh, that's what. Okay, I remember this. When they were making this, they asked me if I could if they could use the Agma Schwa theme song in the video, and I was like, Yeah, sure.
I see.
So that's why. There you go. The Inqao have 60 different words for rock. Oh, man.
God.
Okay, anyway. On to the next one. Let's see what this is.
The next one. What is this?
Well, hello there,
Oh
friend.
God.
The language name is the thumbnail, but I can't see
Yeah,
the
that's-
thumbnail.
I see.
Oh well, okay, whatever.
You can click on the channel and look at.
That's true.
Well, hello there, friend.
Wait,
You can click on videos.
oh, so that image literally is it. Oh god.
Good God.
I see how it is.
Well, hello
Okay.
there, friend. Glad you stopped by. This is my entry for Agma Schwa's Cursed Conlang Contest 2. If you don't know what that is, then I'm so sorry for what you're about to witness. Please, prepare yourself. So this all started on the 5th of September in the year of our Lord 2023. I was scrolling through YouTube and came across this wacky-looking video. The video intrigued me because I have absolutely no experience with Conlangs or linguistics. I heard the word phoneme for the first time that day and was gloriously amazed by what I experienced.
Oh god.
2 days later, I found out that it was a
Nice.
second contest. The deadline is due in just over 7 days. So, I crammed as much knowledge as I could about conlangs into that small cavity inside my head I call brain, and came up with this bad boy. So sorry if I get some terminology wrong.
Let's see.
Now, I had a few goals for this language. I wanted to make a language that was easy to read, easy to write, was easy to speak, and was entirely hypoallergenic. As you'll see, I succeeded at one of those things. Oh, by the way, if you know how to actually say the name of this language later in the video, I just like to keep some suspense. So with my goals out of the way, let's start with the orthography for the number system. Now, you might be thinking to yourself, why the heck is he starting with the orthography for the number system, and not just listing phonemes or structuring grammar or something? Anyways, this language uses a base 26 number system. We'll need to be able to write down these 26 numbers into characters in the language. But wait, remember how I said I wanted the language to be hypoallergenic? Well, fives rhymes with hives, so we simply must get rid of all of them. Ah, that's better. Now this is still a base 26 system.
Wait a second.
Sorry.
Fives are just gone.
You cannot express a quantity that contain not even just a multiple of 5, not only if it ends with 5. So multiples of 5 are fine.
Yeah, multiples of 5 are good. Like 20, that's fine. 10, that's fine. But not anything with a 5. I like it.
So numbers with a 5, 15, or 25 in them still hold value. They're just literally impossible to directly write in this language. But hey, as long as we're allergy-free, we're succeeding. So I'm going to change these numbers into a more conventional naming scheme, like so. Now, give them another number to correspond to
that makes
using
sense,
this
I guess.
table. Okay, sweet. We're ready to begin writing. We always start with a circle. Ignore that red line on the right side for now. We'll cover it in a second when we get to talking about grammar, but it is necessary for these to be proper orthography. Let's take those numbers that we got from earlier.
Yeah.
If the letters thing seems way too, keep in mind that that base 16 exists, and we typically do number from A to F. And in programming, there are typically functions that let you convert a number to text, and you can specify any base up to like 36, and it will just start filling in with F, G, H, I up to Z.
Nice.
So that's not too unusual.
Yeah, I mean, that's how, like, colors are hex-coded, too.
Yes, exactly.
In hex, thus the term.
Because
yeah.
it's yes.
Alright, anyway.
Clear. And draw a line at the angle of that number in radians. See? This corresponds to a 0. From there, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, not 5, 6, 7, and so on. Those are the numbers. But what happens if you combine multiple numbers in one circle? Well, that's how you make words. I'll explain. You see, in English and most languages, we use letters as an index even if we don't realize it. A dictionary simply lists the indices and associates those indices with their meaning. The circle does the same thing, only instead of letters being in the index, it's the angles of lines inside the circle. For example, this means dog, because it has these two angles as indices. For the sake of not drawing hundreds of circles, the short dictionary in the description has these angles converted back into numbers and letters via the table shown earlier.
Oh god, okay.
There's one more problem. How do you indicate index order within a word? If we just did ascending order by angle, we'd end up having very large words very quickly. So we need to be able to sort of jump around the circle in any specified order. The solution? Color. We want to construct a color gradient such that order is determined by the order of colors in said gradient. Here's the gradient for this language. I'll dive really deep into how I made this in a future video, but basically I use Bezier curves to draw the word lol in 3D space with the z-coordinate oscillating throughout.
Yeah, what's up? The what?
Blue is repeated, I think.
Yeah, I think it is.
Good God.
Yeah, it reaches blue twice.
You know it's blue where you are.
You just gotta know. It's just it's a cultural thing.
I use Bezier curves to draw the word lol in 3D space with the z-coordinate oscillating throughout, then converted those coordinates into RGB values, and voila, we have a gradient. Isn't it beautiful? The important thing here is that if you pick a point on the gradient, it is entirely unique to every other point on the same gradient, even if some do look similar to it.
Okay, I see how it is.
You can find a color on the circle and find its index on the gradient, then do that with all colors and order that, boom. You can now indicate index order. Oh, and one last thing before we move on to grammar. You have multiple words in a sentence. You draw them inside each other, and the sentence is read from the outside in. Okay, on to grammar. Remember that extra red line from earlier? Well, the line defines the part of the speech of a word, and it can be found in up to 13 places around the circle. Yep, more angles. Here's the table to convert parts of speech into angles. You'll notice present and future verbs don't have any subtenses. There's a noun 3 category for just extra nouns laying around the sentence, and infinitive gets its own angle. You'll also notice some parts of speech just don't exist in this language. You're welcome. So, yet again, how do we figure out which parts of speech go to which word? This is actually important because indexes in this language only yield the basic forms of the respective words, so words that can take on different parts of speech or different tenses need to be changed via these lines. The easy answer is using color, because we've already established a system that could easily solve this problem. But nope, we're using line lengths, and this time in descending order instead of ascending order, so bigger lines correspond to earlier words in the sentence. Alright, let's speedrun some remaining grammar rules.
Okay.
Conjunctions are considered prepositions. There are no articles, there are no phrases, though some individual words can represent phrases. Word order is OSV with nouns before adjectives and possessive versus possessor. Possessives are marked in
The what?
What was that?
What? No articles?
No articles, there are no phrases.
Back one.
Let's see. What about the line lengths?
No, after.
So bigger lines correspond to earlier words in the sentence. Alright, let's speedrun some remaining grammar rules. Conjunctions are considered prepositions. There are...
Okay.
That is bad enough, but that's not what I'm talking about.
No articles, there are no phrases, though some individual words can represent phrases.
Pause. Sorry?
Big Mac inhalation. Just accept it at this point.
I see.
Word order is OSV with nouns before adjectives and possessive versus possessor. Possessives are marked in a grammar circle by a shaded triangle over the respective word and are treated as nouns within parts of speech, but act as adjectives in sentence order. Negation is marked by an empty triangle, and plurals are marked by a perpendicular line. There's only one swear word in this language, and it's marked by an empty circle, so its index is null. We'll get back to that later. Now that we can write sentences in our program, now translate its name.
Yep.
It roughly translates to, wisdom is a circle. What you receive, you must give back. Which I'm sure is a quote you all recognize from the 2002 animated classic Hot Wheels World Race.
There was something in the ancient inscriptions. Wisdom is a circle. What you receive, you must give back.
Okay, let's head over to phonology. You might have noticed I've yet to actually pronounce any of these words within the language. That's because this language is entirely tonal and pronounced exclusively through Desmos graphing calculator. You see, by hitting Alt-T when having a graph selected, you can hear your graph played by Desmos. The note pitch is relative to where the graph is on the screen, so higher Y values correspond to higher pitches. Remember to keep your screen size locked to X between 0 and 20 and Y between 0 and 13, otherwise it's ungrammatical. So now we just need to map words to specific and unique functions to generate meaning and structure from these sounds. Just as a warning, if you don't like math, good, that's going to make this part so much more cursed for you. So as we established earlier, each word has a unique index and part of speech. We can utilize that again for the phonology, by converting each into a base and a function respectively. The base determines the sort of macroscopic pitch of the word, while the function determines how the pitch varies within the word. The base is determined by this function, where s of I is the index of the word in base 10. Those with some keen eyes laying around may notice that this function leads to a lot of lost information, as the number of possible values the base can take is less than the number of values s of I can take. But we will correct that in a second. The function is determined by the part of speech the word takes on. Here are the functions for each part of speech. Notice plural is factored in with the nouns, and negation and possessives are separate. This is because negation is multiple.
Okay, so a bunch of sine waves I'm presuming P and D are values.
Yeah.
Some
like
constants.
periods, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh god.
I presume tau is just 2 pi.
One would hope. And is E supposed to be like actual E in this one?
It's probably just Euler's number, yes.
Yeah. Interesting. Okay.
At least there are no imaginary pitches yet.
Yeah, not yet.
Applied by your part of speech when applied, and possessive is added. You'll notice the actual generation function is a bit more complicated than what I've discussed so far.
There's some eyes in there.
Oh god, no. Oh no. I spoke too soon.
What have you done? What have you done? Oh, God.
Well, most of the extra stuff is just ways to keep the implementation versatile for my sake, but this exponential term is also based on the index. It's here because its value is unique for all indexes, so you therefore get a unique sound for each word, which is important so you don't lose meaning. Just as one final note about this language before we start hearing sentences, I mentioned earlier that there's one swear word in this language. Well, since it has a null index, its pronunciation has to be constructed manually. Its function is just y equals 12.9. Luckily for all the children in the audience, that means the swear word censors itself.
Goddamn.
Yep.
Okay, now that we've set up the phonology, let's hear what the B movie script looks and sounds like in this language. According to all known laws of aviation, the bee shouldn't be able to fly.
Aviations.
Its wings are too small to get its fat little body off the ground. The bee, of course, flies anyway, because bees don't care what humans think is impossible. So one last thing you might be asking yourself is, yeah, that's great and all, but I'm deaf and entirely colorblind, so how do I communicate with this language? Well, it is a pretty easy sign language as well, based on the phonology. Simply raise your arm such that your elbow height relative to your waist is the same as the base height is relative to the Y values on the decimal screen. Then, adjust your arm based on the function of that word. Here's how you say it. You cannot be the most interesting person at this Olive Garden. So, awesome. You've learned this beautiful cursed language. Enjoy.
Wow.
Good God.
Holy crap. Okay. Appears to be Dean Mimi or something like that. We'll find out how it's pronounced by Draken. And I see a French flag in there.
The time, 13 minutes and 33 seconds.
Alright, let's see what we got here.
Hello. I've been procrastinating making this video for so long, so
I'm gonna turn
let's
this
get
down.
right into it. Today I will be presenting ŋimp, which is an really common way myself. So what is ŋimp?
Okay.
ŋimp, also called mignon, mimi or mignon or is a creole that arose from contact between the French and the Renu, which are aliens.
Okay.
And it's used for
Another French
communication
one.
between the Renu and their pet humans. So, why is ŋimp? So a long time ago, in a galaxy remarkably near to our own, the Renu sent 2 explorers to Earth.
Of course.
Maurice Mess, a farmer, saw them on his property in Valensole, France, in 1965. So after hearing about this via their intricate, fast-moving intelligence operations, a vigilante paramilitary group called the CCCPE, the CCCPE, which is the Comité des Citoyens contre la connaissance publique des extraterrestres, convening of citizens against the public knowledge of extraterrestrials or aliens, they intercepted and abducted the aliens.
Okay.
So the Renu explorers, of course, sent a signal to their mothership for a hasty pickup, but intergalactic travel is slow. They did their best, but it takes a while. So 5 years later, the explorers ride arrives, and in the fit of Stockholm syndrome, the 2 explorers decide to abduct their captors to be their pets.
God.
As you do. And so just 1 generation later, the pets and the Renu communicate with ŋimp. So what's the deal with the Renu? According to Maurice Mess, who witnessed the aliens coming down onto his property, the Renu looks something like that image. So their vocal apparatuses are remarkably similar to humans, but their lips rest in a rounded position, just naturally.
Of course. Of
Which is
course.
only- And the Lumi's home planet has lower gravity than Earth, so they live exclusively inside a network of floating spheres. I'd say the closest political ideology on Earth to their system would be something close to, not quite, but close to fascistic anarcho-communism with capitalistic characteristics.
Sorry.
And the Lumi have
three ideology at once.
With capitalistic characteristics.
This is like every political system combined.
It's everything. It's everything mashed into one.
It's everything. Naturally.
three genders that roughly map to their three sexes. These are not reflected with a grammatical gender system or anything in their native language. Like, yeah, that just didn't develop that way. Like and subscribe if you want to know how to get sex. How is the written? So as we all know, Hangul is the perfect writing system.
Naturally.
It so happens that the Lumi converge on an incredibly similar set of characters. So all names are written with the orthography of the language they come from, of course.
Oh God!
As a Creole, what's up with the Mini? Let's go. So the factors that influence whether a Mini word for a given concept is of French or Réunion origins are the following general results. Perfect, this is descriptivism, but there's always exceptions, So is the concept foreign to the Réunion? Is the concept a basic word that the Réunion would pick up on quickly? And is the French word more fun to say? So if you answer yes to one or more, the word in the Mini is likely to be affirmative. And if none of those answers are yes, then it's much more likely to be a Mini. Actually, that is an error in the slides on the part. It's much more likely to be in So yeah.
Okay.
So what does Mini sound like? Mini has two phonologies. So the first is the French phonology. Pretty standard. I, U, U, E, U, 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 E, U, 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 A. Sorry.
That makes sense.
Of course.
The rounded
French
mid-low vowels are kind of
cursed as
marginal. Whether or not they're really phonemic is up to the speaker to the analysis, but I include them. And then the French consonants: mana, ba, ba, ta, da, ga, ga, fa, va, sa, za, sha, ja, ra, la, ya, le, wa. And so that grayed out phoneme is the h aspiré, which is a null phoneme that blocks liaison where it would otherwise apply.
Gotcha.
And then has the new phonology as well. So that's I, 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 U, U, U.
That is horrid.
O, O, O. And the consonants. Na, ba, da, o. Glottal stop. Ba, ra. La, the, ja, ha, la, la. And actually, early to Hangul, the grapheme circle is realized as nothing in syllable initially and as a glottal stop syllable 5.
The what?
You wouldn't happen to know Hangul, would you?
I learned it once in 2015, but I didn't really stick with it.
It would be interesting to figure out if these symbols map more or less to the Hangul pronunciation of these letters.
I know the thing about the glottal stop. Well, it's for H in Korean, but that is a true thing.
I see.
Yeah, so I don't know if all the other ones are. I don't entirely remember, but that at least rings a bell as relating to reality. So does the letter B. That seems correct to me. But
I see.
yeah, again, that is 8 years ago. So
and again, we have to keep in mind that this isn't Hangul. The aliens just happen to converge on a strikingly similar writing system.
Yeah, strikingly similar. Okay.
Finally. So what does it sound like? This is the combined phonemic inventory.
Oh God.
That is, good God, the triple overlong Y. That's a mostly rounded God.
And banana. Ba ba da da ka da ba. So stop. Ba da. ra. Fa, va, the, sa, za, ja, 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 ra. Ha, la, la, wa, ya, ra.
Great.
So in total, Mini has 28 to 30 vowel phonemes and 30 consonant phonemes. French phonemes are used for French-derived morphemes and Renu for Renu. So in mixed phonology words like François.
What?
32 consonants is still fewer than Irish.
That's true. That is true.
30 vowels are pretty bad, though.
Yeah, that's deep.
François Larue, which is Stockholm syndrome, are fairly common. So the French syllables are maximally consonant, 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 vowel, consonant, consonant.
Oh god.
And the Renu syllables are maximally consonant, consonant, vowel, consonant, consonant, phonologically. However, phonetically, if there is one or more phonological consonant in the coda of a Renu syllable, it must be pronounced. They must all be pronounced nga, velar nasal, unless directly followed by a vowel.
Good choice.
Which means that syllables surface maximally as consonant, consonant, vowel, velar nasal. So, for example, the underlying morpheme brog, to not care or lack of caring, is pronounced brog in isolation, and pronounced brog in brogu, which is indefinite feminine not care ablative, so away from a lack of care. And to clarify, this rule does not apply to words of French origin. So, for example, dab is pronounced dab, no matter what. So then, how is Mini structured? So some features of note include SOV word order. Yep. 7 grammatical case suffixes from Rimuru. So we've got for nominative, O for genitive, O for dative, U for accusative, U for lative, U for ablative, and O for instrumental locative.
Okay.
And there are 11 determiner prefixes for French, so definite le, la, and les, indefinite un, une, and des, and as well as partitive du, de la, and de. So Revenu nouns are assigned grammatical gender based on
something
type.
seem familiar there.
Because Mini does have grammatical gender. And then noun phrases are given partitive prefixes when beginning. Just as a fun little thing. Additionally, there's no clear distinction.
Wait, what?
There's a partitive, apparently.
Yep, partitive. Some overlap happening here.
Yeah, this is a sign that French just eternally converges on Ultra French, I think.
Yeah, this is just a step along the way. Even if an alien abduction by the thing Mimi happens, Ultra French is inevitable.
Yes.
This is the future.
Between nouns and verbs, and both can be used adjectively, which is typically achieved with the genitive suffix o. Adjectives cannot be syntactically copulative. So the standard way of saying X is Y, where Y is an adjective, is definite X nominative, Y genitive, indefinite X. So for example, the dog is cute would be le chien a mignon un chien, which if you just take, so literally that's the dog nominative, cute genitive, a dog, which is wonderful. It's so fascinating how language just works this way.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Now, French origin adjectives may be used à la française or like renouvelants, hence the various names for language. And if there are multiple adjectives acting as the adjunct of an NP, they must violate the standard order you must put them in. So, for example, you must say green Chinese big cup or Chinese big green cup as opposed to big green Chinese cup. And this is just because it sounds more natural to the aliens to avoid that order. And, humans with pets, they can't decide. So, additional features, French n is persistent, so you must use it in all negative phrases, just like you would in proper French.
Very good. Very good.
Which is not very linguist of me, but... so the verb morphology, there's 2 tenses. There's the now tense, which is unmarked, and the non-now tense, which is marked with the prefix je. Modals are also prefixes, so no conjugation for person or number. Numbers were too complicated, so the number system is just the same as French, very easy. However, Mini does have 3 derived counterwords, one for animate, one for semi-animate, and one for inanimate things.
Semi-animate.
So, fun little like sociolinguistic thing. Humans count themselves with bro, but Renu count them with tho. Very interesting. And then there's just no pronouns. First, second, third person, get rid of them. You just use names or context. Simple. So,
no pronouns. Horrible.
How do you recite beginning of the B movie?
It's very horrible. Like,
just for a reminder.
No pronouns whatsoever.
I think you might underestimate how bad it is to not have pronouns. I once had to proofread a text in, was it Modal Logic that someone wrote, and it's pretty horrible if they repeat the same 10-word noun phrase every sentence, like in a calculus of first order predicate logic with identity. Imagine that like every other sentence, because that person didn't know how to use pronouns, so they would just repeat these 10-word noun phrases every time. So not having pronouns would be pretty horrid, I think. It's not just for names, but once you have these long phrases, it gets horrible.
I once did that in a science paper, like when we had like science fairs in high school, and
had the length.
Yeah, the science teacher said the paper had to be 10 pages long, and so
whenever that's the case, and you don't really have anything to talk about, you just write the most pointless dribble ever. Like just repeat the word, like make it as verbose as possible.
Yeah,
I've
like
done that before.
Like I needed to use the word jet fuel because this particular science project was called "Can Jet Fuel Melt Steel Beams?" and so every time we wanted to use the word jet fuel, we just copy and pasted this like 3-paragraph worth long run-on sentence explaining the concept of jet fuel, and then just move on.
And what grade did you get?
We got a 90. We got a 90 on it.
Outcome?
100. 90%.
Pretty good. God.
I think the teacher just respected the levels of bullshitting. Yeah. Anyway. All right.
In English, that would be according to all known laws of aviation. There is no way a bee should be able to fly. Its wings are too small to get its fat little body off the ground. The bee, of course, flies anyway because bees don't care what humans think is impossible. Oh, and the way this looks written out in
Jesus Christ. Yeah, I recognize some of that.
Yeah, I wonder why.
And here is kind of a gloss of what that is with colors to help out our part of speech.
Jeez.
So take a look at that. And there we go. Here's the recitation. L'aviation jeune. Une abeille a volé au-delà le gras les ailes à le petit gros
Wait a second. Like the N apostrophe being its own morpheme attached to the frickin' attached to the meme version of Hangul afterward. It's so good.
Un petit tour des ailes. L'abeille jeune gung l'ojo au volé. Eux sont la goda van les abeilles, les humaines, la gongon la nun, zang, le go d'une des go du bon. There you have it. That is
there we go.
Mimi. So, merci. Thanks for watching. Yeah. Thank you for your consideration.
Merci. That was good.
I will say the amount of French conlangs that we've only seen 2, I think, but it's still alarming.
If I had a nickel for every time there was a French-based cursed conlang, I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice.
Yep.
Alright, now this is Chapter 3's Tuan, or we'll find out what cursed way it's probably pronounced. Let's see.
Yeah, it's probably pronounced nothing like that. We'll see.
Yep. Let's find out.
Hey, thank you for coming. My name's...
The what?
Yeah, I the way I'm lying, I have to move you to another monitor.
I see how it is. Oh god, English but more country. Okay.
Good god.
All right, 18 minutes and 38 seconds. We'll see. We might need to speed you up.
I think you're probably still on 1.25 speed, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm at 1.25. That'll be our default to just try and statistically.
I see how it is.
Yeah.
Hey, thank you for coming. My name's Chapter 3. I'm here to introduce you guys to what I hope is one of the most disturbing things I've ever done in my entire life. I decided to enter Agma Schwa's Cursed Conlang Circus with what I'm going to call twang, which is English if
it's twang.
The speakers decided to only listen to country music and let that influence literally everything they did, everything down to their culture, everything down to how they speak, and really just mess things up as much as they possibly could. So obviously, twang is an a posteriori language, but I want to take a minute to take a look at some of the changes that have taken place since you and I have spoken English to the point where I guess Conway Twitty decided he was in charge of the language. The first thing was that if a letter had ever made a kid ask, why is that there? It's no longer there. That means any silent letters, any final E's, most of the double letters, and I will get to that in a minute because there is one double letter that has a special place. But anything else, it's gone.
Nice.
Second, any letter pair that duplicates the sound of a single letter is changed to that single letter. No more GH, PH, all that other stuff sound like an F. No, it's gone. It is gone.
This sounds like one of those like utopian future memes. Honestly, I'm liking the sound of this so far.
Yeah.
It is just an F now. Also, the H's after W's, there's no reason for them. Any initial T and TH, any t or th.
not
Sorry.
here. Not in twang.
Y is not the same as Y. And which is not the same as which.
Yeah, keep saying that on the other side of the ocean over there.
Yeah.
We don't need that here in twang. This is twang. All right, let's go.
Shifts to duh. Remember, any initial, so that is now dat, quite frankly. Why should it not be? T is dropped anytime it appears between two syllables, and in most coda positions. Note the most. There are times when it will still appear in a coda, like at the end of a language, or at the end of a sentence, forgive me. The TH, th, between syllables shifts to a t. Next, all K's are shifted down to C's. The thing is, people got tired of asking whether that C was supposed to sound like a K or a S, and the fact that there was two K letters just made it even more confusing. So they made it simple. If it's a K, it's spelled with a C. If it's a S, it's made with an S. And if it's a K, it's gone. Later on, you'll also see that Q's are gone for pretty much the same reason.
Nice.
Letters are now all lowercase, except for the capital I, which is considered a different vowel now. Cursive, no longer considered a necessary script.
That is already... Yeah, okay.
Okay, we'll see what that means.
It's pretty horrible if you consider that in some sans serif fonts, a capital I is very similar to a lowercase l.
Yep.
Do you know the difference between the two, by the way?
It's just the height, isn't it? It's like one is like a teeny bit higher.
Which one is which?
L's got to be a little bit higher, right?
Correct. I was going to say, if you don't know much about typefaces, you might guess wrong, but the fact of the matter is that capital letters are actually shorter than letters with an ascender. Like the cap height, which is what capital letters go up to, is a bit below the ascender height normally.
Yep. I figured this out when I realized that the YouTube channel that makes all the song parodies was Siva Gunner and not Silva Gunner. It's just a lowercase I followed by a capital I, and I thought it was a lowercase L, and that's the folly that most people who find that channel at first fall into, and I fell for it until I looked closely and realized.
That's me. Yep.
All right, let's continue.
No longer anything they teach in schools. No longer needed for you to sign your name. Many words also seem to have basically kept their pronunciation. The difference is that the old vowels have been shifted to new letters, which is a significant change and is going to be a little bit jarring for most people, but it makes sense to somebody, I'm sure. And there are nearly the same number of vowel sounds in twang as there is in English, but they no longer are constrained to the traditional 5 vowels and sometimes Y. Now, a quick note on some of the terms you may hear me use here. I'm not sure how often they'll come up, but just in case I do, I don't want you to be lost. You may see references to hatted or booted throughout. These words refer either to a word or letter and denote special placement in accordance to that word or letter. Okay. Let me explain a little bit more. A word is considered hatted when it is prefixed, or booted when it is considered suffixed. A hatted letter has a diacritic above it, and accordingly a booted letter has a diacritic under it. Conveniently enough, there's only there's only one letter that is strictly hatted, and there's only one letter that is hatted and booted. Real quick, I'm just going to throw up the phonology for both the consonantal and the vowel forms. I'm not going to run through them right now. I'm trying to save what little bit of breathing ability I have for later on, mostly because I'm recovering from a cold right about now.
What about it?
Go back. Is the trill row is just there, even though it's empty? The same goes for the natural fricative row. It's just the.
Just
even
to
though it's
remind
English.
us. Just to remind us.
Just to remind us of what this doesn't have.
Yeah.
most of these things until the very end. So here you go. Okay, quick look at orthography. Again, the consonants are the same that you have seen in the English alphabet your entire lives, except that
is. It's twang.
Oh yeah, I guess that does mean it's twang.
It's twang.
It's twang. Twang. Interesting. All right. Oh, and there's the capital I, meaning I, and the lowercase I, meaning and then the letter E, meaning E.
That is pretty bad. Good God,
man,
that's the most English spelling reform ever.
K has been removed. K is always C. Sa is always S. X has been replaced either with KS at the end of the word, like fix.
No one likes it.
Goodbye, X. Rest in peace.
I can get behind this reform now. And then X is the worst letter ever. I loathe it.
Goodbye,
X is to me what G is to you.
Okay, yeah. I kind of understand that.
Or Z at the beginning of xylophone. And Q is now also gone, being replaced either with K or Qua, C or CW respectively, depending on what is necessary for the word. At the other side, you will see the vowels and their IPA designations. All right, now we're on to the real fun part of it, verbs, because that's what we all came here to listen to, right?
New verbs.
So here's the first thing you need to know. I don't know anything about linguistics, so I made up the name for a bunch of cases, and you kind of have to deal with it.
Oh, God.
Sorry. You can see here what are called the aspected auxiliaries, or whatever they're actually called. Again, I've never studied linguistics. I read one book, and I skimmed most of the chapters.
This is like if... Forget Latin and Greek grammarians. This is like if God, imagine if the first people to ever describe linguistics spoke English. These are the terms it would have ended up with.
Yep.
Here we have the shoulddative, couldative, and wouldative aspects, and the neverative modifying aspect. It's pretty simple, like exactly what you're thinking. If you see the shoulddative aspect in front of the vowel, it means you should do it. If you see the neverative, it means you never do it. Here's the fun part. The neverative can be combined with the shoulddative, couldative, or wouldative, but the other three can never be combined with each other. The neverative always comes before one of the other three aspects, and they always come before the verb that they're modifying. Pretty straightforward, right? Except
So yeah, it's basically these are all just modal verbs that are just shortened modal verbs, and this is just a negation particle. But yeah, there you go. I like it.
I do want to make a note. There's a good chance that the neverative auxiliary form may or may not have been inspired, influenced, created entirely because of the depilatory product. I'm not going into that part. Just understand that there's a chance of it.
What is that?
Is there some meaning to depilatory that I'm not aware of?
The depilatory. What does that mean? I don't know. I'm gonna look it up.
Is there some other meaning to it that I'm not aware of? Because normally it just means like removing hair.
Yeah, it is about removing hair.
Maybe there's... I will see.
The depilatory... Oh, I get it. Nair is a brand of hair removal. Like...
Oh, God.
Yeah, okay, I get it. I'm like, it took a while for that to process. I get it, okay.
That's how they went from never to nair, which is like the poetic version of never.
Yeah, and then Nair, the second to last one. I'm pretty sure that's how the company's like.
Okay, I see how it is. Okay.
Gotcha.
Connected. So now we're looking at the verb tense. The first note is that the only thing you need to know about verb changes is that it's all based upon the root. Yes, I know that's how all verbs work. It's even simpler than that. Things got very easy once people decided they wanted it to, I don't know, be easier? I'm not real sure. So for the most part, you only need to know a verb root. Run. Not ran, not will run. Anyway, verb root. Past tense is derived from the word did and has been simplified to just a D and an apostrophe. So instead of ran, it's to run. Nice and simple, isn't it? Also, did is now defunct. If you wanted to say did, you would have to use the past tense of the word do, which is just D apostrophe D-O.
To do.
To do. So it would be to do. It's not important. I just figured you would like to know, because why wouldn't you? Future tense is pretty much the same thing. We already see it evolving now, and I decided to take it to its only natural conclusion. Instead of going to, gonna, go, it's just go. It's G apostrophe and verb. Instead of I will run, it's I go run. Again, pretty simple. Also, again, going to is defunct. Gonna is also defunct. If you're going to say going or I will go, it is I could go. So kind of like a reduplication in those particular forms. And nowhere.
I grun sounds like some obsolete past tense of the verb grin.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
I grun.
I grun. Grun.
Or else. So reduplication does not matter. Verb negation is derived from the word not, except as it was rewritten with the new letters. So instead of N-O-T attached to the word, you have N-A-W apostrophe, nah. So in the case of I don't run, I not run. That was difficult even for me. I am so sorry you have to listen to me say all this. The most important part, though, is that the tenses are added onto the verb root. The negation is also added onto the verb root. In the case that you have a negation and a tense, it is negation, tense, and then verb root in that order. Gerunds are pretty simple to make in Twang. At this point, instead of adding ing to the end of a word, you just add the word be in front of the verb root. The only real note that you need to make is on added modifications to the verb root. Instead of taking place on the root, it now takes place on the verb be. As you see, we have be ride, meaning riding. Now, if you wanted to say I don't ride or I am not riding, na be ride. I'm not riding.
Ride. Oh, God.
Pretty simple. Booted modifications still take place on the verb root as normal. We will see what a booted modification is next in probably the worst addition I've made to this language.
Benom.
Now on to the trucative mode, trucative aspect. To be honest, I'm not sure which one's the correct word, so we're going with mode because I haven't said it yet. The trucative mode is very simple to understand. Did the verb take place inside of a pickup? It's pretty much the most important place for anything to happen in all of the Twang language. And some people would say, well, what about church? No, listen, not everyone goes to church. Everybody's got pickup. And all the most important things happen in that pickup.
God.
As you can see...
As a pickup owner now, I can confirm. Oh my god, it's beautiful. I'm pretty sure this would be a mood, which is pretty close to a mode.
Yeah.
A cursed way to make a mood, but I think that would be a mood, kind of.
Actually, yeah.
Pretty good.
It evolved actually from the phrase, in a pickup. And it went through the spelling reform. It became simplified to a single word, in a pick. And then became simplified again, where people decided in a pick was just too many things to say. So we just say a pick. Now this is a booted verb form. It gets added on to the end of the verb root. And as we saw with gerunds, booted forms always get added to the verb root, period. So if you wanted to go ride in a pickup, it's ride a pick. Quite simple. Up next, we have pronouns. To be honest, they haven't really evolved much. Most of the people said that if it isn't broke, we really don't need to worry about it. And in that sense, you can see why it's still there. It's pretty clean-cut, simple, and quite frankly, this is one of those things that people were so familiar with, and there were so few changes necessary anyway, that it just kind of stuck around like it always had. And the only real difference is that now the third-person plural has definite... Are they right here or are they away from us situations? In this case, you see M and all M, which is derived from them and all them. Spelling reforms, a little bit of changes with some of the initial sounds, and that's where you get to M and all M.
What is this?
Now onto noun classes. Now,
what about it?
Like, I just realized, something that I just thought of is, some people nowadays say you all for the plural, distinguish it from the singular. Well, now that they is more common, is also common as a singular pronoun, now people are going to start saying they all eventually. I mean, kind of say that already sometimes.
Vol. Thol.
Thol. Thol. Yeah, Thol.
I hope so. I really hope so.
God.
I would love to go around saying Thol.
Thol. God. Thol.
Y'all and Thol.
I don't even say you also.
Yeah, I mean, I say y'all all the time.
Yeah, I know,
Pretty
I
much
know.
just- I don't ever say you guys or
I say you guys
you
or just
all.
you.
It's y'all. In fact, a lot of the time I find myself saying y'alls as like the genitive.
Y'alls.
Like
That's too much.
Guy, y'all got y'all's lunch or something like that. I don't know if that's like an Arizona thing, and I don't say it now as much as I used to when I was in like high school. But at least like in high school, like it wasn't just me. A few people said y'alls for like the genitive. But
Good
yeah,
God.
good times.
English
So
was a
I don't know if
mistake.
it's gonna take off or if it was just like a brief attempt at evolution where I lived and it's dead. But
I see
who
how it
knows?
is.
We'll see in like 20 years. Yeah. Anyway.
You get to M and all M. Now on to noun classes. Now, the thing is, these noun classes are purely optional. You do not have to add them whatsoever. And when you do add them, they do not mess with the noun's case. They do not interact whatsoever. The noun classes are hadditive, which, as you might can guess, is added onto a particular noun. It is derived from Stetson, a very popular and successful brand of cowboy hat. It is just sti.
Naturally.
The booted
My dad's got a
class is derived
Stetson.
from Saint Laurent, one of the more expensive cowboy boot producers, period. It is, after many verb changes and colloquial usage shifts, it is the boot lure. Now, the gussidative class. This is a little bit fun.
Gussidative.
It is both hatted and booted. You add both sti to the beginning and lure to the end of it. It is called the gussidative because if you're wearing both cowboy hats and cowboy boots, you are very gussied up indeed. Now, here's the thing. It's usually only added on to pronouns. That's right. It's only added on to a case when you are not directly naming the person that you're talking about. If you do add it on to someone's name, for instance, it indicates that they are doing something or wearing something that's out of their norm. If you would not normally wear a cowboy hat, but you are now, they would use sti in front of your name. Sti Agma Schwa. You would not normally wear cowboy boots. Agma Schwadler. The only thing that is really impressive about this whole thing, though, is that for some reason the chief deity is always gussied. Period. For some reason, he's always wearing a cowboy hat and cowboy boots.
Of course.
Now I'm going to go throw up some words for examples. That way you can see some of the other word reforms and evolutions that took place in twang.
Apparently.
The what?
I had to look up what gussy up means because that's an American term apparently.
Yeah.
God.
Yeah, that's something you hear in like Texas.
Yeah, I've never had that before.
Yeah. You're gussied up means you're like dressed fancy.
Yeah.
Alright. Here we go.
First, the verb to eat. As you could probably imagine, to eat was still actually very much easily said in twang at one point. The A was removed because it was absolutely unnecessary, and you had the letters E and T, which pronounce E and T, eat. However, people started looking at that and words like pet and met and whatever, and realized that they had a problem. And instead of trying to go about things logically and evolving things like, well thought out form, they threw away the word eat because you still had pet and people like pets. And they replaced it with a slang word that was coming up in the ranks anyway, nom. They just changed the way it was spelled. Instead of the internet-friendly NOM, it became NAWM. The word pet was replaced by a construction later on between the words animal and friend. Now, animal stayed in the language, and it went through the spelling reform and became a almost disturbing-looking word, in my opinion.
Yep.
The word friend, however, was dropped in favor of the Spanish word amigo. This was also done completely by accident and completely ironically. There was, for the longest time, a desire to keep English as English, and then people just kept saying Spanish words. like amigo. When they dropped the word pet, people started calling them animal amigos, my animal friend. And then the words animal and amigo just kind of got mashed together into anamigo. And now it's difficult for me to stop saying.
And the best part about that is that, like, in Spanish, enemigo means enemy.
Yeah, oh god, yeah, you're right.
So anamigo means pet, but enemigo means enemy. That's a beautiful little false friend that has formed here. I love it. That's awesome.
You can also see to the side that bless your heart went through a few reforms in and of itself. First, the extra letters were taken out, so the E in heart and the S, the second S in bless, were removed. Spelling reforms hit hard, and the E in bless became A for blast. Your became very simplified. It went through a few changes until eventually it was just the letter Y added on to the beginning of heart. But then because the H in heart was no longer a necessary consonant, because Y was doing all the work anyway, they just dropped the H. And it became blast yard. Now, the fun and accidental side effect of blast yard was that some people liked it because it sounded like it was older English and therefore fancier. So, even though they're still insulting you, they really think it sounds even much more nicer than it did when it was still bless your heart. Alright, with that down, with a couple of example words, let's take a look at a sample conversation. Hola, amigo. How you be?
Oh, God.
Naughty good. My amigo did not pick potatoes. Oh, no. He sick? Yeah, he sick. I just say you're not sugar, not pick potatoes. In this example, his friend is meeting his friend. Hola, amigo. He's also asking how he's doing, to which his friend replies,
"Oh God,
I'm not good. My pet ate potatoes in my truck." That's that truck case. Oh no, he got sick? Oh.
He did sick.
He did the normal pick.
Denama pick. He nommed in a pick.
Oh God.
Oh man.
Well, nah, he just
taters.
Yeah, he just sick. I just ate him. I told you. He should never eat potatoes in your pickup. Alright, on to the fun part. Our translated text. Please forgive me for the way I'm about to say my own language. According to all known rules of the flying, a bee should not be able to fly. Them wings been too small for to get that fat little body off the ground. But the bee flies anyway, because a bee not could what humans would think be possible. Alright, there you go. Everyone, thank you for sticking with me through this. I hope to see you all again real soon.
God.
Like, I could kind of see that, like, becoming a reality, honestly. Like, so some of that is like how it already sounds.
Is this how French people feel when they look at Ultra French?
It might be. It might be.
God. The next one, I think, is a rock language.
Oh, let's find out. Oh, this is Bene, who I think did the Agma Schwa language last year, I think.
Oh God, I see how it is.
Yeah. So
it's called the Stonemason Orc slang, so that's not particularly... doesn't require much thinking to arrive at the conclusion that it's maybe rock-based.
Yeah, that's a valid conclusion to make, but we're gonna find out.
I don't know the words for my tools in English. I've tried to find translations on the internet, but for most of them,
it's a little better.
So I thought instead of talking about my tools, why not talk through them? So I created a sort of stonemason orc slang that is not spoken, but communicated through the use of tools and materials, with grammar mostly based on English for easier international communication, but also some German influences, because as of now, I'm the only speaker and I'm German. I don't know if that's enough to qualify for a perfect trifecta. I would like to think so, but I'll leave it up to the judges. But at the very least, it's rock-related. Now, since the traditional craft of stonemasonry is slowly dying out, and the overlap between stonemasons and people interested in linguistics probably includes approximately 3 people worldwide, if I'm being generous, it's questionable whether or not anyone except me will care to use it, but alas. The tools and materials I use will necessarily have to convey multiple meanings. My toolbox, for example, conveys the very specific meaning of toolbox, or box more generally, or even more generally container. Also the verb to contain. And since it contains all my tools, it also means all. Which one it means in any specific context has to be deduced from, well, context. But I'll get to that. For now, we first need to talk about grammar. Luckily, English grammar isn't too complex. If I were to do this based on German grammar, I'd have to consider 3 genders, 4 cases...
Oh God, yeah, that would be
horrid. With English grammar,
horrid.
it's just way more doable. First, tense. Let me tell you a few things about rocks. There are 3 main rock types, igneous, sedimentary, and metamorphic. They develop through what is called the rock cycle. It begins deep under the Earth's surface when magma cools and becomes igneous rock, like this piece of gabbro. If the rock is transported to the surface, it will eventually be subject to erosion. The eroded rock fragments may be buried under additional material and transformed into sedimentary rock, like this piece of sandstone. If these rocks are brought back underground and become subject to immense heat and pressure, they transform into metamorphic rock, like this piece of marble. This is a very simplified explanation, and it's by no means a linear process, but it gives us a convenient way to express tense. If we assume we start with igneous rock, which becomes sedimentary rock, which becomes metamorphic rock, we can say igneous rock expresses past, sedimentary rock present, and metamorphic rock future. Since English already lacks personal endings except for third-person s, we can easily ignore them, as who is doing the verb is already apparent through word order. Now what about nouns? We'll need a way to express singular and plural. An easy way to do this is by tapping on the noun. Tapping on the box once means box, tapping twice means boxes. This also helps to make it clear something is being used in its noun meaning. Next, possession. Possession is indicated by holding. Since English marks possession on the possessor, not the possessee, we hold whatever is possessing something, and then tap what is being possessed. My toolbox would be holding my arm and tapping the toolbox. Sometimes we'll need to hold things we don't want to apply the possessive to, so for clarity, the possessive is only applied with the right hand. We use the right hand for tapping as well. We could use the left hand instead, but I'm right-handed, and as of now, I'm the only speaker of this language, so right-handed is. Now, how do we generate vocabulary?
Fair.
Basically, through word association. Let's have a look at the sentence we need to translate. According to, another way to put that would be based on. How can you say based on with stones? Well, you put one stone on another stone. Based on. Next we have all, which we already know how to say, tapping at the toolbox.
Literally
No,
based
is a little
on.
more tricky. What is proof of my knowledge as a stonemason? Well, my Gesellenbrief, my journeyman papers in English. I just recently finished my apprenticeship, so I don't have my journeyman papers yet. I'll get them in the ceremony soon, but I don't have them
you're
here
literally
yet. Even if I did, I would show them on YouTube since it's an official document with my full name on it. Blah blah blah. So I'll just use a piece of paper as a stand-in for the purpose of this video. But yes, if you want to say you know something in this language, you have to be at least a journeyman stonemason. Now, this can also mean knowledge as a noun, but it's a verb here and in the past participle. Let's use the past tense for the past participle as well, since the forms are also the same in English, at least in regular verbs. So known is putting the journeyman papers on igneous rock. Now we have the word laws. Laws are rules, which sounds like ruler. Notice metal ruler is called a recited in German, and it will be used to mean rule. Now because it's plural, I'll tap it twice. Now we have of, which we can translate with the possessive, but since based on all rules, aviations isn't, well, right, in English, we have to change the sentence structure. How about based on all of aviation's known rules? Now we can simply hold the word for aviation to indicate possession. But what is the word for aviation? Well, aviation is flight, and how do you make something fly with stones and tools? You make a corner fly off. And then hold the corner piece with your right hand to indicate possession. Next we have there is. We should have ways to translate auxiliary verbs since they are so common. Most importantly, we need words for to be, to do, to have, would, can, must, and need. We should map these words to specific objects for simplicity, so we don't need to perform long, complicated actions whenever we want to say be or do, etc. So there are different types of chisels for different purposes. For example, this is called a Sprengeisen in German, this is a Spitzeisen, a Zahneisen, a Beizeisen, a Scharia-Eisen, just to name a few. Let's say there is, you use a Beizeisen. Use it on what? Well, there is no way. How do we say way? By creating a small path or way in the stone with our Beizeisen. Now, which stone? It's present tense, so sedimentary rock, like the sandstone. But there is no way. So how do we say no? Well, there are two tools to use with a chisel. This is a Fäustel and this is a Knüppel.
Yeah.
But before you ask me to translate these words, I am not a stonemason, so I do not know how these tools are called in neither English nor German.
I see how
I can translate hammer, but I don't think I have to.
Okay, yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. I assume they're compounds of different roots.
Yeah. Something and Eisen. Eisen is like iron, and it's like, basically.
Yeah.
With a bunch of words in Eisen and iron.
Even though I don't know the translations, I kind of get the point when I hear them. All right.
We're using a Beizeisen for the sentence, which is supposed to be used with the Knüppel. If I wanted to say there is a way, I would use the Knüppel and the Beizeisen to cut a small path into the sandstone. But since I need to say there is no way, I have to do something that my boss would probably fire me for. I have to use the Fäustel with the Beizeisen. So now we know how to say no by using the wrong type of hammer with the chisel. So next, a bee. Now, this one's a little complicated. What is a bee? It flies, it's yellow and black, it's striped, and it has a sting. We know how to express flight, making the corner of a stone fly off. Yellow and black are easy too, since we have yellow sandstone and black gabbro. Stripes are like paths, so we can tap at the path in the sandstone twice, since it's several stripes. Now for the sting, we can tap at the point of the Spitzeisen. So a bee is a flying yellow, black stripes sting thing. Yeah. I cut off the corner with a Zahneisen to mean can, using a Knüpfel, which is the right tool for it, since we're saying that bee can fly, not that it can't. Sandstone again, since we're talking about a general truth about bees, so we're using the present tense. Then I take a piece of sandstone in one hand and a piece of gabbro in the other to say it's both black and yellow. Next I tap the stripe in the sandstone twice to say it has multiple stripes, and finally I tap the point of my Spitzeisen to say it has a sting. But how do I make it clear that all of those actions belong together in one word? Well, I'll use my toolbox again to indicate all these actions are contained in one word. I hold it up with the left hand, since right hand would indicate possession. Then I do all the actions required to say be. Then I hold it up again to kind of like brackets, and tap it once to specify it's one singular.
It's just
That's a lot of effort for a three-letter word, but it's the best I can do with this. Now, next there is should be able to fly. In this case, we can just replace it with can fly for brevity. And so we can just use one action to mean can. So I'll again use my Zahneisen and a Knüpfel to make a piece of sandstone fly off for the meaning can fly. Now, that's the first sentence done. On to the second one. We start with it's.
I like the way this
We haven't talked about
video
pronouns
is
yet, but this
framed.
is another area where the trick with the toolbox comes into play. We've already established that holding up the toolbox with your left hand is like opening and closing brackets. If we don't put anything inside the brackets, we just hold up the toolbox twice, we are leaving it up to the listener, or watcher I guess, to fill in the gaps. Like the pronoun it leaves it up to the listener to figure out that by it we mean the be from the last sentence. Because it's not it, but it's, we need the possessive again. So I'll hold up the box with my left hand to open the bracket, hold it up again to close it, and grab it with my right hand to indicate possession. Next we have wings. Now, a wing is an appendage for flight. We know how to express flight, but how do we express appendage? Well, I have this compass, which you could say has two appendages. So I can again hold up the toolbox with my left hand, cut off a piece of sandstone like before, then tap an appendage of the compass, and hold up the toolbox again to tap it twice to say wings. For R, we again use a Beitseisen, this time with a Knüpfel on sandstone. Next, we have another tricky one. How do we express too small? Saying too is a little difficult, so why not say smaller than needed? Small can be indicated by holding two objects of the same kind and tapping the smaller one. Big, on the other hand, would be tapping the bigger one. Than can be expressed with the compass again. Instead of tapping on one of its appendages to mean appendage, we hold it up with the left hand to mean then, or compare to, or the verb to compare. Need can be expressed by another of our basic chisels. Let's use the Zahneisen with a Knüpfel on the gabbro to indicate past participle. The word to can be indicated by pointing at, though not tapping, what it refers to, in this case the verb get. Let's change get its fat little body off the ground to raise up its fat little body. How can we express raise up? We take something and slowly raise it up. What do we use? Sandstone for present, and as mentioned, point at the sandstone while raising it up.
Of course.
Then we need its again, which we already translated, so next up is fat. That's quite a more general translation for, say, big. So like we did with the word small, let's hold a small and big object and tap the bigger one. Now the next one is little, we just do the same thing but the opposite way, tap the small.
It's a big
and this might seem
little body.
strange since we're essentially saying big little body, but since the same action can mean big or fat, and big doesn't make much sense here, anyone who speaks the language will know that it means fat in this context.
Gotcha.
Context
I
is
see.
key basically in this language. So next, body. The only parts of my body used to speak this language are my hands, so they express the meaning of body as well as the pronoun I or the word human. If you want to refer to hands specifically, you would have to use the word for appendage and specify on from there, but we only need the word for body right now, so I tap on my left hand with my right hand. From now on we'll be going a lot quicker since we already have a bunch of vocabulary we can use. We've already translated the be and to fly, so we can skip forward to anyway. We already know how to express way by creating a path in the stone, again with Beitseisen and Knüpfel in sandstone, because we're expressing a general truth. And we can give it the double meaning of anyway, since the action literally just means it can weigh, which doesn't make any sense, so there's no danger of misinterpreting it. Next, because. Let's change it to for, which is easier to translate, as we can just use our hand to make a giving motion, like we're saying, for you. Next we have bees, so we just perform the action for be, but this time tap it twice for plural. Then there's don't care. To convey the meaning of caring or being careful, we draw a line with our scriber and follow it carefully with a chisel, specifically a Zahneisen for the meaning to do, with a Fäustel for the meaning not, in sandstone for present tense or general truth. We're almost there. Now we need what, which again can be expressed with a simple hand gesture, like what? We've already established that
Literally
body can
what?
also be used to mean human, so we tap our left hand with our right hand twice for plural. Next there's think, which is kind of tricky since, of course, there is no place for doubt in a language spoken by hammering into rocks. We can say we know using our German papers, but saying we think is not really an option. So instead of saying what humans think is impossible, let's rephrase that to what humans say is impossible. How do we say say? Well, we speak by shaping stone, so let's just use a chisel to put a tiny dent in stone, just enough so you can see it, but not so big it could be interpreted as something else.
We use a Zahneisen and Knüpfel on sandstone for present tense. Lastly, is possible can be rephrased to it can. Can is expressed with Zahneisen and Knüpfel on sandstone, but since we're not combining can with something else as an auxiliary verb, we're only holding the Zahneisen and Knüpfel to the sandstone without hitting it. Again. And that's it. Now, we've changed...
What'd you say?
The audio is glitching out again. This is bad now.
I see.
It's God.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Alright, let's see.
The wording of the quote slightly in order to translate it. The English translation of our stonemason sentence thingy now reads, based on all of aviation's known laws, there is no way a bee can fly. Its wings are smaller than you to raise up its fat little body.
Huh?
Is the audio also scuffed on your end because the pausing did not fix it?
No, it's fine on this end.
Okay, like, good God. I feel like this is... It's like these conlangs are not cursed enough. We somehow need to add more cursedness to this entire endeavor by making the audio glitch out randomly, so you have to pause in between. Like, we can't just watch a video, we have to pause all the time.
This weird how that happens.
Anyway, but just for the audio sometimes. It's like, it just makes it even more cursed than it has to be.
Exactly.
God.
Alright, hopefully this pause was good enough.
Bee flies anyway, since bees don't care what humans say they can. Which I think is close enough, honestly. So yeah, here's the full translation in stonemason slang. Hope you enjoy.
Yes. It's beautiful. Certified how the stonemasons speak to each other. Like how hitting the frickin' igneous rock just didn't do anything.
Yeah.
So it's like ASMR.
Yeah.
What humans think. There we go.
Okay, that was it. So I hope you guys liked it. I don't know if that's the start of me doing more YouTube videos, but we'll see. Okay, bye.
Nice.
By the way, this is how I filmed. Have this construction of cardboard boxes that hold up these thingies, and I just put my phone. Yeah. It's very, very stable.
I bet.
Oh, that's awesome.
It worked mostly.
Scheisse. Oh my god. That's awesome. Let's go on to the next one.
On to the next one.
And this is Dan's TFTT. Can't wait to see how that's pronounced.
FTT.
Can't wait to see how that's pronounced.
Fascinating.
Let's see. Let's find out.
The language. The phonology of this language is extremely simple because it only has two phonemes, and I don't know how to represent these with IPA, so I will spell them as T and F. They can also form the affricate. The language has the objectively best word order in the world. Is the OSV-SV order.
Okay.
Like, it's pretty obvious it's the best, but for some reason, no language uses it. Also, this language is polysynthetic, and it has no punctuation, not even periods, because I hate punctuation. Also, the same words can be nouns, verbs, adjectives, or adverbs, depending on the context.
Good. Very good.
Verbs in this language have 12 tenses and 12 aspects. The
Actually?
tenses are remote past, past, near past, immediate past, present, immediate future, near future, future, remote future, unspecified, unspecified past, and unspecified future. The aspects are momentive, perfective, perfect, recent perfect, prospective, habitual, progressive, stative, ingressive, cessative, iterative, and segmentative. But wait, there are also bonus aspects. These include sufferative, when the subject suffers while doing the...
What, segmentative?
Yeah, in case I don't know what the segmentative aspect is, it's like one language that has this thing, it's like Hopi or something. And it basically means to... what's that one linguist, I think it was Wolf or someone, described in like a really funny manner. What was it like? Hold on, I'm gonna look this up. Segmentative aspect. I need to look up linguistics, because I'm getting hit with market segmentation. Okay, linguistic aspect. We're just gonna search for segmentative. Yeah, it is coming out in successive multitudes. That's Wharf. It is in Hopi. So what this basically means is it's repeated a bunch of times. So a word that normally means to come out at an acute angle, when you apply the segmentative aspect to it, it means to zigzag.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, I remember that.
That's what that is. So this is how niche that thing is.
Yeah, and that's in Navajo, not Hopi. But yeah, it's. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, I see. I wouldn't know, but yeah.
Navajo is an amazing language, probably one of the most cursed natural languages that exists, and I'm happy to have it as one of Arizona's languages. It is amazing. I've done the Duolingo course on that they have for Navajo. Well, I did it whenever the whole thing was only 2 units. Now it's like 8 units, so I gotta like finish it. I see. Yeah. Anyway, good times. All right, let's continue.
Stative, ingressive, cessative, iterative, and segmentative. But wait, there are also bonus aspects. These include sufferative, when the subject suffers while doing the action. Good sufferative, when the subject suffers, but that's good. Possessive, when the subject is possessed by something while doing the action. Motive, when the subject's dead disappears while or after the subject does the action. And naive, when the subject watches Agma Schwa while doing the action.
Of course.
Now, there are moods. There are 12 of them.
The best
indicative,
aspect.
Subjunctive, imperative, informal, imperative formal, jussive, informal, jussive formal, conditional, optative, potential, hypothetical, inferential, and interrogative. And the negation is also marked by the suffix. Here is the table of pronouns.
That is horrid.
And here is the table of the suffixes of gender and noun.
All of this is horrid. It's
As
just
you may notice, there are 5 numbers.
Like
Single singular, non-single singular, single plural, mixed plural, and non-single plural. So, if you want to refer to a group of single men, you will use the suffix.
The suffixes,
if they are not single, then you will use...
What about it?
Masculine, Chad, feminine, and animate.
And inanimate, of course.
And also, of course, the numbers are brilliant.
Yeah, single, singular, single, plural. What is M? Yeah, the plural, mixed, and plural. And it's literally about whether they're single or not.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. So it's like a combination of number and grammatical gender, but it's based on whether the person's single or not. Oh my god.
Naturally.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful.
The suffix. If some of them are single and some are not, you will use the suffix. There are 4 genders: masculine, Chad, feminine, and inanimate. Inanimate is also used as epicene or mixed. So if a group has both genders, you'll use the inanimate gender. And of course the Chad gender has no single forms because Chads aren't single. Now the cases.
God.
What?
The language doesn't have a lot of cases.
Never mind.
It only has 40. Nominative, adessive, antessive, inessive, interative, progressive, possessive, subessive, subrassive, ablative, adelative, delative, elative, initiative, elative, elative, sublative, superlative, terminative,
Certified kitchen sink moment.
What the hell is an ad-elative? That's
ad-elative. Oh God.
I'm sorry, but that is not a case. Like
adelative, delative, elative.
like most of the other ones make sense, but ad-elative. Maybe they meant elative. But that's not no. That's ad-elative. That's just ablative.
I don't think there's any understanding it.
Yeah, this is good God.
Relative, temporal, accusative, instrumental, benefactive, causal, comitative, dative, distributive, genitive, possessive, simulative, substitutive, partitive, vocative, comparative, essive, orientative, revertive, and translative. Next, the numbers are represented as a sequence of sounds between two sounds, where the number of sounds is the number we're talking about. So 1 is 2 is 3 is and so on. 0 is so like the opposite of 1. Then the comparative and superlative forms of adjectives are formed by suffixes. The same goes for adverbs. And antonyms of adjectives are usually formed by adding the suffix. That also includes colors. Oh, and any full sentence in the language that contains at least one bonus aspect must be written using Comic Sans.
Naturally.
Because that's the cost you have to pay for using the bonus aspect.
At least it's not papyrus.
And now, with all that in mind,
always better
here's the
papyrus.
translation of the beginning of the B-movie.
Oh.
The goddamn Comic Sans. God. Sticks out like a sore thumb.
These aren't even normal Fs. This is like nasally released. These are
something like that. Yeah, I can't quite tell what it is.
Yeah, it's like snorting or sniffling.
Yeah.
Ugh. Oh God.
How long does this go on for?
A while.
A while. I think we get the gist.
Yeah.
I can't quite tell where we are in the text because it's also all just teaser depths.
Yep. All right. Next.
Okay, the next one. It might just have something to do with rocks.
Oh boy. Let's see what we got here.
Oh, that one is. That one I either don't have access to or it's not a video.
It is a video, but it was sent as a Google Drive link to me, so I'm gonna have to.
Okay, what is the length of the video? We need to fill that in.
Oh God, it's 19 minutes and 50 seconds.
90 or 19?
19.
19 and what?
50 seconds.
There we go, 1950.
Great. Alright, I'm gonna pause. Alright, here we go. It's time for a rock language, supposedly. Let's find out. With increased playback speed, because this is frickin' 20 minutes long.
Rock language, aka Anhydrite Tonalite Arcose, aka Arcose Anhydrite Foedite, is a language invented by me, Svergomir, for the CCC2.
Yes, indeed.
The phonology is very simple. It's just German and English, because we are using the German and English rock names for each existing word.
Naturally.
And
of course,
for this, we need to look at how rocks are classified. They're separated into
we've seen
rocks,
that one
chromatic
before.
rocks, and sedimentary rocks.
Yep.
And
I now know more about rocks
language
than I ever wanted to.
Separated into words, adjectives, and
blame
numbers.
you for that.
God.
Each of these different categories has different classifications and naming conventions, which are based on the naming conventions and classifications of rocks.
Oh, they know what sedimentary
so
rocks
let's go
are.
into the words.
Oh, what have you done?
This complicated-looking table shows you both the tense up here with the meta words and the person or what is being talked about with the Facies words, as well as the aspect
rock
here.
names are all in German.
And in this mess, you actually have the English word and the letters of the English word. Per mineral, which which are used
Let
for
me know if you
collecting
need me to translate those, by the way.
The general structure of a verb is the tense. So the Metagranitud, Metautobasica word, followed by in, followed by the person, which in this case is the Grünschifffazies or Granulitfazies.
Do you know how to translate these Iraq vocabulary words?
Some of them.
Yeah. I mean, some of them I can get it from context clues, but...
For instance, Shifa would be slate.
Okay. Alright.
And then you have the letters, the minerals, which have the letters of the English word, followed by the aspect, going from least to most common. So, for example, the word destroy in the second person for future completed. So, for example, you will destroy this tree at the end of the century.
At the end of the century.
Is classified as a for future, second person. So we are in this square here. The Metapolit, Amphipolit. And an important distinction for the letter counting, you ignore the letters E, T, and if possible A. There has to be at least one letter left, so if A is the only letter left, you don't remove it. So this verb in this tense becomes Metapolit in Amphipolit Facies, Silamanit, Biotit, Disdain, Staurolit, Fels. Because it is completed, and you have one letter in A to D, so Biotit, 2 in Staurolit, Disdain, Silamanit, each one, which means that Staurolit has to be closest at the end of the word.
Okay.
These three can be in any order as you wish. However, any language has exceptions, and in this case, it's the present tense, which just completely ignores the aspect. Because in the present, you just look at the tense and the facies and the person, and the name of the verb is just these names without the facies word. So for R, for an object in the present, like the wings are, you remove A and E, so we just have R left, and in the present tense, so you have the letters person, so we have R, object, present. R is in the granat category, and you just use eklogit, so you have a granat eklogit. And yeah. Now, adjectives and numbers are based on the mathematic rocks, which are these are further categorized into Vulcanites and Vulcanites, which
and that's a rock fact.
For the words are classified into. So the Vulcanites are the verbs that describe the adjectives, or that describe rocks, or that can be used to describe rocks.
Okay.
While numbers and other adjectives that aren't applicable to rocks are in the other category. And this is arguably also quite complicated, as you have two different diagrams, which are based on two triangles stacked on top of each other.
What are
the
they,
baseline
though?
Representing 0% and the point representing 100% of that mineral. In this case, for the language of these letters. So, how do you create a word? So, for example, the word fat. We first assess, can this be applicable to a rock? Which is partly subjective, which is part of the language's chaos. A rock, inside a rock, can't be fat, which means it's in the Plutonites category or the other category. Then you count the letters per category. These are the endpoints, so if you look at this one, it's a bit small, but here is in the other category, Plutonites. There is A here. F here and T here. So you have one per category, which creates the entire word. You then calculate the percentage. So as there is a single letter in each category, you have 30%, 33% A, and 33.0% for each point, which ends up being here in the middle, which is on the border between those two areas. If you were to land inside of an area itself, you would just use that name. However, if you end up being on a border, you can use either one. So in this case, it could be a Foid Montonit, or a Foid Monto Theorit, or a Foid Monto Gablo, because one of the categories has two names. However, for example, the word for green, I argue that any color, the rock can be any color, might not be natural, but that just makes it a bit easier. Okay. So it's in the describing rocks category. And you count the letters for each category, so 3 in the Q category, 1 in the F, and 1 in the P category, that creates green. Due to how the triangles are stacked, this is the baseline, which means that Q and F can't coexist, meaning that you have to decide which one, in which half of the shape you will land.
Yeah.
You do this.
You know how maybe you don't know this, but German likes like a lot of words in German end in TZ, which is pointless because the Z is already pronounced. So the the T is pretty pointless. And some words are spelled with just Z, some with TZ. But what's funny is that the word quartz is spelled just with Z in German, but with TZ in English for some reason. It's like the one word where it's like even English spells it with TZ, but German doesn't.
That's awesome. Oh my god. I love the word quartz.
Quartz, yeah.
Arizona's full of quartz.
Naturally.
Indeed, naturally. Alright, anyway.
God damn it.
Looking at which has more letters, in this case, Q has more than F, so ignore the F part. I didn't take 100% of the remaining letters. So 3 letters is 75% and 1 letter is 25%, meaning that you end up on this line here in the Quartreiche Risolite. In case you have the same.
This is like some mathematical stuff going into this.
Yeah.
You just can choose.
Go be a geologist to understand this.
Yeah.
Good. So now let's go to the nouns, which have a lot of categories, but they're easier to understand.
No, not more types of rocks.
Sedimentary rocks are divided into plastic and biogenic and chemical rocks, with the biogenic and chemical being further divided into biogenic oozes, carbonates, and evaporates. For example, there are more categories, but
you need like a
these are the ones I used.
PhD in geology to understand this. Good God, what have you done? Like, I still can't get over the fact that I now know that rocks can be divided into igneous, sedimentary, and metamorphic rocks, and that igneous and that sedimentary rocks are rocks that igneous rocks broken into pieces, and when they settle down they form metamorphic rocks, and that marble is a metamorphic rock and sandstone is a good God, why?
See,
I am a programmer. I don't need to know about rocks.
Of known all that stuff for a long time, partially from school and partially from like the fact that all of those types of rocks are very present in the various striations in Arizona, and it can really.
So the only thing you have to look at is rocks. So of course you would know them. Well, that makes sense. I prefer plants myself, but all right. And I don't think we ever talked about rocks in school, or if we did, I don't remember any of it.
Okay. Point is, it affects the hiking and driving experience, what type of rock you're driving over. It sucks.
I suppose that makes sense. Neither of those are things I do, so you would be more familiar with that than me.
This is an Arizona moment.
Yep.
Are divided into rocks or related to rocks, and other, with other being divided into human related, like human inventions, body parts, things like that. Time related,
I see, yeah.
And just everything else in the other category.
I love the
each
other
of these has its own
the other category.
Yeah, other.
Categorization method to reach the name. So for rock-related nouns, you first look at the size of what you're talking about. I argue that rock-related can also be terrestrial planets or asteroids, or mountains, and I think those are all in the large category. But the middle categories like rocks or boulders, it's smaller than rocks, but mountains, but still fairly big and small and tiny. For the categories of large and middle, you further divide them. For large, you just count the vowels and the consonants, with the vowels just being A, E, I, O, U, and Y, and compare those. And
so wait, there are consonants and vowels in this?
While for the middle category, you actually look at the meaning of the word, so
I think you just
the location.
Consonants and vowels in the German names of these rocks.
Related to mountains, rivers or lakes, beaches or coast or oceans, to further define the word. Time-related nouns actually have used this table. We've gone from top to bottom. Just look at, is it a time unit or not? Which means that seconds and years and millennia are the same word, while everything else ends up here. We're talking about past and future, or present and other.
I love how on the one hand we have mudstone, and then on the other we have recrystallisierte Carbonat.
I like it. I like how the whole diagram is like a flow chart of
the diagram. This table is truly, as a typesetter, this table is truly one of the tables of all time. Like, good God, it is fascinating how hard it is to try and figure out. It would be better as a flowchart, really.
Just imagine a marble dropping from the top and having to bounce into.
Yeah, this should just be. This is the table that should just be a flowchart, probably.
Yeah, it's beautiful though.
Then, does the word contain a Y? Does it not contain a Y? Or then you count vowels and consonants again, and you end up in one of those categories. And here are the words that are English, the English rock names. And human-related have a very simple category, which is just, does it start with consonants or does it start with a vowel? Is it a body part or is it other? So, for example, aviation is other, it's an invention, and it starts with a vowel, so it's radiologit. Every other verb, every other noun is just looked at in the other category. You just look at the word length, and you simply, these are the names. Now let's get to some grammar. In general, there are only nouns, verbs, adjectives, or anything that describes stuff, like adverbs and stuff, and numbers.
Okay.
With nouns being able to be singular or plural. There are multiple tenses as seen in the verbs. And adjectives have an absolute, comparative, superlative, and excessive form, or so for example, tall, taller, tallest, and too tall. For the excessive form, you just simply also count the letters of the word too. So to create the word, so too tall has 7 letters, which you have to categorize with the system above. So what is the sentence structure? It is interesting because it's nouns, verbs, adjectives. You put all the nouns, all the verbs, and the adjectives after each other. And the order within the category is free. So you can put, if you have 5 nouns, you can put them in any order as you want to. For example, the green tree is taller than the red tree. Simply becomes tree is green, taller, red. Or tree is red, green, taller.
Okay.
And in this case, the trees are actually inverted, although you can't see that.
Oh no.
So to clarify relations, because there are no prepositions, we don't know what adjective is describing what, use the numbers. So the numbers go after the noun, after the word, and relate to the word order. So like they're the position of the word in the sentence. It's mostly verbs and adjectives then that refer to other things, so they need a lot of the numbers. Nouns do have them sometimes. So the example from above, tree is 2, 4, taller, 1, green, 2, red, 1. Because it's the second tree. That is, what is it? It's taller. Then what? Then the other tree. It's the second tree that's green, and it's the first tree that's red. So, and to actually write this language down, there's 2 systems. That's the simple writing system with just Latin.
What is this? What is Santa? I think it's Santa that has the qualifiers, or what they're called.
Yeah, the freaking qualifying particles.
You have to have groups of 3 qualifiers, or what it was. And sometimes, in order to minimize null qualifiers, you have to separate qualifiers from the word they belong to, in which case you can add like a little prefix or suffix to indicate that they belong together. That's what this reminds me of.
Yep.
Characters for German and English. So the example from above just becomes Dolomit, Lasonit, Aragonit, Blauschiefer, Tonalit, Quarzreicher Granitoid, Granit, Feudit, Quarzreicher Rhyolith, Tonalit, Quarzreicher Rhyolith, Feudit.
God, he's Swiss.
But it's also a more complicated writing system.
Wait,
in real life.
How do you know?
The way he pronounces those words, he has like a Swiss or like Eastern or a Western Austrian accent.
Oh God.
That was like a Swiss accent, I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
Huh. Interesting.
System, which use in real life.
Swiss German is like notorious for even German speakers often can't tell what they're saying.
Oh boy, I wouldn't be able to tell.
Sticks and stones, like literally use the rocks that are according to the word. So if you have the word, dolomite, you have a dolomite.
Stones.
And you just put wooden branches in between to make sure to show the relation. It is a vertical language with words above modifying or describing the following words. So, for example, the same example as above. You have this structure. If this is so green tree is taller tree, and this is red because the red describes the tree, not the taller. It goes in this one. The verb. This is the subject.
It's like a syntax tree, but like as it's written out.
And this is the adjective describing this noun. And in real life, you would then have rocks like these, sorted like this with branches in between, and in online you would write it like that.
Or like a syntax timeline.
For the translation, I'm going to do some water because For the first sentence, we have Kalzit, Nummelitenkalk, Quartrache Granitoid, Gips, Voidit, Radiolorit, Gips, Glaucophon, Epidot, Lasonit, Aragonit, Blauschiefer, Voidit, Void Monsogaro, Donalit, Alkalifet, Oxyonit, Void Monsonit, Andesit, Donalit, Void Diorit, Void Cyanit. And it will be written like this. For the second sentence, we have Brektie, Dolomit, Gips, Quartrache Granitoid, Voidit, Dolomit, Granat, Eklopit, Donalit, Void Monsonit, Void Monsogabro, Quartrache Granitoid, Videodacit, Quartrache Granitoid, Quartzlatit, Void Monsodiorit. Like this. And the last sentence actually got split into 2 sentences with Calcit, Aragonit, Glaucophon, Lasonit, Blauschiefer, Voidit, Granit, Donalit. And Nummelitenkalk, Dolomit, Glaucophon, Aragonit, Blauschiefer, Donalit, Quartzrache Granitoid, Pyroxene, Granat, Granulit, Voidit, Void Cyanit, Void Gabro, Void Monsonit, Void Monsonit. The end, which is Brimstone. Keep in mind, all of the translations have, you can say the same thing in multiple different ways. Because of you can both change the word order within each of the noun, verbs, or adjective category. So a big part of the sentence would be different, the numbers change. As well as there are a lot of words that have multiple different ways to say it, like the example fat, which has 3 different words. So this was just one of the translations.
God.
That's my submission. Excited to see the CCC2. Goodbye.
Yes, indeed.
Okay. Next one is this. This one is a shorter one.
Okay, that's good. Okay. Oh boy, I've seen this one in my recommended too. I can already recognize that thumbnail.
Of course, yeah.
Hello, I am Parberway. This video is for Agma Schwa's Cursed Conlang Circus thing. Link will be somewhere. Die Tipo Sederakai, also known as Fifi Tipo Fing Zang Sederapat Geisishpon Sad Guy, is an oligosynthetic oxlang. I made this language 2 years ago because I don't need the promise of fame and fortune to make a cursed language. That is just what I do. This language doesn't have the over-the-top phonological mayhem or whatnot that other languages might have, but what it does have, take this anecdote. I made another language that was specifically intended to be a cursed joke language, and I decided to enter this language instead, because it is more cursed. You will see. Yitipo Sederakai is an oligosynthetic oxlang. 2 words that do not normally, shut up plane, go together, and really should not have. In the video announcing the content, it was said that one might make a cursed a posteriori conlang, maybe the worst oxlang imaginable. This implies that oxlangs are a posteriori, which, in the case of many popular oxlangs, such as Votgil or Lingua de Planeta, is not really the case. I'm going to assume that this is just me muddling the definition of oxlang and IAL, the latter of which Yitipo Sederakai is technically meant to be. But also, when making the vocabulary of Yitipo Sederakai, I, a person who is a monolingual speaker of exactly 2 languages, for the most part just went off the vibes to figure out what sounded most like that thing, resulting in like 90% of the vocabulary being either from English or Romance.
Did he just say a monolingual speaker of exactly 2 languages? Did I hear that right?
I don't know, but if so, that's pretty funny. Yeah, well...
Also, props for putting the flag the right way around. Good, because some people just put the flag the wrong way around, because there's a right way around.
Wait, there is? There's an upside down?
If you look, okay, this is a lesson on how you fly the British flag. It's... If you look at the left, the thick white stripes are on top, the diagonal ones.
Yeah.
Whereas on the right side, the thick white stripe is on the bottom. That is the correct way to fly the Union Jack if you're flying it from the left. And to all those people saying it's only called the Union Jack when it's flown at sea, that's wrong. It's called the Union Jack. They called it the Union Jack in 1901 or whatever, even in the Parliament. So yeah, I know that somehow made it into Doctor Who that it's only the Union Jack when it's flown at sea, but that's wrong. You can call it the Union Jack no matter where it's flown. Just little side note here, because people get that wrong all the time too.
Oh, I see. Okay, yeah, I get it. I'm like trying to like graphic picture it in my head how it looks upside down. Yeah, no, I get it.
Yeah, you can tell because some people put it's just wrong. It's upside down sometimes. Like, it's horrible. It's just the thick white stripes are on the bottom sometimes on the left. It's just wrong.
Oh my god.
And if you don't know that, maybe you can't tell, but if you do, it's very easy to tell that it's just upside down.
Well,
like, I see that all the time, that it's upside down.
Now I'm never going to be able to unsee it, so it's been added to my brain's canon now.
So remember, thick white stripe on top on the left.
Oh
when it's, or rather, it's on top on the side that it's flown from. If you're flying it from the right, it has to be on top on the right. Sure.
Certified British moment. Yeah, no, okay, wow, alright, I learned something. Okay, anyway, let's see if it actually is a posteriori.
Languages. So for all functional purposes, the Tipo Sederakai is a posteriori, so I suppose I am entering this in the a posteriori category. Though, we'll see. Functional purposes is not a phrase that will be further required when describing this language. I'm just going to breeze through the phonology because it's not this language's specialty. Here's all the consonants. This is, in my opinion, a better, more balanced consonant inventory than almost any actual auxlang out there.
With a specifically aspirated ka, ta, and pa.
No, God, yeah. I mean, at least it's...
There you have...
That's not bad for an auxlang if you have aspiration contrasted with the voiced one.
That's true. That is true.
Not bad for an auxlang.
But having ra and ra...
That is a bit... Yeah. And wa is also not ideal.
I mean, I guess if it's just a combination of English and Spanish vibes, it would be pretty vital to have both ra and ra in there. So I guess that's fair.
Yeah.
Okay.
The vowels, on the other hand, are what would happen if you threw 9 darts at a vowel chart shape. Ask an English speaker.
The N.
The way what?
Sorry. Look at what Q stands for.
Q is nga. Oh God, and double L is ra.
Oh God, that's... No, it's not... I don't think it's double L. I think it's just the capital... I mean, if it is double L, that is horrid. But I think it's literally just like the capital letter next to the... I'm not sure why, because I think most people watching this can read the Latin alphabet. Otherwise, the rest of the slides would be a bit questionable. But...
Interesting. Okay.
Who knew nothing about linguistics to imagine what each vowel would sound like. Plus, there are a lot more vowels and fewer consonants than English. I borrowed the consonants H, J, and W to be vowels. This has the side effect of what is represented by V. Why did I do it this way? Oh. The maximum syllable structure is CVC, but it is fine, in certain cases, to have two vowels CVC against each other in a word. These cases have nothing to do with the sounds themselves, and are entirely quirks of the grammatical system. If you thought that the limited consonant inventory would make it easy or pleasant to speak, you are wrong. However, in the cases that the grammar rules would normally tell you to put two vowels in a row, a T is inserted between them. This happens quite frequently. Now, because the language is oligosynthetic, the base vocabulary is pretty small, so instead of saying something like bread, you would say watery crushed grain, but crucially, this all gets combined into one thing.
Oh God, that word!
The Tipo Sederakai is a completely rational and logical language for rational and logical people like me and you. I decided that, just like Lojban, for example, this language would have no ambiguity at all, and you would always be able to parse the meaning of things 100% for sure. But if Lojban was the world's best UI, then the Tipo Sederakai is graphing calculator notation. The Tipo Sederakai makes use of verbal parentheses, mainly in the form of the circumfixes d-kai,
oh no,
which is used when showing possession or origin, and fi-gai, which is used in all other cases. To describe a noun, you first make sure that the thing you want to describe it with is an adjective. Now is a good time to point out that nouns begin with consonants and end in vowels, verbs begin and end with consonants, except for eb, which means to be, but is not used as a copula. For coupletic purposes, you describe the subject with the adjective, and then follow that with the verb wab, which means to exist. Adjectives, on the other hand, begin with vowels and end with consonants. You can freely convert between adjectives and nouns and verbs using various suffixes and circumfixes, but not between adjectives and verbs. To do that, you have to convert it to a noun first and then convert it to a verb, or vice versa. There are also some other affixes that you can add to certain kinds of words, which really only serve to make things more complicated, like the one that makes things mean the opposite and another that negates the meaning, which are two different things, which would be fine if this wasn't supposed to be an auxlang. Finally, you can describe that noun, affix the noun and adjective together, then surround with the appropriate circumfix. This can be done recursively, and you better get used to doing it because you have to do this frequently. To describe a subject with more than one argument, add a space, then the particle che between them, then another space. These spaces are phonemic, and the things either side of them cannot stand as words on their own.
Holy crap.
Here's the table of pronouns. They follow a regular pattern, allowing any combination of first, second, or third person singular, plural inclusive, or plural exclusive, and male, female, inanimate, or unspecified. In what circumstances would you need to use the first person inanimate? I don't know, but it's there. Word order is so you make a good time to find that out. Here's the verb conjugations. Instead of using any existing tense aspect system, this system asks whether the action takes place in the past, present, or future, and from the perspective of the past, present, or future. This system disallows exact translation of verb tense and aspects into or out of Tipo Sederakai, as it is not compatible with the way verbs work in any language that exists. Verbs also have three moods: declarative, progressive, and conative, which for some reason when I made this chart I defined as perfective, stative, and conative. Like in any good conjugation system, you can choose to leave any and all of the verbs, tenses, aspects, and moods undefined. With a split tense system, thinking about the implications of leaving both the tense of the action undefined and the perspective undefined hurts my brain. There are also number and demonstrative article systems. They work similarly to the pronoun system in that they allow more meanings than necessary. You don't need nouns to use the adjective system. You could describe any word with it as long as you're using an adjective. Actually, I lie, because it's not only used with adjectives, it's also used with prepositional phrases. Although I didn't really lie, because in like 99% of cases, you could just treat prepositional phrases exactly the same as adjectives.
Okay.
Prepositional phrases are surrounded by the circumfix fing pot. In between, you will find one of a handful of prepositions, followed by another one of those phonemic spaces that we all love, then the object, which itself can, and often is, augmented using the adjective system, sometimes even with another prepositional phrase. Finally, relative phrases are just a whole clause stuck inside the circumfix ŋimp, which turns the whole thing into a noun, and also doesn't leave any space between the circumfix and the first and last words of the sentence, because, like, why would you do that?
Oh, man.
Proper names are just the names the typus heterarchized as best as they can be, and the first and last letter are capitalized to indicate that it's not a real word. Place names use endonyms. This is the only instance of capital letters in typus heterarchi. When talking about animals, you use a strictly typus heterarchized version of the scientific name of the family that contains that animal. If you want to be more specific, you use the unmodified Latin genus and species name in italics. Non-count nouns don't exist. The typus heterarchi counts all nouns. What would normally be called non-count nouns in lesser languages are treated as plurals, except when you have one of them. So you would say something like waters when you have more than one molecule of that hydrogen monoxide, but water when you only have one. There is only one interjection, cha. It stands for all expletives and interjections. The number of shas together indicates the severity of the profanity. A single shy means something as benign as darn. Once you get past 4, you are no longer suitable for TV. Here's the B-movie sentence.
Oh god.
Fi de pishgai, fi pud pam fing seg, fi pei shurs fing vang, fi turura pot che sha che a supperak gai che, a chai wide doth ish guy, fi turura, di fi tur eris leet kai, fi heb pam fi tesek ape fing fabe. Ngap fi met fing par fi chup pon esh guy, pot guy. Disa way let kai ngopo pot guy, fide pishe guy, shy. Fifi tor pam ush ash ufogen.
So I don't think that this is actually off posteriori.
Shutin pam emot guy, ngapsus.
Yeah.
Tine pam shy y goad.
I think the vibes were shared. I do.
Links to all the things are in the description. All the documentation is on CWS, but I also included a link to where you can see the lexicon on my website if that's more your style. Goodbye.
Alright, there we go. Are you ready for Agma's Battle of the Vowels?
I'm not sure I am, but let's see it anyway.
I don't think we could ever be ready for something that calls itself the Battle of the Vowels. Let's see.
Do you like conlanging? Do you like board games?
I do.
Have you ever wondered what would
I like
happen
both
if you
of those
combine
things.
the two?
Oh god.
No? Well, too late.
Oh god.
Oh no.
Rishayahu Andarya is my entry for Agma Schwa's Cursed Conlang Circus.
Smooth.
The name of the language means Battle of the Vowels, and I assure you, they will be battling and there will be vowels, as well as battling between said vowels.
Good.
It's an amalgamation of a language and a board game. Here are the consonants of the language. Note that the affricates ch and j are considered as one consonant each and not consonant clusters. This will be important later when we talk about syllable structure. There also exists 2 syllabic nasals, m and n. These are the root vowels of the language. Due to reasons we'll talk about later, the language's vowels are actually every vowel listed in the IP, but these vowels are what is used when creating words. Syllables of the language can look anything like so. Remember, however, that ch and j are considered as one consonant each, so the nasal cluster like chl is permitted. Some clusters are, however, not permitted, but we'll talk about that later.
Okay.
The best way to describe the grammar of the language is to walk you through how one would translate a sentence. Firstly, you have to actually know what cases and other modifiers exist, so you know any obsolete words in the sentence so you can remove them. Then, translate each word with a word in a dictionary. Next, order the words correctly. The word order of the language is ABC, meaning words ordered alphabetically after this here alphabet, derived from the amount of footnotes in the notes section of the Sounds Wikipedia article as of the 23rd hour of the 12th of August Greenwich Mean Time. The syllabic nasals are simply put behind the non-syllabic counterparts, and the null morpheme simply means that a word like an would be put before a word like a. This word will mess up everything, so you'll need to apply the correct modifiers to each word. Here is a list of all the noun cases, and by all I mean all, as taken from this Wikipedia article.
Another a bunch of.
Yep. Okay. That explains.
There we go.
Yep. The list of grammatical.
Minus some I didn't really understand, plus some I made up. Make a note of the modified case. Pending the modified modifier, as well as a numeral to a noun, will link it to an adjective.
The modified modifier. Oh
Good
my
god.
Okay.
With a corresponding numeral. If only one pair of modifiers exists, no numeral is needed. Speaking of adjectives, they have the applied modifiers. Adjectives also have, as mentioned, a modifier. The same system of linking applies to verbs and adverbs as well. When applying affixes, certain clusters will change. These are the same clusters that are not permitted in root words. Also, any
Oh god.
Look at that first bullet point.
Oh no. Okay, at least those are just a lot of... at least those are illegal clusters. Or wait, no, is that how you... Yeah, okay, yeah, they are illegal.
Okay, they're illegal clusters. That's at least a start, because, yeah. Okay. Sla is horrible. La, yeah.
Yeah, it's good that those are illegal. I think those are illegal in real life, too.
Syllabic nasals next to a vowel will simply turn to its non-syllabic counterpart, and if the nasal is stressed, the vowel takes the stress and the nasal is desyllabitized. In the case of multiple suffixes, not just multiple affixes in general, any word final vowels are lost except if that were to create a word final consonant cluster, or if the suffix consists of only a vowel. Now remember that ch and j are not considered clusters and are permitted at the end of a word. Now, the amount of cases does mean that words get pretty long, as for say, this word here, which I'm not going to pronounce yet. Finally, we're done! Except I did promise some battling. Well, guess it's time for vowel disharmony. Any vowels which are defeated in combat, and trust me, I will explain all that later, must change their frontness, height and grounding in order to not match with the defeater. If they match in frontness, the loser moves one step to the left, looping around if it crosses the edge. If they match in height, the loser moves down, again looping around, and if they match in rounding, the rounding is simply switched. Now let's actually talk about the combat. Go through each word in the sentence. If it has more than one vowel, combat will commence. If not, skip it and move on to the next word. Every vowel is divided into one of two teams, with every odd vowel belonging to the same team and every even vowel belonging to the same team. Of course, if no vowel share any qualities, combat can be skipped. Gather the corresponding card for each vowel and consonant in the word. The consonants will explain themselves what they do, but the vowels are more complicated and require some explanation to their symbols and numbers. This is the name of the vowel. It's the element, hit points, armor, speed, range, melee attack stat, range attack stat, battleship attack stat, and ability. One of the attack stats will also have an attached ability, which is activated during that specific type of combat. While A has its ability attached to its ranged combat, A has it attached to its battleship combat, and the Schwa to its melee combat. I'll talk about element and armor later, but first I'll talk about the basics of combat. A match will last for up to 8 rounds. Each round consists of 3 phases. The first phase is the movement phase. During the movement phase, roll a d6, a 6-sided die, for each vowel, beginning with the first vowel in the word and working your way through the word to the last vowel. For each roll, draw so many movement cards as the dice shows. The movement cards may at times seem a bit ambiguous and are very much up to interpretation. Call it dialects if you will. Next is the battle phase, the highlight. First, check the range. One range is equal to 60 pixels on the map. If no vowels are in range of each other, then of course no combat will take place. If 2 vowels are in range of each other, they engage in combat with each other. There are 3 different types of combat. Melee combat occurs when 2 vowels are in the same or neighboring squares. In melee combat, the fastest vowel attacks first. Attacks also have increased strength when attacking against vowels, with weaker elements according to this here hierarchy.
This is card jitsu from Club Penguin, but like with linguistics.
Like, what does this rhyme with? Pokemon? I guess it reminds me of.
Yeah. It's like Pokemon and card jitsu and like D&D with the map and the range. Like, oh god, it's beautiful.
If a vowel has range and line of sight to another vowel, it will engage in range combat with that vowel. Since different vowels can have different ranges, it is possible for a vowel to be attacked without being able to attack itself. In range combat, the fastest vowel attacks first. Battleship combat is much like range combat, except that vowels lack line of sight to each other. Vowels will also attack at the exact same time. The last phase is the resource phase. During this phase, any vowel standing on a resource square draws a resource card. Here is the map. These are the resource squares. Here is the starting square for the odd vowels, the starting square for the even vowels, obstacles which block line of sight, and connections. Vowels may only move between squares with a connection.
I see how it is.
Now let's
It's
talk about the
literally
writing system.
map.
The system makes use of dice and coins, something fairly prominent in this language already. Each consonant uses 1 coin and 2 d8s. If the coin shows heads, the consonant is voiced, otherwise it is voiceless. The first d8 shows the place of articulation and the second d8 manner of articulation, with each side of the dice corresponding to 1 row or column. For the syllabic nasals, a coin standing on its side is added. For vowels, 2 coins are used and 1 d6.
So what did you say?
It being 8, a d8 makes sense, I guess, if there's 8 columns and rows.
Yeah, that's fair.
The first coin denotes roundness, where heads is rounded and tails is unrounded. The d6 shows the height. In the IPA, there does however only exist 7 different heights. Thus, for mid, the dice is completely omitted. The second coin denotes backness, heads for front, tails for back, and the coin is omitted for central. Certain vowels do not have a specified rounding, and for those vowels, the coin which denotes rounding can be omitted. If you were to follow these rules, the schwa wouldn't be written out, and so a standing coin is used for it instead. After each letter, a line double occurs, and after each word, you move on to the next column. Punctuations look like so. The language's numbers are in base 6. When writing a number, place a dice in the correct place. The number on the dice represents the same number as it shows, the exception being 6, which represents 0. After all that, you may get something which sounds like this. Let's see if I can do it first try. Huh? Wow, look at that. I actually did it first try.
Wait, so that involved the entire freaking board game and combat between the vowels just to end with that. That's beautiful.
No, I didn't.
Yeah.
No, I definitely didn't. Thank you so much for watching. Before you go, I would just like to put up here on the screen a few small things I forgot to mention earlier, but which I will not add at the appropriate times because I'm too late.
Wait. What is this? Okay. Each movement card, a vowel only moves one step, 18. Then the amount of cards of this type which are present in a deck. Jesus Christ. Flip that means for even... Interesting. Okay.
I forgot to mention earlier, but which I will not add at the appropriate times because I'm...
Vowels with armor take less damage. Reduction of damage is shown if the element is an arrow. Can only take up to so much damage as the number shown per attack. If the element is the neutral element, it means that the vowel takes less damage against any attacks. Interesting. Okay.
Too lazy. Sorry. I would also like to direct you to the description where you will be able to find a link to a folder with all the cards. I spent a lot of time on the artwork, and since the whole thing with this language is the combat, it wouldn't be too much to ask that you check out some of the cards. I really hope I didn't forget to talk about anything that is really important in the language, or just forgetting to make something for the language in general. This is actually the second time I record this part, because the first time I finished up the video and then realized I'd completely forgotten about making a writing system. Either way, goodbye for now, or as you would say in this language... every forgotten feature is a feature.
Dang. Okay. So wait. I kind of do want to at least see the list of these cards real quick. Oh no, the site can't be reached. Wow, because it's rive.google, not drive. I didn't copy the whole thing.
Oh god, Agma.
Everyone go to rive.google.com. Alright, let's see.
You do know you can right-click on a link to copy it. You don't have to select it.
Yeah, but it wasn't an actual link. It was just text. Yep, literally every card is made for this. Look at that. I was worried at first that it was gonna be like the same thing as prescriptivism, but this is nothing like prescriptivism. I mean, I guess like having certain sounds like have cards for them is like kind of similar.
Yeah.
But like the way that it works is totally different. So I was like kind of terrified. I was like, oh god, what if they just completely reinvent prescriptivism? Oh god. All right. Anyway, very cool. That's awesome. The Reckoning. Oh god.
The what? Sorry.
The next language is called The Reckoning.
Oh god.
Okay.
Let's see, I suppose, what The Reckoning is all about.
Saluton.
Oh god.
Welcome to the...
Is this in Esperanto?
I don't think so. I am going to speed it up a bit. What am I hearing right now?
Hold on.
Hey, wait a second. What was that?
Go back.
Saluton. Welcome to the...
It's a freaking picture like Jay Schlott.
Yeah. The audio is pretty horrid. Let's read this. Hold on. Upon next. Agma Schwa. This measly little luggage was created at an unfortunate 4th of December 2022. As such, is its existence being much found, brought up by the existence of a very particular Mr. John Agma Schwa of Cullifreed on the Spidge. As it was end season of the establishment, I was rather displeased with the work of the tongue henceforth up until you accounted the second language card contest as it is now, but that's enough of that. Translation. I started it on the 4th of December, but wasn't closed to finish until the second contest was announced.
Announced, yes. Wow.
Agma score.
Okay.
The galaxy.
What is the galaxy? The Galaxian language.
Why is it called the Reckoning?
This, which obviously.
Okay, the audio is not exactly real. It might
very simple.
I'm pretty sure it's done like this on purpose, but it's brutal in the freaking headphones. Please change.
Does the volume go mean ripped?
Yeah, it is. Oh god.
Galactic is the lingua franca of the galaxy. The language originates from the planet of Spagloops and is the only language spoken on the planet, as there is only one landmass. Everything else is just ocean.
What is happening?
Okay, and my thing
the word, the Spagloops.
Hold on. The what does this say? The name of the language in the langue is this.
Which breaks down as this.
Our possible, achievable, regrettable. Is that spelled correctly?
I think so.
Language, communication, writing, ergative, genitive,
dollar
sign.
Oh god.
One end of paragraph symbol, accusative, genitive. Our possible, regrettable language.
Wow. Name of the language.
Oh, there we go. We have the dollar sign means singular. The paragraph sign means plural. Whatever that G is means generic number.
Oh my god.
That is a novel approach to glossing, I will say.
Indeed it is. It's possible, regrettable that we blaspheme. Because
that we blaspheme. There's a lot spelled as one word. If words have different meanings, if they're wrong there, use the verb, noun, adjective, or adverb. Spelling is on point here.
Beautiful. It's beautiful.
Click to add title.
Philology. Oh god, that graph.
No, the colors are god, those colors. Okay, let's take this in for a second. So we have you could pause me because otherwise it'll fly past. So we have ma. Is that lingual labial or what is this?
I think so. I think it is.
Ma, na,
nah.
E, oh, that's a vowel, sorry. Let's stick with the consonants first. We have ba with a superscript 1. Va, da, and, oh god, this is that post-alveolar, so da. Ka, what is the, okay, I know the IPA fairly well, but these are like obscure diacritics.
Oh man.
What's the like double line below the K? Like
I don't even remember. Then
we have, I would have called this almost looks like a retroflex D, but it's not. It's some cursed. Is this like an implosive Q?
I think it is. I think it's an implosive or ingressive
Q.
So
it's ka, la. I can't even do that right. Then we have a labialized glottal stop.
Oh man.
That is Fascinating. Then we have. I need to open the window again. It's too.
It's
14 degrees outside.
Oh man, what a shame.
Here we go. Yeah, a bunch of affricates. Whatever K. Okay, it's a D voiced velar approximant.
Oh god.
That is a fascinating affricate. We have an I'm still not sure if that's really an implosive Q because it's followed by an epiglottal trill or fricative.
Oh god.
We have the literal cough, also known as the glottal stop followed by H.
Yup.
Like, we have a bunch of fricatives.
What is the W with apostrophe? What is that?
Oh, the W the two W's, the small ones. That's the dental percussive. That's like.
Oh.
That's an XIPA thing.
Oh man. Oh, I don't like that.
Then we have a fascinating array of clicks.
Yeah.
And trills.
A labialized click. Oh, there's a few labialized clicks.
The epiglottal trills are very interesting, definitely.
And then what is that? Like a post-alveolar like alveolar click labialized. Ew.
Whatever that is, it is definitely something.
And it looks like they all have different origins. Some are lunarian, some are solarian, etc. Interesting. Okay.
Okay, and some of these are. Oh, that's what the superscripts stand for allophones. And the vowels are fairly reasonable, I think.
Well, there's terrarian, there's biterraspacalian, and a space alien.
Yeah, but apart from that, the vowel inventory is
pretty normal. It's okay. That's all right. This is stable. It's acceptable. And these features are important for the grandma of the language.
For the grandma of the language.
Transliteration. Yeah. There is none.
There is none. Okay.
Great. Oh god, yeah, the audio gets better.
Script.
The script. Oh god, look at that.
Okay, let's take a look at that. They said it's from the Voynich manuscript, and I actually recognize some of these.
Yeah, it is. I was looking at a physical copy of the Voynich manuscript a couple months ago at the library. They just had it right there at the Scottsdale Library. It was pretty awesome. But yeah, there you go. Even though nobody knows what those sounds actually are, because no one's ever actually decoded the Voynich manuscript, so that's kind of the meme. It's just like, these are the letters in the Voynich manuscript. Pretty solid. Good times. Good times. Non-standardized. Oh, good. Love that.
In relation to the list of writing system used is also non-standardized, so you can write it in any script that exists. The Voynich script is commonly used as it is believed to be the ancestor of all languages across the planet.
Spag loops. Okay. Verba agreement.
Verba agreement.
And then we have...
we have one of the charts of all time.
Yeah, really.
I love the categorically inconsistent sizing on the roaming.
yeah, it's so
That
good.
is fascinatingly cursed. Like, I doubt any two rows have like the same size. That I have no idea how they manage that candidly. The verbs agree to the subject. I'm glad they do.
Very good. I'm glad.
Adjective. I felt I just had good God. I felt I just had a stroke or something. Adjective regrement. Adject. I can't even read anymore. I was gonna say adjectives. This is making me forget how to read. Adjectives are really easy and depend on the noun class of the noun and the terrestrial alignment of the vowels of the noun also.
Okay, good. The terrestrial. Okay.
Oh good goddamn network.
Of course.
Verb at tenses or whatever. I love verbal tenses in every language and real.
And then just that with a
sentence. Yeah, with a
miraculous.
Noun classes plus noun numbers.
Oh God.
Good Lord. We have generic, I think, masculine, feminine, neuter, epicene, optimistic, epicenter, animate, inanimate, animalite, mammalite, amulet, carnivorous, volcanic, metamorphic, abstract, valueless, nomic, passive, active, the schmig, Greek, French, that's a gender, opaque, delicious, edible, disgusting, repulsive, inedible, dangerous, lethal, balloon, concave, convex, stalagmitic, stalactitic, important, aesthetic, Quiparian, and John.
And don't forget the numbers are in order and non-airy singular dual.
Trial, less than duodecimal, more than duodecimal, K-bopic.
It's just 73.
Centesimal, billionaric, infinitesimal, that's not what that means. That's infinitesimal means infinite small. Abstract, innumerable, I think they mean uncountable. Collective, otherwise plural, generic. And that's that goddamn G again.
I like how the range of generic is negative infinity to a positive infinity.
Yeah, I also love how the dual uses the Bitcoin symbol.
Oh my god. Of course it does. Alright, there's our noun cases.
Okay, we have noun cases with odd order. We have intransitive, ontive, pegative, instructive, objective, ablative, ergative, genitive, construct, accusative, instrumental, semblative, substitutive, and vocative, pertingent. I know all of these, but I know just about what half of these do. The cases are very simple, naturalistic, and are common in languages from the northwest of Tajikistan.
Good.
The ergative genitive construct is unmarked, so that's the default. That's glad to know. I'm glad to know that. For the intransitive, onative, objective, I think they meant ablative, and the accusative, instrumentive, if the noun has no vowel, no affix is added. And word order is negative, copula, adjective, object, I presume, verb, copula, subject, pronoun, subject, genitive, subject, pronoun, adverb, probably, second, adjective, etc. I have no idea what I just read.
Yeah, I don't even know how to interpret that. Pronouns.
The pronouns have many forms.
Oh, good.
We're first. I'm sorry, but I forgot what the abbreviations stand for. The goddamn G again.
It's gone.
G?
It's gone from my head. Just accept it. It's G. I know $sign was singular.
Of course it is. And the Bitcoin sign is a dual, I think.
Yeah.
I love how plural is more than infinity.
I think this is pretty self-explanatory.
Yep.
Conjunctions. Who doesn't like conjunctions?
Who doesn't like conjunctions, eh?
And I don't think there are.
Non-negative and negative. I have no idea what the plua is pretty simple. Dual forms are the same even if they're negative or not. Again, the wrong there. The fifth person forms are the same.
The 1, 2, 3, 5. There's no fourth.
No, there's no fourth person. Who needs that anyway?
Yeah, we don't need that. We don't need it.
Inclusive we is always.
Oh, good.
What the hell? Number. That is a fascinating misspelling of number.
We don't need to go too deep into that, but that is quite something. Holy crap. Yeah. 35 translates to second, fourth, That is pretty cursed, what all these actually mean.
That is pretty bad. Good God.
Oh, man. Napomer 2.
But I'm running out of time, so you don't get any nice table or anything, just the list. Lol.
Napomer 3.
More. The language has a hybrid base 73, 19, 12, 10, 7 counting system. It is very naturalistic, I suppose it is, and common worldwide, especially in parts of northwestern Tajikistan. Script time, the Voynich manuscript.
Of course, the most common script used.
Most common script used.
There's Egyptian
Literal hieroglyphics.
Egyptian hieroglyphs.
Yep. That.
Oh God. Excuse me? The Senate tense. There it is.
That.
Let's see if it's audible.
Maybe try.
Let's see. Is it audible? Oh, it's still brutal. Oh. Oh God.
I think we've had enough.
Yeah, I think I get the point. Where to book? Oh man. Okay. Good times. Word list. Honorable mentions.
Honorable mentions. They spelled honorable right. That's fascinating.
This unpleasant language shows up at your door.
Sorry, what?
The bottom
there you
right.
go.
The meme.
Oh my God.
Where did these even come from?
These are, well, I presume they're all screenshots from the Discord server.
Probably. Okay.
The next one may just be rock related.
Rocktopus. Okay, let's see if Rocktopus involves rocks.
Hello everyone. Today I'll be giving a presentation on the Rocktopus language. The Rocktopus language is spoken by the Rocktopus, a race of lithoid.
Yeah, okay. This person's actually going at a solid speaking speed, not 75. There you go. Alright, let's go.
Hello everyone. Today I'll be giving a presentation on the Rocktopus language. The Rocktopus language is spoken by the Roctopi, a race of lithoid, stone-based organisms that appear like an octopus.
Yep.
Their main diet consists of rocks. They consume other minerals to build up their skin and derive energy from. They live inside of this giant non-Euclidean ocean that's essentially infinite.
Non-Euclidean.
The interesting thing about it is it exists, but
how does an ocean become non-Euclidean?
That is a good question. I mean, I suppose you could argue on a technicality, because I think a sphere is only locally Euclidean.
Yeah, that's true.
So, I guess the ocean is already non-Euclidean.
Between universes. It seems to have been put there on purpose.
Oh God.
The origin of this universe is actually found within their own mythology. See, what we have been able to gather is that there was a group of philosophers in this giant desert called the Sahara in their original dimension. These philosophers dedicated themselves to a very special type of meditation that allowed them to manifest their thoughts into existence. They had a certain philosophy that we're not entirely sure of, but in a way it led to the idea of this ideal creature, which ended up being the Roctopi. We have been able to trace their origin back to a country that is prominent in the language's morphology. This country is known as France. It is well known for its language that people across the countries of its world generally recognize as gross, disgusting, and a form of torture to speak. However, it is still spoken by millions. We are still investigating it to this day. To those interested in learning more about this language, please refer to the Foundation Library under the sections Throat Torture and Cursed Speech. French seems to be a very...
The what?
They said the Foundation Library. Is this an SCP thing now?
Oh God.
When I hear the Foundation, it makes me think of... I know there's like a sci-fi series with that name, but it just makes me think of the SCP Foundation.
Yeah, that's funny.
Early ancestor of the Roctopi language. it is unknown how much of an influence it had or how much separation the variety that the language would become had from it. Now, onto the language's interesting sounds. As opposed to many other languages we're used to, this language, while still being a spoken language, does not use regular phonemes. Instead, it uses tonemes. Now, for those who are more familiar with linguistics among you, those more interested in linguistics among you might have heard of tonal languages before. This differs. Tonal languages are based around relative pitch. The rockby language is based around absolute pitch. The mouths of these interesting beings are most analogous to brass instruments of our world. They have valves inside of them that lengthen or shorten the vocal tract, thus changing the exact pitch of the air being released. Each syllable is a combination of 2 to 3 notes at a different length. These are originally derived from each possible syllable combination in the original simplified phonological version of French. It is very important to note that rests are also counted, which means that absolute silence can also be phonemic. Because of this system representing each individual syllable, small differences in the original phonology could be reflected by completely different note sequences. For example, sha, or cat, as it's known in our language, is the masculine form of a cat. So, here it is D 8th note, D 16th note. But when you put it in the feminine, you get E flat 16th, B 16th, F sharp 8. Two things that are originally only distinguished by a final consonant are completely different. Now, onto the language's grammar. A large part of the grammar is not brought on by the language's tonemes, but is communicated through telepathy. In this sense, telepathy is sort of like showing a color with a specific meaning, rather than communicating any specific sound or phony. I will give examples as I go through them. First of all, the language has 15 different grammatical genders. These are all communicated through telepathy. And due to being nearly impossible to represent in writing, we have opted to use these pictures of Breaking Bad characters instead. Here are the various genders. Note that several of them include France and its former colony, Quebec. On to the tension mark.
Oh god, not Quebec.
This language barely conjugates verbs, except for one aspect, the habitual, which is marked by repeating the sentence once again. The only
breathe in the air, the Pink Floyd song.
The way that marking is done is through attention marking, which is all indicated by a varying...
Oh, these are all Pink Floyd songs. These are all Dark Side of the Moon songs.
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
I was
breathe
going
in
to
the
say
air.
Probably a reference to something that I don't get.
Yeah, breathe in the air, brain damage, time, eclipse, and money. Those are all Dark Side of the Moon questions.
Telepathic idea. Here we have opted to use emojis instead. For example, the attention degree, breathe in the air, represents something fleeting in attention or memory. It is represented by a snowman. The language also contains various other affixes. These affixes are mandatory for anything under the 7th gender, as in anything considered less than a cat that is the informal head of its own household. Affixes in this language are either infixes or circumfixes. 2-note affixes are circumfixed around the word with the first note going before and the second note going after, while affixes composed of 3 notes are infixed after the first note. When multiple are present, the order follows the list from top to bottom, as presented in this presentation. These affixes can mean a variety of things, such as tasting good, being red, being able to be put on French fries, being able to be found at the grocery store, being a place, costing more than $10, being pulpy, needing to be refrigerated, being soupy, being consumed daily, smelling good, being edible, being smaller than a bread box, all natural, being a condiment, or being a toaster. What's particularly interesting is that a majority of the things marked by these affixes are completely irrelevant or don't even exist within their original dimension, meaning that their creators must...
Imagine sitting and just casually just reading the dictionary. Like
reading the dictionary, yeah. Especially we got that box. I mean, this is the compact version because the actual Oxford Dictionary doesn't even have a print version anymore. because the last one was like from the 80s and it was 17 volumes or whatever. So they decided, now we're making it online only. So now the OED, you need a subscription to access the OED, and it only exists on the website. You can't get a print version of it. It's too goddamn big.
Oh man. Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
Also had a very specific purpose for adding it into the language, especially considering in majority of nouns they are mandatory. Now, on to the sample. The sample for today is a translation of the opening to the film The Bee Movie, a movie about bees. It has been translated into the Rockspy language and recorded using some of our equipment. Please be mindful that it is not perfect and we can only somewhat cross over into the reality.
No! No!
The goddamn Breaking Bad characters. Oh my God.
It's a Rickroll. It's a Rickroll.
Oh, is it?
Yes. Yes.
It took me a second. Did you?
Oh my God. God damn it.
I am less musically inclined than you, so it took me a second to realize that.
I knew from the literally like the first word.
Really?
Yes. Oh man.
Kate's video is coming up soon.
Oh yeah, I see it coming on down the pipeline of submissions. Hey,
Yep.
look, it is number 69 now.
Yes, but only as a technicality. Because so what happened was you told her that it was 69, and then I checked and it wasn't. It was 70. But one of the submission was a duplicate, at least in the list it was. So I've taken the liberty to remove the first occurrence of it and added it as the second one. So it, based on a technicality, it ended up being 69 after all. But that still doesn't change the fact that you can't count.
Okay. I see.
70 is not 69.
I see how it is. Okay. And let's see what Greg and Daniel in parentheses Larry is. Adding another cough drop to my mouth from the talking. Wait, what does that say? Portions of this video were prepared with the aid of an artificial entity. Oh God. It's a little sus. Alright, let's do.
Introduction to the Illyri language.
Okay, that's the...
But wait, I should introduce myself. My name is Daniel, and before you ask, yes, I'm a robot. My human friend Greg has asked me to narrate this video for him, and I'm always happy to oblige. Now let's get back to it. Illyri is the language of the people of Illyrilo, a small island in the Pacific Ocean. If you've never heard of it, you're not alone. Somehow it managed to escape the notice of the rest of the world until very recently. Having been isolated for so long, Illyri bears almost no resemblance to any other language of the Pacific. It is also unique among them in having a native written form that goes back thousands of years. On the face of it, Illyri should be quite easy to learn. It has just a handful of easily pronounced sounds, a simple regular grammar, and a very consistent writing system. Yet most people who have studied Illyri say they find it to be extremely difficult. Perhaps after watching this video, you will be able to judge for yourself whether Illyri is a straightforward language, or, as some people have speculated, it is actually slightly cursed. The phonology of Illyri is very simple, consisting of just 5 vowels and 4 consonants. These are pronounced as they are in most other Pacific languages. Now I'm not very good at pronouncing Illyri myself, so I've invited my friend Paola to read the examples. Her Italian accent makes her sound more like a native Illyri. How are you today, Paola?
Very well, thank you, Daniel.
Perhaps you can show us how the sounds are pronounced.
A, E, I, O, U, L, R, M, N.
Thanks, that was great. But before we go any further, we need to talk about the orthography, because some aspects of both the morphology and the grammar are inextricably bound up with it. In the Illyri script, words are represented by lines, made up of vertical and horizontal strokes.
Oh god.
Each word begins with a dot. Then, an upward stroke represents A. A stroke to the left represents E. Downwards, I. To the right, O. Consonants occur
yeah, but what about
where the line
ooh?
turns a corner. A turn to the left represents L, and to the right, M.
Ale. Amo.
The consonants R and N are written by placing a dot inside the corner.
Are. Ano.
U is special. U can only appear at the end of a word, and is written as a short stroke in any direction. This stroke, together with its preceding consonant, is called a tail. There are 4 possible tails: lu, ru, mu, and nu. These are used as suffixes that perform various grammatical functions depending on the kind of word they're attached to. There are a couple of rules that restrict the possible forms a word can take. The first rule is that the line must fit within a 4x4 grid. The second rule is that the line cannot cross or touch itself.
Okay.
As an exception to the first rule, tails are allowed to hang outside the grid. This allows any tail to be attached to any word. Sometimes it is necessary to lengthen strokes in order to satisfy the second rule. This does not affect the sound of the word. For example, this is how the name of the island is written.
Alerilo.
Interestingly, ancient texts have been found suggesting that the name Illyri Lo is derived from Oraleri Lolu, which means something like Island of the Beholder. How the island came to be named that way, no one knows. The word order of a basic sentence is subject, verb, direct object. For example, this sentence means, Anoru throws the coconut.
Anoru ilora onirolalu.
If there's an indirect object, it comes before the subject, separated from it by a postposition.
Ilomilu anoru ilora onirolalu.
Anoru throws the coconut to Ilomilu.
That seems simple enough. This language does not look difficult at all.
We're just about to get to the good bit. Let's look at a different verb. Suppose I told you that the word ilala means to catch. Can you guess what this sentence means?
I don't know. Someone else catches something else.
It's actually still Anoru and the coconut. We'll see why these words are different in a moment.
What?
There are 4 grammatical genders: quartz, granite, limestone, and basalt.
Oh my god.
Words that have genders.
Rock.
Adjectives, verbs, and adverbs have genders too. In most languages that have agreement rules, the verb is inflected to agree with the subject. Illyri doesn't do that. Instead, the subject is inflected to agree with the verb. Also,
sorry, what?
The direct object.
Hold on.
Yeah, wait, what?
Maybe the audio is messed up, but did I hear infected?
I don't know. I think it might have been, yeah. That might have been like a typo in the text-to-speech.
Oh.
Oh god.
Direct objects. And any adverbs. Furthermore, within any noun phrase, adjectives are inflected to agree with the noun they qualify. Finally, words that modify adjectives or adverbs agree with the word they modify. Inflections are applied by performing geometrical transformations on the written forms of the words. For quartz, there is no inflection. For granite, we flip the word horizontally. For limestone, we rotate the word 90 degrees anticlockwise. And for basalt, we rotate the word 180 degrees.
But wait, these are still just grammatical genders that are labeled with names of rocks.
Yeah.
I need to see rocks actually involved if you want to qualify as to rocks.
Yeah, otherwise this is the same as a bunch of the other languages.
It is funny that the grammatical gender is rocks, though. That is funny that they're just that's how they label. Okay.
Let's look at some examples. Our first sentence was very simple because the verb ilora, to throw, happens to have quartz gender, which has no inflection. But the verb ilala, to catch, is granite. So to make this sentence grammatical, we need to inflect the subject and object by flipping them horizontally.
I see.
Let's add an adjective. Adjectives follow nouns and illyri, so our base sentence looks like this. The noun Emle is limestone, so we first inflect the adjective aleli by rotating it 90 degrees anticlockwise. Then we inflect all the words in the subjects and objects with the gender of the verb, which is granite, by flipping them horizontally.
Wait,
with a phonology that simple and the pronunciation being changed by rotating based on the genders, I don't think this is reverse translatable, or at least it would take you at least up to 4 tries to decode the correct answer, and you'd probably find incorrect answers along the way, you know?
Notice how a word can receive more than one inflection. Because not all inflections commute, it is important to apply them in the right order. When nested structures result in multiple inflections, they are applied from the inside out.
Oh god.
Tenses are indicated by inflecting the verb. The uninflected form is the present tense. For the past tense, the verb is flipped vertically.
It flips there
For the
too.
future tense, it is rotated 90 degrees clockwise.
Anoru
through the coconut.
Oh no.
Anoru will throw the coconut. Verbs can also be modified by adding tails. Adding ru to a verb gives a continuous or progressive aspect. Anoru was throwing the coconut. Adding mu to a verb forms a gerund. Anoru likes throwing coconuts. Adding nu to a verb turns it into an adjective. Anoru picked up the thrown coconut. You thought we were done with tails? Think again. They also have some uses on nouns. On ordinary nouns they indicate definiteness and plurality. We've seen some examples of this already. Coconut. The coconut. Proper nouns do not have a gender. They also don't usually have tails, except for a few special classes. Ru for male persons, lu for female persons, mu for villages, and nu for canoes. We've seen some examples of these too. Anoru is a male person's name, and Ilomalu is a female person's name. Genitives are formed simply by putting one noun after another, so that the second noun functions as an adjective. Anoru catches Ilomalu's coconut. Pronouns are constructed in a regular way from 3 pronomial roots and 3 tails, leading to this table.
Aru, alu, anu, iru.
Alright Paula, you don't need to read all of them. A notable feature is the existence of male and female first and second person pronouns. Their use is optional. Also, the sexless pronouns can be used not only for inanimate reference, but also to refer to a person without specifying their sex. A clause is negated by putting the particle, ere, after the verb. Anoru did not catch the coconut. You can also use it to negate other things. Anoru caught something other than the coconut. Placing the particle only after a verb turns the clause into a question. Do you want some fish sauce?
Okay.
By the way, this example shows how important it is to apply inflections in the right order. In this sentence, the word orally, fish, is inflected first with limestone and then with granite. If you apply those inflections in the opposite order, you get the limestone granite inflection of a different word entirely.
Armpit.
Do you want some armpit sauce?
Oh god.
Yeah, you probably don't want to mix those up. The Illyri have a unique way of naming and writing numbers. There are names for numbers from 0 to 13, plus a few others. This strange collection of number names arises because of the way the Illyri write numbers. Numbers are written on a 3x4 grid where strokes in certain positions represent the first 9 Fibonacci numbers. Here are some examples. Note that a number is included only when the line passes from left to right, not right to left. A small cross-stroke is added to the end to distinguish numbers from words. These short strokes are added for clarity, to mark the positions of missing numbers when there is no right to left stroke. Although the lines for numbers resemble words, they are not pronounced that way. Each side of the number grid is read out using the names shown earlier.
Eli.
6.
Emanuele Romi.
71. Larger numbers are expressed in base 89.
Oh
god.
Areme.
48,507.
Jesus
Here
Christ.
are some more fun facts about Illyri. Words can have more than one meaning with different genders. For example, Amalamo can mean either basket or thunderstorm. Amalamo, basket, is quartz.
That's not at all that strange, interestingly enough.
Is limestone.
Yeah.
The meaning
Yeah,
of
exactly.
or adverb
It's
can
just
change radically
cursed
depending on
in the fact that this way there could be up to 4 different versions of it.
Yeah. That's true.
Oh god. Again, like that's why like it would take you up to 4 tries to reverse like translate something.
Oh god, yeah.
It's like it's possible, but you're likely to make a lot of mistakes along the way.
on the gender of the word it's applied to. For example, when applied to a quartz or granite noun, Ileli means big and Ereme means small. But when applied to a limestone or basalt noun, Ileli means small and Ereme means big. Also, Omine means red when applied to a quartz, granite or limestone noun, but green when applied to a basalt noun.
God damn it.
Naturally.
Earlier we saw a case where an inflection of a word happened to coincide with a different inflection of another word. This happens very frequently in Illyri, and writers and poets make extensive use of it. A typical Illyri poem can be read in several completely different ways, each of which conveys part of what the author wanted to say.
Quote the
Such a
petrol.
work can never truly be translated. One has to learn to read Illyri in order to fully appreciate it.
Palm.
Yeah.
The flying canoe is full of eels.
Let's finish off with a longer example. This is part of a traditional Illyri story, passed down through the generations, about how bees learn to fly.
All
known laws of aviation imply that it is utterly impossible for a bee to fly. Its tiny wings simply cannot support its fat little body. The bee, of course, flies anyway, because bees don't care what humans think is possible.
Thank you, robots Daniel and Paula. Alright, well there we go. A laughing llama production. Alright, yeah. Alright, let's get through up to Kate's. We got Giga Gamer Rays and Meatballs, whatever that's supposed to be pronounced as, split into 2 videos.
Split into 2, that's a classic. Let's see.
Yep.
And welcome to.
Here we go. Again.
Well, as one final surprise.
Okay, there we go.
and welcome to Crickets, or Grangan Language by Giga Gamer Rays and Meatballs. This slideshow includes the phonology, grammar, romanization, and alphabet of Grangan, as well as one final surprise at the end.
Okay.
Before we start, this language began when we were in 6th grade and were inspired by a character named the Preacher from Mandela Catalog. After thorough revision and heavily buffing the vocabulary of Grangan, we are ready to present it.
Okay, alright.
Part 1, Phonology. Grangan phonology lacks voiced sounds because the Grangans who speak it don't have vocal cords. The vowels are and as well as and which only appear in diphthongs.
Okay.
The consonants are
Okay, we got a whisper language going.
Ingressive and egressive consonants.
Oh god.
Now to the main feature of the language. Due to the lack of voiced consonants, we added ingressive consonants. The only consonants that do not have ingressive forms are and because I'm pretty sure ingressive is impossible, and I don't want to be going all the time.
Yeah, I don't think that's possible.
Yeah. An aggressive drill, that's
the Grangan language has many diphthongs, but some, including and are written differently as they're pronounced, such as being written as and being written as Grammar. Grangan is an SVO language with CCC, V, V, CCC syllable structure.
Oh god.
Pluralization is handled depending on the ending of the word. If the word ends in a vowel or nasal, add p, but if it ends in any other consonant, reverse it to hip. Verb conjugation is applied based on whether or not there are multiple subjects or not. If the subject is singular and ends in a vowel, the suffix is ma. And when it ends in a consonant, it reverses to ham. When the subject is plural, the suffix is t for a vowel ending, switching it to heat for a consonant ending. Whether or not the suffix is egressive or ingressive depends on whether or not the final syllable is ingressive or egressive. The suffix always has the opposite airflow as the final syllable of the infinitive verb. As you can see here, this is the verb conjugation chart. The acute symbol on top of the M representing inhalation, and the circle on top of it representing exhalation.
Okay.
Past, future, and present tense conjugations are similar but with prefixes instead of suffixes. Past prefixes are ch and ech. Present prefixes are ne and e. Future prefixes are ts and ots. The rule on whether or not the prefix is ingressive depends on whether or not the first syllable is ingressive or egressive. You'll always have the opposite air direction of the first syllable.
There's some Santa vibes here.
Yeah, a little bit.
Other grammar. Possession. Possession isn't shown in any specific way. You just place the pronoun in front of the noun you want to show as being possessed. Negation.
Okay.
When you're negating a statement, use the word for no or tsai after the verb you are negating. Factual statements. In Grangan, when you want to say that something is factual, as in you can't do something, use the infinitive version of the verb instead of conjugating.
Interesting.
Interesting, okay.
The Roman adaptation of the Grangan alphabet has 20 letters, including uppercase and lowercase forms. The letters are G, T, P, Eng, N, M, S, C, X, H, W,
Do you know who you're showing this video to?
E with circumflex, E, O, A, I with circumflex, representing the sounds.
Okay.
He calls it Agma, that's very weird.
Okay.
You're literally the only person I've ever heard call it Agma.
All the cool kids.
Order. There are also digraphs including GH, SH, TH, TS, PS, and KS. GH represents ch, with the others being quite obvious to English speakers. TH is th, SH is sh, TS is ts, PS is ps, and KS is x.
Gotcha.
There are 3 different diacritics in the Grangan romanization. The circle diacritic on top of any letter makes it egressive. The dash, the acute diacritic on any letter makes it ingressive.
Yeah.
The circumflex diacritic on the vowels and change the sounds to he and he. Alphabet.
Okay.
The Grangan alphabet has 26 letters, which were originally created by us to send to the Grangans as their language originally lacked a writing system, according to the lore of the Grangans.
I see.
The ingressive and egressive accent marks are still pretty much the same as they were in the romanization. They appear at the top of the letter, the dot equals exhalation, and the dash equals inhalation. as you can see, the different letters that represent each of the sounds in the Grangan alphabet.
Aesthetic. Very nice.
And finally, one last thing. This is the big moment. The B-movie script you have all been waiting for. I may struggle an infinite amount with this because of the amount of this language, but let's see what's gonna happen.
I know the feeling.
3, 2, 1.
Good God.
Oh, this is pretty good. This is...
Yeah. Thanks for watching, or as said in Grangan. The formatting for this presentation was done entirely by my friend Meatballs, so huge credits to him. If you want to go watch the video on Grangan lore made by my friend Meatballs, then you can go watch that right on screen, right now.
So that must be the second video, is the Grangan lore.
That is probably about 2 years.
The what? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it would save us a little time if we didn't watch it, but I can say, you should go and look at the Grangan lore.
Yep.
Yeah.
We're mostly judging the language here.
Yeah, exactly. So, so you could go and find the YouTube channel GGR. Look at the beautiful Grangan language here.
Linked in the description eventually.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. It'll be there. So if you're interested in following up on the Grangan lore, go for it. Alright, and our second to last one for the night, we have Panksteruni's... Yeah, also not going to type that out. That's fair. That's fair. Let's see how Panksteruni pronounces their marvelous creation. Oh God! Ooh!
Hey, pause. Okay. No. No. Everyone.
What was that?
Okay, people. You can't keep doing this. This is not how this works. Do you realize that there are people who have headphones on? Not me. I'm not insane enough to listen to these with headphones on, but some people might be.
The psychic damage.
Do you realize what you have done? Don't do this to people, okay? We will have to mute this one too, because this is just unbearable. Good God, this is the worst one yet, I think.
The psychic damage that was just imposed on us.
Yeah,
that is.
Yeah, mute this. Good God.
Oh,
okay,
man.
I'm gonna do another reading. But that will help keep me awake too, because I've already been tired.
Oh my God. Okay.
Preface.
Okay, so Pank is she, her. Okay, anyway.
Pank, she, her. I'm not the best conlang, and there will be unintentional discrepancies, and some things will not be explained because there is a lot. Some aspects of this conlang include hurting yourself or potentially others to communicate. I beg of you, do not do this. Another one of those that are illegal to speak.
Another illegal one for the disclaimer.
With that being said, though.
With that being said, that, oh God, there it is.
We have that, the language that hates you too. Otherwise known as, I'm not gonna pronounce that.
Okay, I have to turn this audio on just for a second to see if there's gonna be a pronunciation of this.
Not that loud.
No, there's not. It's just suffering.
It is not. Phonology. Sorry, phonology. Oh God. You're in the way. I can't read what this says.
I see. Oh wait, hang on a sec. There we go.
Pausing would help.
Yeah.
No, that's one back. I do not have the time to explain all phonemes. It's a video. What do you mean you don't have the time? Okay. Murgle.
Okay.
I'm going to hate saying this. Yes, I could see why. Amazement. There's a link to what is. It's a phonemic hyperlink.
Just a vocabulary.com.
Yeah. We have Galigi. Movement, question mark. And food. Food, I can't talk anymore.
Eat a jelly bean. Okay. Slam your head on a desk once.
I'm going to hate saying this, yeah. Oh, amazement, that is probably a Rickroll. Galigi, movement, food. Okay, so these are column titles. So this is a very scuffed table.
I see. Okay. And
bite your finger, another YouTube link. Glee, 2 sit-ups, lick your lips.
I'm very confused.
Keep in mind that these are phonemes.
Yeah, exactly.
Toaster 4 slice, Geek Chef stainless steel toaster with extra wide slots, 4-slot toaster with bagel defrost cancel function, dual control panel of 4 toasting bread shade settings, removable crumb trays, high lift lever, ETL.
Okay.
Free space, you don't have to do anything, though it's still marked in the orthography and causes problems. Win a game of Pong, 1st to 5. Recite the inspirational speech.
I'm so confused.
Play the little game.
The little game.
The inspirational speech. Miscellaneous. Win a game of Among Us. It's more so a syllabic consonant, you fucking idiot.
Of course. What are we witnessing here? Okay.
Answer 8 math questions. Dance to Caramel Dancing 8 times. Gleegi times 8. Spin 8 times. Eat something with more than 8 calories.
Wow.
We have a rock category now. That does not make this a rock lang.
Download 8 PNGs of rocks, goddamn.
God. Download 8 PNGs of rocks. Count to 8, draw 8 of what, I wonder? 88888, that's the brilliant slide title.
Yeah.
Explaining certain phonemes. I'm using extensions here, lol. We have the word indemnification.
So, I guess this is just vocabulary.com right here.
Yeah. Plurgled amazement. I still don't know what plurgled means. This is the entire B movie, but sped up 20,000 times.
Yes.
You have to watch all the video before moving on to pronouncing the next phoneme. I see how it is.
Okay.
I've seen that one, I think. Plurgled Gleegi. Play a song of your choosing. Open a new YouTube tab and play a song of your choosing. Okay.
This is more of a ritual than a language. Like
it is more of a ritual. Yeah, like I feel like I'm summoning I don't know what but something, and it probably speaks Seraphim.
Okay, another.
Put this video on a tab and let it play. If you have to say this phoneme while it's still going, duplicate the same tab and so on.
I don't even need to know what it is.
Is heroness a word?
Heroness. To be like a heron? I don't know.
Yeah. Oh, toaster 4 slice, Geek Chef stainless steel toaster with extra wide slots, 4-slot toaster with bagel defrost cancel function, dual control panel of 6 toasting bread shade settings, removable crumb trays, high lift lever. ETL, I'm going to hate saying this. I feel like I'm reading I don't know what, but something. Free space, you don't have to do anything, though it's still marked in the orthography and causes problems. You don't have to do anything to pronounce this phoneme. I guess this could be considered just emptiness.
Just null.
Yeah.
And then there's a
we have a variant. Toaster 4 slice, Geek Chef stainless steel toaster with extra wide slots, 4-slot toaster with bagel defrost cancel function, dual control panel of 6 toasting bread shade settings, removable crumb glaze, high lift lever, and ETL amazement. Win a game of Pong first to 5. Apparently there's a website for that. Use this website and launch a game of Pong on single player. Any difficulties acceptable.
Help us all.
Help us all. Word will define who you are to others. The way we use words gives people a great description of what you are like. For example, Joyce Mayer stated, "Our words will either bring life and victory or death and destruction." This means that deconstructive words will only bring other people down but help pull, and good words can bring others to victory.
This is the inspirational speech. Where does it come
Toaster
from?
4-slice Geek Chef stainless steel toaster with extra slots, 4-slot toaster with bagel defrost cancel function, dual control panel of 6 toasting bread shade settings, removable crumb trays, high lift lever, ATL movement. Play the little game. This is probably the most important thing, and I'm going to expand on this later. Open up a new notepad or any sort of document to store text. If this is the first time you're saying this phoneme in a message, then use a random number generated between 1 and 100 to paste that result onto the notepad. You repeat this process, adding to the list each time you pronounce this phoneme until either you get the digits 1 or 0 that collide with another 1 or 0, so 1 1 or 0 0, this, in which case you lose the game. You have to start over with the current word you were pronouncing, or you were able to finish the message you were speaking. In both cases, you can close the notepad until you need it again. The game should look akin to this in the text document: 7320456120447514837381119. They lost, apparently.
I lost the game. Alright, anyway.
8.
Okay.
This is apparently showcasing a random... I do love the font on the generate button.
Yeah, that's just a screenshot of it. It's not the whole thing. Okay. Yeah, okay. And then...
888... Hey, wait. 88888888 speed round.
Okay. And
8-1.
Yeah, I get
I believe you can find any math worksheet on the internet and just do 8 problems. 8-2, play Caramel Dance 8 times and do the dance each 8 times, permitted to speed up the song. 8-3, just say Gliggy 8 times in a row. 8-4, self-explanatory. 8-5 to 8-7, the same. 8-8, any medium will do in order to draw 8. I still have no idea what that means, but alright.
Just confusion.
Orthography. So we have 1 1 2 3 5, and we have the letter B indexed with 1 for personal distinction. 2 4, capital letter I or L, I can't quite tell. 8 7 4. Colon 3, that is probably supposed to be an emoticon. That reminds me of the Uwu language. A full stop, from what I can tell, a plus minus sign, an O with a tilde and a cute, and this is a Germanic. No, this is the lowercase Greek letter di gamma. Then an S, a capital B, and a lambda with some sort of stroke going through it. A $sign, comma, dot, comma, a stretched picture of a cat or a picture of a stretched cat, I can't quite tell. Alternatively, B, a B index 3 for personal distinction. Double P, whatever that is. You know, Cyrillic, can you tell what that is?
That is the... Okay, so that symbol is used differently in different, Slavic languages. And it's also a weird cursed variety of it. Like, without the little top flat part on the top left branch, it could be cha, it could be tsa, it could be tsa, depending on the language.
In and of itself.
Yeah, and then this is a version of it that has an extra little thing stuck on top of it that I have no idea what that's for.
Okay, then we have a T, a D, and something that doesn't render properly, either on purpose or an accident.
Probably on purpose.
Okay. Oh, orthography not done yet. Continued. We have 4, 1, 2, 8, 8, 9, 4 hash signs. A Q, B this time, B2 for personal distinction. Fuck. Y, B, X, U, O, A, E, I. U with what looks like some sort of Vietnamese accent, and the H with an elongated stem, and then the infinity sign.
Great. Absolutely great.
Emptiness.
There we go.
Syllable structure, it's CVMVC, C for consonant, V for vowel, that's apparently the 888888888 category, and sometimes 451. M for a Murgle consonant, I still don't know what a Murgle consonant is. And now the epitome of misery, also known as grammar.
As always.
As ever. To start off, syntax that are a bunch of catch-all shit. In writing, there is no way to signal the end of a sentence or the start of a new word. Okay, so it's Latin. SVO word order. Adjectives precede nouns. They're also written and spoken twice, you know, for emphasis. Actually, how about we add another one after the noun? I just don't think whoever was listening heard you loud and clear. Plurality is written by underlining the word, and when speaking you have to say, I love the Bee Movie anytime during a word. Same thing with negation. So remember when I mentioned the seraphim earlier, I think you need more than one mouth to be able to do this, so I probably wasn't too far off. And all words are inflected in the process I call the filter when writing.
The filter.
Good God.
Okay.
Oh, I dropped the this isn't even a handkerchief, but still. The filter, cursed temporal. Time closest to when this word is being spoken. 3:53 a.m. A circumflex?
Or a
accent?
carrot?
Not really, it's just the letter.
I think it's just a
9:27 p.m. Yeah, just a carrot. Ampersand followed by a carrot. 12 a.m. the @ sign, but this time was a prefix. Unindicated or beyond human comprehension. Null. So that's the default. That's good to know. Time zones are not accounted for.
Okay. Great. Go on. There we go.
The filter, moral. Whether or not that it is compatible with current moral standards. Yes. Okay, trailing Y. No. A quadruple trailing M may or may not be immoral. An M, an uppercase N, an uppercase M, and a few more of these. Immoral as fuck. I've come to make an announcement. Okay, I'm not reading out all of that.
It's the Eggman's announcement.
Is it? Oh, I see. And then amoral, a trailing exclamation point.
Great, great.
The filter, sacrificial. Yeah, this really is a ritual of some sort at this point.
This is more
amount of anguish that is garnered by using this word. None. That's the default. That's good at least. A bit. Awe. This kind of hurts. Awe. Sadness. A with a star. I'm going to die. A superscript. Greek letter beta. So this means that it's what that typically stands for is like compressed rounding.
Yep.
All letters are superscripted with this, including the previous affixes.
Oh God.
The filter, emotional. The current emotions that the recipient of this message is feeling at this moment. I'm surprised that there haven't been any spelling mistakes here, candidly, as of recently. Although they misspelled the word color here, they forgot the U. Neutral or null is null. Negative is colored red. Positive, pink. And if both apply, so if you're feeling conflicted, you make it blue and green evenly. The filter, redundant. Nothing. When it isn't redundant, whatever that is. Verb conjugations in writing. Big past tense, little past tense, and present tense. we just have a U with a diaresis, some sort of Arabic letter, and perfective and imperfective. And apparently this replaces the entire verb. That's good to know.
Oh God.
Adjective inflection. Base adjective is the default. Negative is this guy.
It's the mega mind and no bitches.
Mega mind, yes. Good is unpronounced. Not good is make a snow angel on the floor. I do hope you live on the South Pole or something, or high up in the mountains. Otherwise, you will be unable to speak this language in summer. Pronouns. What in the world is that?
Freaking Barry Benson.
Barry, yeah. Who's that again?
The main character of the B movie, of course.
Oh, right. I haven't seen the B movie in like a decade, so bear with me.
Unacceptable. It's the spiritual sacred text of our generation. Oh, good. The filter's over.
Thank goodness. Okay. Whatever that is, I love you, or as of speaking, it is around 12 a.m. Actually, it will be soon, honestly, at this rate. And with decent morality and great affection, I demand that I love you. I demand that I love you is a brilliant sentence. And this sort of hard to say. And I presume that you feel positive after I said the word love.
Obviously. Is that it? No, it's not. Oh, God.
It is not. Intensity and amplitude. All consonants have a set numerical value that contribute to 1 or both meters each time it is said. Intensity can be expressed by omega and amplitude with capital Omega. There are other factors that increase the meters, like losing the game. Intensity, none, level 1, level 2, adds to the amount you have to do to say the phoneme. 3 at level 1 intensity is saying glee approximately 2 times instead of just once. It also increases the value of all phonemes by 1. Amplitude, none or maximum. At maximum value, amplitude increases the severity of the pronunciation of the phoneme. 1 becomes... I'm not pronouncing that. Instead of usually, that's a bit more reasonable, but I'm not pronouncing that either. And we have 2, meters on the right. You may pause to look, you're in the way.
At the slides
longer. We've been doing that since the start of the video. I think we got that.
Yeah, I think we got that covered.
Intensity and amplitude continued. Both of these videos are recorded for a total of 3 messages. I'll define what a message is in a second. Yeah, we've been talking about this for 7 minutes of video time and I still don't know what a message is. This is not how you do this. This is the opposite order in which you typically define things. After those 3 messages, the progress resets and the count starts again upon speaking. However, if you hit the limit on any of the meters before it can reset, it will stay that way. This is not recorded in writing though, so be careful. A message can be any length, but it is basically your line of dialogue in a play script. That does not help, I think. Now we will see what exactly changes when intensity or amplitude is achieved. Phonemes that are not listed don't change, okay? Good God. Intensity level 1. 1 that. 1 2 randomvocabulary.com words. 1 3 glee times 2. 1 5 eat 3 jelly beans. 2 1 slam your head twice. 3 3 that times 2. 4 2 win 2 games of Pong. 4 3 recite the inspirational speech thrice. 4 4 play the game thrice. Also raises the numerical value of most phonemes by 1.
Somehow I doubt we're going to be seeing a spoken translation of the B movie script.
Yeah, possibly. That is.
I'm getting that feeling by this point.
Okay, here we go. Intensity level 2 maximum intensity. 1 1 that times 5. 1 2 3 randomvocabulary.com words. 1 3 glee times 5. 1 5 eat 10 jelly beans. 2-2, watch the B movie sped up thrice. 2-5, drink 12 sips of water. 3-1, bite your finger twice. 3-2, open up 5 tabs of that same video. 3-3, that times 5. 3-4, do 24 pickups. 4-2, win 5 games of Pong. 4-3, recite the inspirational spetch quince. That is not a word, but I like the spirit. It also says times 4. So does that mean times 20? Play the game 29 times. That's 4-4. 4-1, win 2 games of Among Us. 8-8, draw the number 8 times. I also love how there's a space after the comma in 1-5 and 4-4, but not in any of the others.
Can you even win Pong? Isn't it just something you get a score on and then it just ends? There is no winning in Pong.
I guess if the ball goes through 5 times, you win. I don't know. I haven't played Pong in like a long time. Maximum amplitude. Go back a slide. Wasn't this already maximum amplitude? Oh, that was maximum intensity. My bad. That's
big
not the same thing,
big difference.
Okay, here we go. I'm having to constantly drink water as I recite this because otherwise my throat is gonna die.
Yeah.
1-1. Still that. 1-2, the vocabulary.com words you pronounce now must be verbs only. 1-4, take a nap. Yeah, I'm gonna do that soon. 1-5, go to the nearest Wendy's restaurant and order chicken nuggets. 2-1, knock your head against the ceiling really hard. That is very hard to do. My ceiling is 3 meters high. That is very hard to do. 2-2, actually watch the entire B movie with no speed up. Crying for that amount of time will also do. 2-4, take a hike into the woods or hills or mountains and let the wilderness reclaim you. That's gonna be, yeah. 2-5, give yourself alcohol poisoning. 3-1, cry. Yeah, I'm about to. 3-4, perform a decently long workout. 3-5, make very hideously long slurping noises. So speak gum smack. Make absolute sure someone is near you while doing this. 4-1, anti-free space. Otherwise known as the capitalist phony. Buy something off of Amazon.com to appease Jeff Bezos.
I think it have to be that four slot toaster.
Yeah, that's that toaster.
Yeah.
Play 1 game of Cry Control. Nothing happens if you lose. You just have to play it. Yell the inspirational spetch. I promise you'll need it. I do need an inspirational spetch just about now, honestly. 4-4, the losing conditions have been expanded. Now colliding 2s, 9s, the sequence 5-5-5, the sequence is 35-19, 57-96, 44-1. Will make you lose the game. 1 isn't the sequence, but alright. 8-8, draw 8 in very high quality. I still don't know what they mean by draw 8.
I had no idea. And what is
what's with 4-4?
Yeah, what is 4-4? The soft lock?
Oh god. The soft lock. Because of maximum intensity and amplitude, you may find that 4-4 is very, very hard to say without losing. Go back one. I want to say what 4-4 is. I want to know that.
I think
what was that?
There's been 4-4s on all of these. Oh, it's this. Okay.
It's the game.
The expansion of the losing conditions.
Without losing, approximately 0.0016799999999% win rate. Because of this, you just keep having to repronounce the word every time you lose the game, effectively and perpetually putting you in a soft lock. Now you have 2 choices. You could either stay in the soft lock, potentially for days, months, years, hoping that you get through and continue your message. Or you can start a completely new message only once, giving you a second chance. However, Your intensity and amplitude is not reset, and will no longer be reset after every 3 messages. The next time you get soft lock, you will no longer be able to speak the language, as it would be ungrammatical. But there's more. That word, dead, literally fucked by that meter.
Oh, God.
Reputation. The meters aren't the only thing you have to worry about. Reputation is a system that always decreases based on certain wrongdoings. Native speakers started with a reputation of 1,000 when they're born. Non-native speakers have a reputation of 600 when they first speak the language, even if they are just starting to learn. Here's the full list of things that can lower your reputation. Speaking filler words like -10. Losing the game, -111. Sarcasm, -25. Mispronunciation, -35. Writing, mistypes when you misspell. That's ironic. That's very ironic. Something, but immediately corrected, -16. Typos when you misspell something, but don't correct it in time, -20. Not using the cat in orthography, -324.
Oh, God.
I love the misspell. Reputation continued, but wait, there's more. There is a way to regain reputation by subscribing to Agma Schwa's Patreon.
Hey, yo.
Everyone, go subscribe to Agma on Patreon. Woo! Or any amount of money as a donation. This will grant you a measly 15 reputation points in return. This is only available for native speakers, though. :3.
Okay.
When reputation reaches 0 or below, speakers towards you will use a derogatory particle at the end of their messages. That, which means asshole.
Okay.
When your reputation reaches -200 or below, it would be no longer grammatical to speak to you. Therefore, you're shunned from society. Anyone caught talking to you at this stage of reputation will have theirs plummet straight to -100. Oh, and remember the choice provided when in a soft lock. That choice is only permitted to people with a reputation of 400 and above, and so if otherwise, you're fucked.
Oh, and then there it is. Let's turn on the audio for a second to see if there's anything
Just quiet.
here.
Don't turn it up that high, Agma. Are you insane?
Let's see. Anything? Anyone? Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
This is like forbidden backrooms knowledge here. This is the ritual that it's like mathematically impossible to get to.
Yeah.
This is the reality we can never experience. Yeah.
Yeah? Would you? Didn't have privacy and run out of time. Oh yeah,
I'm sure those are the only reasons.
You had enough time to make all of this.
I'm sure those are the only reasons.
Yeah. Okay, this one is actually a video now.
Yes. Okay, number 69, Kate's language.
Yeah, I've seen some of that in DMs, so this is gonna be interesting.
And this is the last one for the night, and it's an actual video.
Hello all, I'm the Panplate. In today's video, I'm showing a conlang which I made for the Agma Schwa's Cursed Conlang contest. The name of this conlang is Paxalau, which means it's just a combination of the words pickaxe, axe, shovel, and hoe. And it's named this way because of the fact that you use a pickaxe, axe, shovel, and hoe to speak the language.
Okay.
Pretty important. Because this language, it doesn't have phonemes. It has blockemes. And so blockemes are the main building blocks of any given word. A word is just a set of blockemes, and the blockemes are pickaxe, axe, shovel, and hoe, or they're blocks that are effectively mined using those tools. And then also there are more blockemes for if the stack of that block is 1 or 2 blocks tall. Then we also have clothemes, because when you're mining the word, you want to be able to do a little bit extra. So when you're mining the word to speak it, you can add more meaning with your helmet type and your legging trim color. The helmet type, which could be no helmet, leather, iron, gold, or diamond, just denotes mainly the part of speech of the word. Whereas the legging trim color is used to denote like specific things within each part of the grammar. we have none, amethyst, emerald, gold, lapis, and redstone. Those are the 6 types of armor trim you can have. And then there's also the crouching, which is just whether or not you're crouched while mining the word.
Gotcha.
Then here's the romanization, because I wanted to be able to write down words. The romanization is supposed to be written using Comic Sans. If it's not written using Comic Sans, it's not an official version of the romanization.
That seems to be a trend.
And the blockemes are represented using just the first letter of their effective tool, capitalized if the blockeme is 2 blocks tall. And then the clotheme is placed before the blockemes, because remember, a word is a set of blockemes. So before the word, basically, you put the blockeme, and you represent the helmet type and the first letter of the trim resource. The L's are always capitalized. I found it's easier to tell that it's an L when you capitalize it, and I just think it's funny to have capital L's.
We were talking about that earlier.
It's a Cursed Conlang.
Yeah.
It's great. If both of the armor trims, or also for the nothing, you just use underscore to really just show that it's nothing easily. And if there's if both of them are none, then you just don't write the underscores. And then crouchemes, they go on either side of the word, either side of the blockemes of the word. And they go between the clothemes and the blockemes at the beginning of the word. And they're either brackets, square brackets, for when you're uncrouched, or parentheses for when you're crouched.
I also love the in the background there.
Yeah. I also want to just mention about Comic Sans. There's literally, like, a couple blocks away from me, there is a cemetery, and the logo, like the sign for this cemetery, is written in fancily engraved Comic Sans. It is a giant stone monument at the entrance of this place, just
brilliant,
proudly standing in Comic Sans for a funeral home and cemetery.
That's brilliant. It's a certified Arizona moment.
Yeah.
And then the orthography is not really the orthography, it's more the traditional way that it's written in the language when people are actually using it. Not written.
Love how they're almost
traditional blocks
now.
they use for speaking it. Traditionally, for the pickaxe blocks, they'll use cobblestone. For the oak blocks, they'll use oak planks. Or for the axe blocks, they'll use oak planks. For shovel, they use sand. For hay bales, for the hoe tool, they'll use hay bales. And then also, blocks with no effective tool can be used as spaces and sentence breaking. And the traditional block for that is TNT, because it's instantly mined, not because it's easily explosive.
That's
sure. Related.
Sure, Kate.
Clothemes and crouchemes, there's no traditional way to do it, or there's no like specific way to write it down. This is not an orthography, and they can only be represented while a speaker is mining the blockemes. And then also speakers will use the armor type of their leggings to show their status within the culture. So like a really rich player in a world that speaks this would wear netherite leggings for all their trims. Whereas a poorer player might use just diamond or iron, and maybe leather if they're just starting out. And then the wild trim is the most often used trim because it's easy to see what trim someone's wearing from all sides when the wild trim is on the leggings. The helmet, the armor type, the worn helmet, is used to declare the part of speech of the word currently being mined. Leather helmets are used for inanimate nouns. Iron helmets are used for animate nouns and pronouns. Gold helmets are used for adjectives. Diamond helmets are used for verbs. And if you're not wearing a helmet, that's just for other words. I wasn't sure where to put them.
Your inventory is gonna be full just with like gear.
It's based on the helmet type. So diamond always goes first, and then iron, and then leather. That's always the order of words in a sentence. However, adjectives go directly before the words they modify, just to make it easier to tell what's going on. And then the other words, I just put them where it felt right. I don't think there's any specific rules for where they go. Verbs are inflected synthetically via the armor trim worn and whether or not they're crouching. As you can see on the chart on the right, it's a bunch, but I'll explain it. There are 6 main tenses which correspond to the 6 main ways you can have armor trims. For the future, you would wear emerald trim leggings. For the present, you'd wear no trim. For past, you'd wear amethyst trim. For the subjunctive, you'd use redstone trim. For gnomic, you'd use gold trim, habitual, lapis trim. And also the infinitive is the same as the present positive. And crouching is used to signify a negative versus a positive meaning. Like can't versus can't.
I had a feeling it would be used
one's
for that.
negative, one's positive.
Yeah, yeah.
That's what that means. And then nouns, there are two classes of nouns, as you can tell from the iron and leather helmet. We have the animate nouns and the inanimate nouns.
Uh-huh.
Each class declines for case almost identically, but there are differences, and those differences are worth noting. Crouching usually declares plurality. In animate nouns, having no armor trim means nominative case, and having amethyst means accusative case. But in inanimate nouns, that's swapped over. Having no armor trim means accusative case, whereas having an armor trim means nominative case.
That makes sense.
Again, full inventory.
And then also animate nouns, they have a distinction between inalienable and alienable possession, because animate nouns are more likely to be able to choose with their owning. And instead of having an illative or elative case, which is into or out of, animate nouns have a vocative case, because you're more likely to address an animate noun than an inanimate noun, and also you're less likely to be inside of an animate noun.
I guess that's fair.
Adjectives, they just agree in legging type or legging trim type with the noun they modify, and then also they crouch to show whether they're agreeing with an animate or inanimate noun. Pretty simple. And here's the example text. I'm not going to read it, there's no way to pronounce it, but at the end is a video where I can speak it. This just shows what everything looks like.
Wait, what?
Just the audio is being messed up again.
Gotcha. I haven't even played a Minecraft version that has armor trim on it. That's in like the newest version, isn't it?
I have no idea what that even is, candidly, yeah.
Yeah, because that's like... obviously Kate was waiting for this version of Minecraft to come out to make this happen in that case, because that's like... that must be fresh. Alright, I can't wait to see this this performance here.
Here is the video. Let's watch it.
Oh god, the pausing didn't help, but it's fine. There's no audio.
Yeah, no audio. Oh god. the armor changing. Oh my god. It's like that's impressive, but very, very painstaking. It's like, well, watch out, Klongcraft. There's a secret meta milk laying coming your way. Watch out for people speaking Paxilo under the table.
So yeah, that was the sample text, and here are the credits. I'm the person who made the language, but I do have to shout out my sibling for originally suggesting I make a Minecraft language. If it weren't for my sibling suggesting that, I would not have made this language. And yeah, it was fun to make.
Nice.
Nice.
Alright, yep, haha, 69. Nice. That's all we're doing for tonight on this fourth session of judging.
God.
How much literal time do we have left? 11 hours left. We've passed the halfway mark? We've passed the halfway mark. We've passed the halfway mark in terms of literal video time. Yeah. And so we got some nice surprises coming for us next time.
We've only been recording for 5 hours.
Yeah. Alright, I'm turning off this recording.
Please.
My hair will be a little longer in the next clip in the final video. Alright, bye. Intermission time. Hey you! You're a nerd. Just like me. How else did you end up here? You know what I did throughout my entire childhood? I built a civilization in my parents' yard with my friends, filled the lakes and rivers with water, and documented in detail the history of everything that happened there. I called it Elfwonk Casanosha. This went on from 2007 to 2014, when I was out at a Boy Scout camp for a week and my mom decided to flatten the yard country because the yard was full of weeds and looked disgusting. After returning home and having the first legitimate mental breakdown in my young life, I decided to never let this go. I revamped the documentation of the history of Alphonse Casanosha over the next few years, converting my childhood cat scratch into a comprehensive world history of thousands of years, inhabited by anthropomorphic dog people, with several people groups and characters being inspired by the pet dogs in my life. Roxy became the Rook Solutions, Frankie, the Fwanels, the Fwanel Peninsula, Alphonse Casanosha, Cleo, the Cleo, and so on. I began to create a language, one intended to be spoken in this region, the Fwanel Peninsula. I made this language, and my friends thought it was kind of cool, but it was actually only the alphabet that really stuck. We used that alphabet as a secret code for a while through middle school and high school. Only in 2017 did I learn that conlanging was something that people did and talked about online. So my view of language and thus my life changed forever. I revamped the old language, called it Nyarhuacatao. I did the whole kitchen sink spiel where I just tried to make it the opposite of English and piled in like everything. And my teachers were impressed, but I wasn't. I went to Arizona State University, originally as a mathematics major, but I switched to linguistics when my obsession fully consumed me. Soon enough, Nyarhuacatao became Arodjun, and Arodjun became my honors thesis project that I needed to write an enormous grammar of and present to my linguistics professors in order to graduate. I decided in late 2019 to casually start releasing videos of me developing my honors thesis conlang project on YouTube, showing the development of Arodjun over the months through the memes that I dubbed over. In March of 2020, I had the whole thesis defense party set up. There was going to be friends and family from throughout all the eras of my life there in person to celebrate this extremely weird 200 plus page grammar I had written. But then, the week before the thesis defense, the world shut down. But by then I had about 300 subscribers who were waiting to see a recording of my defense. So I decided to turn that defense into a live stream event. So my friends, professors, and original YouTube subscribers were all there as I presented Arodjun to the world as a complete conlang for the first time. I continued to edit Arodjun over time, and I DM'd a couple RPG campaigns with my friends taking place in this world, which put together the foundation of many potential future stories that could take place after the destruction of my childhood yarn model. After Eternal typeset my Arodjun defense with me and we published it through Amazon, I began work on a comic that would take place in my dog people world, in a story set years after the original timeline of the yard model was so disgracefully destroyed. This comic would be readable in English or Arodjun, since there are now several ways to learn elements of Arodjun on the internet. I spent way too much time perfecting the script of the first episode, making sure I was properly setting up all the various plots and intrigues for the first character arc. After learning how to draw on a tablet, writing and rewriting the script, drawing the art, translating the dialogue into Arodjun, and working with Eternal to get the webpage up on nga.org, the first chapter of my comic, Jojawa Jorork, The Days of Entropy, or its English title, Dog Days, was finally released to the world. I made a video announcement for it, and it was my worst performing video in a long time. Maybe partially because the thumbnail wasn't very gripping, I don't know, but anyway, I presume this video will be getting more views than that one, so I've trapped you into hearing about the comic. Take that. So seriously, I would love for people to read it. I don't really have a way to track how many people read it aside from like Google Analytics, I guess, and I don't really have a way to make money off of it yet. It's literally just a passion project that I want people to read and know about and, you know, maybe enjoy. Chapter 2 is underway. A few of its pages should be up on nga.org by the time the circus comes out, but if not, my patrons have already seen it, and my channel members have already seen it. They get to see the pages in both languages long before everybody else does, so I guess you could consider that a way to make money off of it, technically. But I don't think any of my current patrons came for the comic. It's just a little added bonus. But anyway, I digress. Go to nga.org/comic to read Dog Days. enjoy the plot, learn some Arodjun, maybe both. Anyway, let's resume. Let's return to the cursed content. Okay, this is the real recording. Here we are. Well, welcome back, Eternal. Here we are.
Back, yes.
Another 2 weeks later, which
something like that. When did we start working on this? Good God.
Like mid-September, I think. Something
It is
like
now
that.
the end of October.
Yeah, it is. All I'll say is that the 2 weeks of space that happened needed to happen, because these have been like some of the busiest weeks of my life in terms of my job and landscaping and life stuff happening, and it just chaos. And that is still continuing to this day. I have managed to fit in this slot on a Saturday, but Friday was busy with the ever so important task of watching the Five Nights at Freddy's movie.
Interesting.
Very, very valid. But yeah, so I was talking a lot last night, discussing the intricacies of the lore and stuff, obviously. Yes. Also, in the past 2 weeks, I have like 2,000 more subscribers than last time. So that's like...
Wait, that means you're like a, what, 11K or something now, or what?
12K.
Well, good God.
Yeah, exactly. And, yeah, so to commemorate my desperate quest for energy, I am going to consume the nightly oat milk cold brew straight off the bat because I'm exhausted. There we go. That's the oat milk
I'm gonna wait
brew
for
failure.
I don't even know how long.
I mean, yeah. We were up until like 4 a.m. last night, just kind of...
It is 4 a.m.
Oh, there you go.
It would have been. It was going to be 4 a.m. until the clocks jumped back an hour.
Again, certified non-Arizona problem.
I thought I'd get to start a bit earlier today because you said, okay, 3:30. Okay, I can work with that. No, you were lying. It's actually 4:30. Discord lied to me. It said it was 3:30. It was going to be 4:30. Of course, it actually ended up being 3:30 because clocks suck, but still.
Discord didn't want to account for the hour that vanished, like, or appeared.
Why is it 4:30 and not 3:30? Why is it not an hour earlier like usually?
Alright, also Linguistics wanted me to tell the world hi. So even if this is like 12 hours into an enormous video, everyone say hi to Linguistics in the comments.
Well, I think it's hi for this session because he was here before.
Yeah, exactly. back in like the first session.
I think it's second. I think it is because the first doesn't have. Oh, I think he joined halfway through.
It's blurring together at this point. I don't even know.
Yeah, good God.
With that in mind, I think I've got probably energy for 3 hours of this tonight. Let us begin.
Let's see. Did you hold on? Is this the right video, Agma?
No. You're. I'm about to pull up the right one. Because we already did that one.
The last one that we looked at, or something like that. Yeah.
Something like that. It was just the first link that the Brave browser brought up. But anyway, our real first one for tonight is Agma by Viggo Stromberg.
This is boding well already.
So I'm very interested to see what Agma turns into. Yeah, so again, speeding things up at least a little bit is probably just gonna kind of be the default unless they're already speaking fast. Yeah, so we'll see, and then we might have to up the video. I think we can manage. Yeah.
Agmes, my entry for Agma Schwa's second Cursed Conlang Circus contest. Sadly, I didn't have time to record anything other than me reading the B-movie opening in Agmes, so you will have to put up with this text-to-speech voice.
That should be
Agmes, the language is called Ung, because Agma is the best nasal, as you should know.
Correct.
You see, Agmes has no vowel nasal phonemes, and instead the nucleus of a syllable is always a syllabic nasal consonant. Plosives and affricates are allowed in the coda of a syllable, but they must have the same place of articulation as the nasal. Codas that consist of S, followed by a voiceless non-retroflex plosive, or Z followed by a voiced non-retroflex plosive, are also allowed, as well as codas that are just S, or Z. After the retroflex nasal, S and Z become retroflex. The first syllable of a word has high tone, and all following syllables have low tone. The word order is SVO clauses are not required to have dummy subjects, and can instead simply have no subject. Verbs are preceded by M and direct objects are preceded by N. Verbs are negated by replacing them with NT before the verb. The copula is NJ, and it does not have M before it when it is the main verb of a clause, but it does have UNT before it when negated. The word for exists is NSP, and the thing that exists can be either the subject or the object. Adverbs come before verbs, but after M or NT. When the copula has adverbs before it, and it is not negated, M is placed before the adverbs, like with other verbs. Auxiliary verbs are placed before the verbs they modify. Adjectives come before nouns, and have the word ns after them. Numbers do not need the word ns. The word njst, which means what or which, also does not need the word ns when used like an adjective or an adverb. It is possible to turn a multi-word noun phrase into an adjective using an s. Adverbs can be created in a similar manner using an s. Possession is also marked using an s. Definiteness is marked with the word agma, which is put before the noun it modifies. Adjectives are put before the word agma. Relative clauses are put before the noun that they modify and have ns after them. If the modified noun is the subject of the relative clause, then the subject is omitted in the relative clause. Otherwise, the slot where the modified noun would go is filled.
Just take in this sentence for a second. Like what?
The bee that I see.
How are you supposed to pronounce that?
I can't wait to find out. This is, I think this is the most nasal language that we've gotten so far.
Probably, yeah.
This is extremely nasal. I like it.
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
With the word miss. A relative clause that ends with ns and has no modified noun after it is a free relative clause. A subordinate clause introduced by a conjunction, like agma skj, nzg, or nzb, can be moved to the start, and when this is done the word retroflex nzb is placed after it, before the rest of the clause. There are no words for more or most, and instead nzd, which means less, and nzd nzd, which means least, must be used. The following is a reading of the B-movie opening in Agmies.
Here we go.
I'm sorry for the leaf blower in the background.
Okay. This is like the bad ending of Sanskrit.
Vowels needs them anyway.
Yeah.
Like wrote the language to PIE, all the invented vowels.
Yeah, exactly. Oh. Okay. There we go. Beautiful. Our next one is Mpia Teostoea by Science Meets Fiction. And this one is long, so
we'll see.
So don't be offended if we speed it up. We gotta. Oh. Okay. No, not theater mode. Oh, there we go.
Hello, Conlang enthusiasts. I'm taking a break from my usual math and science content in this video to show you my submission to Agma Schwa's second annual Cursed Conlang Circus.
Hey.
This is Impua Teostorea, the language of all time.
Okay.
So I didn't have any clever ideas for rocks or a posteriori languages in this contest, but I think I did come up with something interesting. Impua Teostorea is the language of time travelers.
Oh god.
Optimized for the needs of time travelers, sort of, and most definitely cursed for everyone else.
Speaking of time, I am going to speed it up a little bit.
Sure.
Yeah, just a 1.25 for now.
The context. When I say Impua Teostoea is the language of time travelers, I specifically mean it is spoken in the many worlds model of time travel.
Oh god.
In which going back and changing the past splits off a new timeline, and you can always go back to your home timeline, like in this diagram. Think Avengers Endgame or just plain multiverse stories rather than Terminator or Interstellar.
I see. Okay.
That is, you can go back to your home timeline if you...
What?
How is no one bringing up Back to the Future? That's like the first thing you think of.
Yeah, really. Okay, but we're in multiple worlds, sacred timelines, endgame content. Okay, I'll take it.
If you have a working quantum homing device. You do have a working quantum homing device, don't you?
Obviously.
You don't want to have to pull a tooth or something to isolate your quantum signature to make a new one.
Amber necklaces.
Anyway, that's the environment that Impua Teostoea developed in. And Impua Teostoea needs to be a very complex language because time travel can get very, very, very complicated.
Wait, what is that? The noodle incident.
What in the world is the noodle incident? What is that diagram?
Is that a reference to something, or is that just...
I couldn't tell. It's not beautiful. Back to the Future. That one is way simpler.
Yeah. The noodle incident is beautiful.
As is tradition, we'll start with the phonology. Impua Teostoea's consonants are
okay.
Na.
Oh god, that is far too simple.
Okay.
So, that's it, just those 6.
Like, what's gonna happen?
But these 6 are pretty much the most universal sounds in human language. You'll find all of them in almost every major language on Earth, and certainly all of those in the top 20. So that part's easy. Impua Teostoea's vowels are a, e,
This is suspiciously normal. I'm scared.
It's just the standard 5 vowel system, but there's a catch. These vowels never appear in isolation. There are no monophthongs in the language.
Oh god.
Instead, the pure vowels are combined into 16 diphthongs, 32 triphthongs, and 8 tetraphthongs for a total of 56 vowels.
Love it.
Why is it like this? Even the native speakers don't know. Although one theory is that it makes it harder to accidentally speak the name of one of the outer gods. For phonotactics, consonant clusters are permitted if they have the same place of articulation, and stops can occur only at the end of a cluster. So that allows these 7.
If they're, oh god.
Syllables are composed of one consonant and one vowel if you treat clusters as single letters. Or it can be just a vowel at the start of a word. Also, there is no phonemic length, tone, or stress, because who needs them when you have 56 vowels? The morphology of Impua Teostoea is fusional, because fusional languages are cool. And that might not sound very cursed until you look at the conjugation table. This is Latin, and Impua Teostoea is crazier than this. Another important feature of the morphology is that derivation of words is often done by vowel mutation. And really, any vowel mutation can work, but there are several major patterns that will appear fairly often. And if you look closely, you'll even see them in this slideshow, especially in the verb forms. Impua Teostoea does have its own writing system. Said writing system treats both consonant clusters and polyphthongs as single letters, which by complete coincidence gives us an alphabet of 69 letters. However, for most of this video, I will use the romanization shown here for the convenience of the viewer. Now it's on to the grammar, and as you might guess, it's this part that's shaped more by it being a language for time travelers. First of all, time travelers soon learn that their actions have huge effects on future timelines, effects that need to be kept track of. This means they care a lot about what is done and what results from it, and not as much about who does it. Thus, Impua Tiostoea's default word order is VOS. For similar reasons, it has ergative absolutive alignment, except in present tenses, where careful tracking of cause and effect is not quite as important. There, the pattern is nominative accusative. Modifiers precede heads, except in negation, where they come before and after. It uses a mix of postpositions and a few circumpositions, and notably, there are very few words for absolutes in the language, because in the multiverse there are no absolutes. Everything that can happen, and a lot of things that can't, do happen in some timeline somewhere. That's not really grammar, but it's important to know for later. To understand how the grammar works in detail, you have to understand how Impua Tiostoea interprets timelines, the temporal deixis of the language. When time travel gets involved, deixis becomes exponentially more complicated because time is no longer linear. You don't have to deal with just past and future. You have to deal with time travelers from different times, possibly interacting at different points in their respective timelines. Think Doctor Who, where the Doctor and River Song were always synchronizing their diaries. To sort through all this, Impua Tiostoea has to handle deixis in not 1, not 2, but 4 time dimensions. The first dimension is Yoa, or the objective linear time we're familiar with. 1945 comes after 1865, and that's always true anytime, anywhere.
Okay, I get it.
The second is Uea, the subjective time of the time traveler. If you go back in time, 1865 comes later in your personal timeline than the 21st century. In fact, time travelers are encouraged to keep diaries tracking both subjective and objective time so they don't get lost. The third dimension is Nsea, usually translated divergence. This is a measure of how far apart whole timelines are from each other, based on how long ago they branched off. For example, a timeline diverging in 1865 is farther away in Nsea than one diverging in 1945, regardless of the details of each timeline. The fourth dimension is the most unusual. It is called Uete, and it doesn't have an exact translation, but it's sometimes translated as negentropy. Uete is roughly defined as distance from normality, but it's normality defined in a very particular way. Not the specific path of history in our timeline, but a statistical normal where things don't get too weird or unlikely in a cosmic sense.
The central finite curve. Oh my god. I like this. I like this.
For example, a timeline where you go to 1865, but don't make any deliberate changes and just see what happens, is close in Uete, close to the statistical normal. A timeline where you go to 1945 and meticulously manipulate events to change the outcome of the war, well, you'd be caught and disciplined by the ethics committee long before you finished.
Oh god, the ethics
But if you did, that would be far in Uete, an unlikely event that requires a lot of intervention to happen. That's how time travel affects deixis, and that will be reflected in some of the grammar. But we're not done yet, because time travel also affects grammatical number. The thing with multiple timelines is that you can have multiple copies of the same person in different timelines. For example, suppose you're studying Abraham Lincoln. In our timeline, he was shot by Booth, but in another, he wasn't. In one timeline, he gets impeached, much like Andrew Johnson was. In another, he never becomes president at all. Farther away in Uete, he might get hit by a train, or he might take up vampire hunting, because everything happens somewhere.
Abraham Lincoln.
By the end of the project, you may be dealing with many genetically identical Abraham Lincolns with different life paths, and you're going to need a way to handle that linguistically. This also does some weird stuff to kinship terms. That's not relevant to this discussion, but it's kind of important if you want to avoid a Loki-Sylvie situation. Anyway, this multiplicity across timelines is addressed essentially by having grammatical number work in 2 dimensions.
Yeah.
You can have singular and plural within a timeline, and you can have singular and plural across timelines, including distinguishing this timeline from a different one, for a total of 5 grammatical numbers. All nouns and pronouns, including proper nouns, inflect for these grammatical numbers. Also, there are 5 noun classes. These classes are based around randomness, as in some sense they tell you how much random variation.
What? Like a...
Go back a slide.
Yeah. Where's my mouse? Oh, there it is.
Where is your mouse?
Come on.
You also use the keyboard.
These classes are based around 5 grammatical numbers.
Doubly plural, multiple items within and across times, and if you fixed forms, generally universal. Time, the cosmos, yogs. Naturally.
I like the para singular, and the para plural, a single or multiple instances in another timeline. Oh my god, it's beautiful.
Numbers. All nouns and pronouns, including proper nouns, inflect for these grammatical numbers. Also, there are 5 noun classes. These classes are based around randomness, as in some sense they tell you how much random variation you can expect them to accumulate in a given timeline. Nouns in Impua Tiostoea do not inflect for class, but they do inflect for number and case. There are 4 noun cases, ergative, absolutive, dative, and genitive, and this is the declension chart. Most noun forms use suffixes, but you can see there are 2 prefixes, a circumfix and a null in the absolutive case, because we can't make it too easy. Even so, the nouns may not seem too crazy, but it's the verbs where things really get nuts.
Oh god.
With time travel, verb tenses as we know them stop making sense.
Okay, I might have to explain this one again.
Is that
you recognize this? This is like the famous quote from Dante's Inferno, which
yes, that's what I thought. Yeah.
rendered as "Abandon all hope, ye who enter here."
Yep. I saw the Speranza in the void. I was like, okay, this is probably abandon all hope, all ye who enter here. Beautiful.
You enter here, yeah.
Yeah. Amazing.
Can become the future and vice versa. Making them work requires us to address multiple dimensions of temporal deixis. The result is that verbs show polypersonal agreement and polytemporal agreement.
Oh no.
They agree with both the subject's and the object's time streams.
Oh god.
This is the standard conjugation pattern here, although there are others I'll show you in a minute. There's a prefix that agrees with the person and tense of...
The what?
The verb is just V.
Yeah, it's literally just the letter
V. The rest is just markers.
Oh god.
What the hell is 7th person?
5th or 7th person. I can't wait to find out.
The object. Remember, this is VOS word order. And there's a suffix that agrees with the person and tense of the subject. Now, that applies if the verb is transitive and the 2 tenses do not agree.
No.
If they do agree, they're both prefixed.
Oh, no.
If it's intransitive, you drop the...
You know how... I was going to... Not Sanskrit, that's way off. Hebrew. How did I get from Hebrew to Sanskrit? Probably because of Semitic. How Semitic languages have triconsonantal roots. These are monoconsonantal roots.
Yeah. Just a single consonant.
Oh, I get it now. It's not a literal V. It's just a placeholder for
Hebrew. Okay.
Yeah, that makes more sense.
That's fair. Yeah. Okay.
I was gonna say if the root is just V,
or it's like not even phonemic. It's literally just the sound V. Like
yeah.
It's just there. All right.
Yeah.
Let's see.
The objective person marker, or even the whole objective tense marker if you can. And yes, the antipassive and subject drop constructions are identical, distinguished only by the transitivity of the verb. If it's reflexive, you use a single suffix. And of course, if the subject is in the 7th person, both tense markers are suffixed because that's only the sensible thing to do. Now, you may be asking, what the heck is a 7th person subject? Well, the answer to that is no one knows. Impua Tiostoea does indeed have 7 grammatical persons. There are the familiar 1st, 2nd, and 3rd person proximate, and then there are 4 kinds of obviation.
Oh no.
There's 4th person spatially obviate, 5th person temporally obviate,
that makes
and 6th
sense.
person
That's
metaphysically
awesome.
obviate, meaning the subject is in a different timeline and has no copy in this timeline. That last part is important. If it's only a different timeline, then it's usually 4th person parasingular. 6th person is also used for fictional characters because in the multiverse there are no absolutes and there are no impossibilities.
Oh god.
So even fictional characters exist in some timeline somewhere.
Oh no.
And then there's the 7th person conceptually obviate. Conceptually obviate basically means that the subject is anti-mimetic. Anti-memes are ideas or even entities with self-censoring or self-erasing properties, like another Doctor Who example, the silence.
Yeah.
And the thing about Impua Tiostoea is that I'm sure the 7th person exists for a good reason, but no one remembers ever needing to use it. It's a little unsettling. So this is the basic table of verb forms.
It's Lovecraftian.
I'll note that the singular here is really a non-simple plural form. The paraplural, doubly plural, and all of the 5th and 7th person forms use the non-simple plural form.
Oh, God.
You'll also note that there are 5 distinct tenses: present, near past, remote past, near future, and remote future, all of which may be conjugated into perfective or imperfective aspect. Also, there's vowel harmony of present with past versus non-past. Meanwhile, mood or modality is marked entirely by adverbs, even for interrogatives and imperatives. The noun classes come back here. They don't inflect directly on verbs either, but they do determine the usage of near and remote tenses for both the subject and object. Basically, the class of a noun affects what is considered a long time for that noun to use remote tenses. And that time can vary from 0 for stochastic nouns to infinite for static nouns. Now, this also means that because of the way tenses interact with subjects and discourse participants, some tense combinations are invalid. Here's the chart for perfective non-plural intransitive forms, just to give you an example.
Oh, God.
And you should be aware that this is only a small piece of the entire conjugation table. If you put together all of the valid tense, person, number, and voice combinations, you get a total of nearly 4,000 verb forms. Pronouns in imperatius duea mark person, number, class, and case, which also requires a substantial table. Luckily, they only distinguish sentient from non-sentient classes, and the 3rd and 5th person are marked by clitics. On the other hand, the 6th person pronouns are split into 2 series. There's an informal cliticized series that matches the 3rd and 5th persons, and there's a formal literary series that have their own forms. Now, unfortunately, some of the 7th person pronouns have been lost. Scholars have reconstructed them as best they could, but we don't know for sure if they're right. Actually, we can't prove those forms ever existed. We just know that we don't have any good records of them when they should be there. But for the ones we are sure about, be sure to copy them down carefully. If we did lose some, we definitely don't want to lose any more. Whatever it is they're for, their antecedents will probably be unhappy if they're missing. Adjectives also show agreement, but unlike the nouns themselves, they agree with the case and class of their nouns, but not their number. This has to do with the fact that the properties of a specific object can change over its natural timescale, but its number generally doesn't. Here is the table of adjective declensions.
Yeah.
Also of note is that imperatius duea adjectives do not have superlative forms, because again, there are no absolutes in the multiverse. Instead, they have comparative and intensive forms. The comparative and intensive are marked by infixes that are placed after the first syllable. And there's some miscellaneous stuff on this slide here, mainly what I needed for the translation text. Adverbs do not show agreement, there's split negation like in French, relative clauses do weird things to word order, and there are no articles. There's a link to a Google Doc in the description with a slightly more detailed grammar for the language and the all-important word list. And I included a download link for the font I created for this video, so you can write in this utterly cursed language yourself if you want. Now, to finish off, I'll recite the translation text, and I do confess this was done with a lot of audio editing.
Relatable. Yeah.
Remember to, like, if they link a doc somewhere, like, oh, it's probably in the description. I was gonna say add it to the description, but it's probably in the description.
It's in the description of this one, but yeah, for all y'all watching, if you want to try it out, there is a font for Impia Teostuea in that video. There'll be like a playlist and stuff, you could find it. But yeah, do it.
I'm also want to say, for all y'all is a brilliant construction.
Listen, this is peak Arizona happening right now. Don't worry about the fact that it's technically completely redundant.
Really?
Speaking of, let's listen.
Nua sia teo astue. Neo kai o soa soea. Pau so soea stua. Teo stoa te. Keau teumpe sinteua. Nua sia teimpau kuea snia. Neo kai moe seua. We toy seua. Peua naue eun seu koa. We staiu toin seua. Tea santoan se. Toe neau pe eosnea. Stay.
Okay, wait. Like, now this is all fine and dandy, but like, it would take an in-depth examination of this frickin' gloss to understand like what kind of time travel is going on for all of this. It's beautiful.
Yeah, I would have appreciated a gloss that explained it a bit more than just this. Like a literal translation is what I was we to include.
Yeah, but yeah, it's
also I love that every person marking in here is fourth person currently.
It's all fourth person because they're it's I like that.
Siateo astue o soa soea intioe nua snian seua piotai soa soean se qe el siuan pau se sniua suanau se qe nua seonteu niokai.
Alright, cool. Nice. Alright, so our next one is Ethish. I assume that DH is going to be a the, but we'll find out. Ethish by Twist Off, also split into 2 videos, probably because of time restrictions on unverified accounts, but whatever. So let's see what this first link goes to.
Welcome to this overview of Eddish, the language of magic.
Eddish, okay.
The gathering. I had 2 angles going into this. I wanted to make...
Hey!
Good thing I taught you how to play magic.
Yeah, now I'll actually understand at least a little bit of what's going on here.
I'm by no means an expert either, so I'll tell you there's something that people might not pick up on.
For the audience members, Eternal and I have spent a significant amount of time, especially like 3 to 6 months ago, I think, like playing Magic the Gathering. Wild adventures ensued. But yeah.
Remember Hammer Time?
Yeah. Yeah, I do. Torture. Like, just instant.
I've improved my Hammer Time deck, I'll have you know.
Oh, God. I can't wait to see it.
It now includes poison.
Okay.
It kills you in 1 hit, 9-2 this time.
Great. Really just making the process just a little more efficient there.
Yeah.
Alright, let's see what the language is about.
A language based on cards, and I wanted to learn as much as I could about linguistics as I could in about 5 days.
Okay.
With a bonus goal of not quitting before I submitted an entry, so yay for me for being here.
Congrats.
I'll start by briefly going over the basic concepts, then the quick translation. First thing to know is that Eddish is not a spoken language, it is a signed language. The phonemes are created by placing cards on a table.
Nice.
The phonemes are derived from the 2 main aspects of a magic card, its color and its type. Color comes from the title block and is divided into white, blue, black, red, and green. Absent of any of these is colorless, which isn't a color, but is still included. The types that form the phonemes are the major types of cards. Instants, sorceries, enchantments, artifacts, creatures, planeswalkers, and lands. Here's the chart I used when...
The what?
No battles is a new card type. They added that this year. Battles is a thing now.
Oh, okay. I wouldn't know. Let's see.
And spelling and coming up with the grammar and everything. The symbols are pretty much arbitrarily chosen just to simplify for me having to write double for everything. So instead of IW, I could just write the
I like that.
It should be noted as well that more advanced speakers may use multicolor and or multi-type cards as polyphones.
Okay.
And there exist many more cards that don't fit onto this chart. But that's beyond my scope again. Did this all in 5 days.
Okay.
Words are made by stacking cards. The last card on the stack is, the ending changes based on the case. In the absolutive case, the final card is an enchantment that agrees in color with the initial card. The carrot indicates...
It increases in its color, yeah.
Oh, God.
That's good. You're going to need a lot of color agreement in Magic the Gathering.
It's touching another word with a card as you are spelling. So, a possessor must come after the possession, but outside of that, there's largely free word. Adjectives and adverbs modify whatever stat they are closest to. Sentences are spelled word by word, tapping, or in other words, turning sideways, a land for each word. You only need to untap the lands to indicate a new sentence. However, it is considered rude not to clear the speaking space as well before spelling the next sentence. Here's the passage and my attempt at glossing. And
wait a second. I need to see that for a second.
The attempt at glossing, you mean?
Yeah, the attempt at glossing. Okay, so it's literally... Okay, that's a pretty classic gloss. I thought there was going to be some wacky card-related stuff in there. Okay.
I don't know what the underlining is supposed to do, but sure.
And here's all the words written symbolically.
Oh, God.
These are big
everything.
Stacks of cards,
Now, for the example, please go see my other video for the demonstrating actually spelling this passage out.
They do have 2 videos.
Yeah, there are 2. So let's go open up link.
Oh God, it's a 7-minute video.
Oh no. Oh God.
Okay. See?
All right, let's see.
Ah, the tapping loud. No. Oh, the tapping. That tapping to the left. That's atrocious. Who does that? Who taps to the left? That's horrid. No.
I hope that was done on purpose, just to trigger very specific people who know about that.
God, no, you tap to the right. Oh. I mean, some people do it to the left, but it's like horrid. Oh, God.
Okay.
So bad.
Anyway.
Assembly points right for the thing. At least they have the land at the back. That makes sense.
Nice. Imagine trying to communicate a message to someone this way, and they're just like,
hold on.
Your turn, it's done.
Yeah. Hold on. What is puzzling me more is where are the sleeves? These are unsleeved cards. Sorry. Okay, first the tapping. Now, who doesn't sleeve their cards? Good God. No, this is so wrong. No.
I'm sitting here like, you're probably out of mana by now, and you're like, why aren't the cards sleeved?
Why aren't the cards sleeved? Good God.
Oh my God.
Jesus Christ.
This is a beautiful example. I'm gonna speed it up more because I think we get the point, but I do want to see where this goes. Certified communication happening right here. We're just tapping each card at the end of every word. So wait, that was just the first sentence. Now it's got to restart.
Oh God, that untapping.
I'm gonna turn down the sped up room.
Also, you should have made it to not shuffling your cards is ungrammatical after you're done.
Yeah, it's literally grammatically incorrect.
I'm pretty sure that Teferi up there is not half bad of a card and he's playing it unsleeved. Jesus. Hold on, how much is that card?
Are you gonna look it up?
Yes, I am. Damn if I don't.
Alright, there's sentence 2 complete. On to the final sentence.
Sentence 2 complete.
does each one consist of the same amount of lands?
Well, yes, he hasn't played any lands from what I can tell.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Okay. Oh. I think that was the bee flies anyway, and I think this is probably the actual.
Was it? Oh, it could be. It could definitely be.
Yeah, most likely that's what it was. The bee flies anyway, represented with a massive stacking of magic cards. Well, there we go.
And we have it.
Nice. Okay.
All of those were planes, and he was playing blue cards and then red cards. Sorry, that's not how it works.
You're out of mana. You don't have the mana to do these things. Unfactual. 0 points. Okay, anyway. Let's see what Square Lang is. This video is brought to you by Square Lang. Alright, let's see.
Oh god.
This is my submission for the second.
Oh, hang on, I'm still at 2 times speed. Not gonna.
Oh, that was too fast.
Yeah. And then, yeah.
Cursed Conlang Circus.
Oh god.
Square Lang.
Square Lang.
That's a lot of
the phonology is quite weird.
Yeah.
There's 9 binary features, as seen to the right, and 5 tones, as seen to the left. And each segment can have up to 2 tones.
Okay.
The syllable structure is not defined at this moment.
See. Okay.
But it will be later on. Or, yeah, close enough. So the main way you derive new words in this language is by smashing them together. So first you make them smaller. And then you...
Wait, what is happening? Wait, how is that working? What are we smashing together? Wait, is this...
I'm more curious about what I'm even looking at. I mean, what is this pixel art?
So is I think instead of like typical like phoneme like phonetic like diagrams, I think the like phonemic structure of the language is literally being put into words or put into like structures through their visual representations on this chart. But like, wait, so, but how? What is the rule behind it being shrunk like this?
That, and where do the symbols even come from? Like, what are these the words? If so, what word is this?
Yeah, I don't know. Hopefully we'll find out.
Smaller.
Do look how those squares are just rectangles.
Yeah, exactly.
Ever so slightly not squares.
Yeah, slightly not. But it does consist of squares, thus Square Lang. Let's see.
And then you just put them on top of each other.
Okay.
But if there's more than 3 of these, or 2 of these, they just get agglutinated.
What the heck?
I am very confused.
The morphology is quite complex.
Me too. I need to see where
these are the different morphophonology.
Morphophonology, one of my favorite words.
yes, I agree. I put that in the title of my bachelor's thesis, but what, like, this is, I don't think you can call it a table.
It's like a grid, a graph, a punch board.
A graph, God.
like a punch card. Add
not
null
really.
to the right of every T. If not possible, then insert plus N instead.
Invert, you can't read Agma.
Okay. But interesting.
Irrespective of that, what does it even mean? Add nothing to the right of every T, if not possible, invert plus N instead.
Maybe nothing is white, like where it's like the unpunched section of the hypothetical punch card.
Also, I see play 3 generations of Conway's Game of Life in there.
Where?
It's the 4th one from the top.
3 generations of Conway's Game of Life. Inserts plus V, flips plus A.
Is this a programmer? Because I'm seeing Conway's Game of Life and XOR, bit flipping, modulo 256, and a bunch of other stuff.
But I'm still interested to see like what leads to this happening. Is the input just like English or something? Like I don't...
Also the formatting here, why are some of the rows just slightly bigger than others?
Just specifically
with the same amount of text in them. Some are like not the text for some of them is aligned to the top.
Just specifically to bother you and everybody else who's paying attention.
Yeah, and also this is what I have to do sometimes to get your tables on a slide. It's on tiny.
Okay. This one goes beyond too. I'm interested to see where this is going.
Yeah, it doesn't even fit on the slide.
All right, let's see, because I want to know what causes this to happen.
Rules. These will have these are very important, and all the different conjugations are basically just the numbers referring to this list.
Okay.
There's a few second position clitics that are complement visors.
Okay.
So we'll begin with the nouns. There's 2 to 4 genders, all based on the rocks. The line between these are quite fast.
Rock and non-rock. Okay, but is this performed using rocks? That will determine whether you actually get your rock qualification. Keep that in mind. Because just because it's about rocks doesn't mean that it's a language used by rocks.
I want to know here, what happens if it's exactly 50% rocks? Is it just, can you not talk about that in this language?
Nothing is exactly 50%. You got to go down to the specific atoms.
Yeah, but no. What if we're talking hypotheticals here? Like if we're making some logical assumption. So suppose there is a thing that is 50% rock. How would you phrase that?
It's grammatically dissolved rock. Obviously. All right, let's go on.
So, yeah. These are the nominal declensions, and they work a bit like articles.
Continuous, discontinuous, simulative, distributive, associated. And then there's the rock quantity with numbers associated. Now, are those numbers the input? I don't know. We'll see what the input is.
They agree with everything that's shown, and they fit. And the noun can take multiple of these.
Right alignment is
these are the nominal term. This is the nominal term system, and the number thing.
Iterative, unwitnessed.
Is that a Hodianal unwitnessed tense?
Yep. I knew it stood for like hodie, but I didn't know what the English adjectival form of that was. I didn't know how to say it. Hodiernal. Yeah, hodiernal, unwitnessed.
Would be the Prastinal, I think, is for tomorrow.
I thought hodie was today.
Yeah, hodie is today, but there's also Hesternal for yesterday and Prastinal for tomorrow.
Yeah. Okay. So I guess numbers are the inputs. At least I think. We'll see.
The numbers are divided into definite and indefinite, which will affect how they are marked on the verb more than anything. In the definite numbers, they are based on two different integer sequences. One is a regular polygons construct divided by ruler and compass, and the other one is numbers outside the range of Euler's phi function. So, possession is marked on the noun, and if a non-rock owns a rock, it's marked with a relativized verb meaning have. Which brings us to verbs.
Okay.
Relativized verbs are placed inside the noun with a demonstrative or something to mark the role of the noun. There's a few valency changing operations.
Okay.
Seen below. And,
Alright, I am going to... I'm going to stop this recording actually real quick. We had some technical difficulties, so I'm just re-recording a little section right here real quick.
There's no consonant there. The writing system uses a lot of diacritics. These are mostly just IPA symbols. Spikes.
Nice. Yeah, so my suspicion was correct, and there was a little glitch, and it got rid of the whole segment of us talking about it. The most recent one.
The most recent one. Shall we repeat that then?
Yeah, but I'm gonna... Well, let's play through... let's play through the written or spoken sample, just like a little bit of it, to look over the panels real quick, just so everyone can see it. All right, so here's the sample.
This is the example sentences.
Again, this is on YouTube, so you can watch it on your audio. There it is.
Good God.
Yeah, the audio.
Christ.
So yeah, as you can see, there's...
So yeah, we have the the wonderful literal translation at the bottom that of course reads, "No some bees can in aversion to non-rocks aviation law that no some bees fly discontinuously repeatedly to no surprise." A perfectly normal sentence.
Exactly, totally normal sentence. And there's the romanization that contains about 2 actual Latin letters.
Yeah, the romanization. It's like the more of these languages we're reviewing, the further we're straying away from the actual meaning of the word romanization.
Yeah. Romanization. It's more becoming just like the representation. I don't even know.
Yeah.
And then of course there's the actual squares that make up the whole thing. And again, no explanation as to where the inputs for these came from, which which confuses us deeply. But this is definitely a very creative presentation. I just really wish that we knew where the frickin' inputs came from for this. So then let's go on to there's what the second one looks like.
Said in the segment that has apparently been yeeted from existence.
Yeah, I don't know.
The end result is cursed. It's just that we have no idea how we got here.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's kind of a part of it when it comes to cursed languages, like just making it sound cursed and hard to pronounce. That's not that difficult to do. I've done it far too many times, as you probably know.
Yeah.
But the cursed part is that it makes sense to some extent.
Yeah, understanding how we got there, and we're so close. We're just missing like the one little thing. Like, where does the variable, where does each input come from? But without that, it's just pure confusion. We're like, oh God, what is this?
Yeah.
But yeah, so here's the second sentence. But in fact, all that which has been seen to fly, not be big.
Yeah, we were also having a discussion about what exactly knots is supposed to mean here.
Yeah, whether it was an intentional pluralization of the concept of negation, or if it's a typo.
But just a misspelling of the word not.
Yeah.
That reminds me of all things. So, I don't know if you know that one, but that one Winnie the Pooh knock knock joke. I may have shown you that one before.
I don't. Maybe? It sounds vaguely familiar.
I can send it to you. I have it here, obviously. It has linguistic relevance, I promise.
Okay. Here's the third sentence while we wait. And bees fly, don't think. Represented this way on the Square Lang punch card graphics.
I've put in the voice text channel.
Okay. Let's see. Oh. Here, let me, dang it opened in Firefox. Oh, well, you know what it is. I can read it.
Not thing. That reminded me of this.
Yeah, oh, I get it. Okay, the not, the I cannot, so you cannot. No, I cannot not. Who's there? Poo, poo, poo. Yes, several knots were involved in this situation.
Yeah.
Exactly. And then, and there's our. I guess that is the translation of bees don't care what humans think is impossible. Bees fly, don't think. Oh, because it says forgot to incorporate the humans. I get it. Okay, but yeah, I get the point. Yeah.
Sort of, yes.
Yeah. It's just, again, I really wish we knew what the variable was. And then here, of course, are...
And as a thank you, get some of these lexical items.
some graphics of some lexical items.
Uh-huh.
Interesting.
Because, yeah, if you take the sentence, bees fly, don't think, that could mean several things. Does it mean that bees don't think about how they can fly, or does it mean that they fly but they don't think?
They don't think specifically while they fly.
Imperative. Bees fly, don't think about it.
Bees fly, don't think.
Maybe the speaker is talking about bees. Bees fly, don't think so.
Question mark? Punctuation matters.
Yes. Fruit flies like a banana and all that.
Okay, but yeah, so we did our whole discussion of like the points or whatever in the vanished time, but yeah, we don't need to go over that too much. The point is very creative stuff, but I really wish that we knew where the variables that become the words come from.
As you said, discussion earlier. Maybe if we spoke, how's it pronounced? Impure Teostoia, we could have more accurately expressed what happened there.
Yeah, exactly.
Erased from time and existence. Sure, there's a tense for that.
Exactly. There definitely is. All right, so our next one is Danny Lang by Softwood. I wonder which Danny this is going to be. I have no idea. I see how it is. All right.
I am rather tired already. It is 5 a.m.
Yeah, I've been tired all frickin' day. This has been yet another day of just a gauntlet of non-stop work.
Your day isn't over yet, though.
Yeah, no, it's not. It's not. Yeah, that's true. Your day has just begun.
Gone soon at this rate as ever.
Oh God. Okay. All right. Well, let's watch the Danny Lang. No idea which Danny this is gonna be. I'm hoping for Danny Phantom, but we'll see. All right. Let's go.
Masters, this is Online Clown. And this is my language, Danny Lang, known as the language that's
ooh, these
something
visuals.
I don't want to pronounce. I had to pronounce the whole movie thing, and if I
because this sort of error makes sense in print, where you have like CMYK print, but
I'm wondering how you even do that.
Don't work that way. No, this has to have been on purpose.
It is
because no sensible software system is going to use CMYK for anything.
This is an aesthetic choice, and I just want to know how you do it. Like how do you do that? That's awesome. Also very cursed. I like.
Yes, it's quite Interesting.
Exactly. All right, here we go.
Pronounce anything else today, I'm gonna lose my shit. There's a language. It's called Danny Link. It's inspired by a rapper I quite like called Danny Brown.
Okay, so it's a rapper named.
You kind of
Danny
strayed.
Brown.
It's not really based on him anymore. The slideshow is not really the language, because making a language based on a guy is not very easy.
Okay.
Starting with the phonology, there's 6 vowels.
Oh god.
They're pretty simple. We have oo, I, a, ah.
All right.
Whatever. You see those parentheses there? The one on the right is how I'm going to spell it for like the sentences and stuff, and the one on the left is how it would be written in the language's script. I would have the sentences written in the language's script, but this language has tones and they don't really work properly with the characters, so I just didn't bother.
Okay.
You have consonants. You'll notice they're divided into 5 sets, known hereforth hopefully as albums. We'll get into that as we get there. It's the same situation.
Those are just
the one on the left is how it's spelled in the language.
So those are the album titles, but that's the way the consonants are labeled is via the album titles, which I could kind of read. Sorry to anyone who's like dyslexic attempting to read this. I already put you through enough with heterography.
It's how did you call it? What did you call it? Crossfade is what you called it, I think, last time. That pretty much works, yeah, I think.
Yeah. All right, let's keep going.
Which one on the right? That's how I'll spell it when it comes up in the sentences. So starting with album 1, which is, you know what I'm saying. We have sa, ra, n, sa. Album 2, across exhibition, we have da, ra, fa, ma, cha. Album 3, old, we have the, ra, ka, na, sa. In album 4, which is triple X, we have the, ra, ga, na, da. And then in the 5th album, the hybrid, we have ta, la, ka, ma, and...
What am I looking at?
The phonology gets progressively more weird as it goes further in the discography.
To make out the letters.
Maybe that's on
purpose.
And
the weirdest part about this is that it's starting to look like there's both like weird CMYK and RGB like fading going on or whatever. Because this is distorted in a variety of different manners. If this somehow happened in accident, I'm very curious as to how. Like
to the creator of Danny Lang, post a download link to whatever thing makes this work, because I'm just honestly interested. Like, okay,
also, why are there? Is that lowercase and uppercase? But then why are there 2 G's, 2 lowercase G's in the XXX column?
What? Oh yeah.
As well as some digraphs and, at least to me, unidentifiable letters. I think they're Georgian, but I'm not sure. They remind me of Georgian, sort of.
Yeah, I don't even know. All right, let's see.
I have no idea what's going on yet.
Yeah, let's see where this goes. Let's see what happens.
Pretty simple. All pretty simple. I didn't do too much crazy here. Okay. Oh yeah, the tones. Yeah, tones are an important part of this language. So there's 2 tones. There's the manic tone and the nodding off tone. So the way these work is that every word has one of these tones. They come with one of the tones. In a sentence, nouns are not marked for tone. When a word is used as any other part of a sentence, it gets its tone. When it's used as just a noun, it has a neutral tone. Within a sentence, all the neutral toned words will naturally agree with the tone of the verb in the sentence, except in one situation, which is when the tone only appears in the verb of the sentence, and that there are 2 words with the opposite tone. So, in a sentence with only, like if you say I smoke crack, smoke would be a manic word, and then crack and I, which are both being used as nouns, would agree with that.
Okay.
But in other situations, and I don't have an example thought of, but it's pretty self-explanatory. Moving on, we have the most important part of this language, which is the album marking.
Okay.
So with the 5 albums that we have here, there is a system to using them. Individual sentences will agree on albums. So you'll see that the base words are written in the first album set, and each letter is assigned a number, and each vowel is assigned a number. And from there, you just kind of consult this chart, and you remember how every set was numbered. So, for instance, let's take the word Kim, right, which is it's kind of an example where I thought of.
Wait for 1 second.
Yeah.
And this is the background I'm greeted with.
What?
What is going on here?
Oh, like this is an extremely cursed slide, like hyper pixelated. Like
I can see the pixels.
Presumably that's Danny Brown. I assume that's Danny Brown. Like
who's that?
The person that this language is about.
Yes, who is that?
I don't know. I don't know how obscure or popular Danny Brown is. No idea. Like I'll do some research after this is over, because if Danny Brown turns out to be like like I don't know, you know, who knows what the content of the music is, if it's got like, you know, any kind of inappropriate things in it, who knows? I don't know, but we'll see.
Also, I like that. What title? Not really. Comment at the bottom. What the fuck? Why is there math?
Story of my life.
Yeah. Well,
all right. Let's see.
So for the word Kim, you're gonna take that, and you'll see here we have K is worth 9, I is worth 3, M is worth 10. So we're gonna go back here to this, and you go down the list. So 22 is not divisible by 5, not divisible by 4, and not divisible by 3, but it is divisible by 2. And so this word for the sentence would use the Atrocity Exhibition album consonants.
And did you just say 25 is divisible by 2? That's it's.
I don't think that works. I don't think that's how math works. Sorry.
Let's just roll with it.
You just have to translate the sentence over, which would make it become
25 is divisible by 2.
Because you just kind of move horizontally. Each row is kind of the same consonant
number.
Yeah.
Way, like a word that is Kim is the same as a word that is Bing, which is also the same as a word that is Hin, same as a word as Kim. So you get the idea. It's a pretty simple system.
Okay.
Hold on.
Okay,
we're gonna start with we have the aspects. So we're going in order kind of how they're marked. Not quite. More excited in aspect, mood, tense order. I think the tenses come first in the. It's fine. They're very simple.
I feel like I need 3D glasses looking at this.
You know what tenses are. I don't have to. You know what aspects are. I don't have to tell you. You know what tenses are too, but the tenses system in the language is a little different. We'll see it here.
Oh.
So because it's an album, it's a language based around a rapper. Of course, it's gonna be based on the albums released by him. So there's this handful of tenses, a pretty respectable amount, and you'll see there's one for a song length in the past, one for a song length in the future, one for an album length in the past, one for an album length in the future, and then stuff that happened before each of his albums that are currently out came out, and then one for before and after his next album comes out, with which are in the future tense.
Oh, I see.
So basically, I kind of made this as basically the explanation. What kind of gamer are you? So that can help. If you forget, basically just go in that order. This is more interesting. We have the mood. So for the mood, the system is pretty simple. Oh yeah, shit, I forgot to mention. This is important. Time is a sphere.
What?
Yeah.
Time is a sphere?
Excuse me?
It's pretty simple.
Wait a second.
Sorry, you can't
Excuse
say
me?
that.
What are you saying?
How am I even supposed to interpret time as a sphere? Okay, can we go back to the slide that has
what in that previous slide tells us that we need to know time as a sphere?
The system is pretty simple.
No. I don't mean that one. A bit further back.
I forgot to mention. This is an album length in the past.
Like the one with the 5 columns and rows with all the phonemes. I wanted to check something. Yeah, I have brought up here on my second monitor, or main monitor actually, the Wikipedia site of one Danny Brown, who's apparently an American rapper. And if I look at his albums, they're The Hybrid, XXX, Old. Yeah, that's
so it is
indeed and you know what I'm saying. Yep.
Okay. So it's all coming together. It
is coming together.
Okay.
Which I'll do. Then the last syllable of the word it's modifying will swap to agree with it. And if this is a neutral word, then it will just take on that tone. But if the speaker's mood has changed within the last album length, the mood will change to disagree if it's not already agreeing.
Okay.
So let's say you smoked crack in a manic way, but you only got manic after you smoked crack, which was 30 minutes ago, less than an album length ago, then it would disagree. That's pretty much it for the
corny, reminiscent.
These are the cases. So the case system is the way the cases work is to differentiate them from the rest of the boring old stuff. They do a unique thing.
Wait a second.
Hold on.
Just like meative, dative, negative, a pluralative.
Apart from dative, How are any of these cases?
How do you pluralative something?
The first one, I don't know what that. I won't even begin with that one. The second one is fine. The third is polarity. The fourth is number. So. More like noun marking in general, I suppose.
They do a unique thing. I didn't mean to do that. Basically, the way they work is that we don't mark subject, agent, and patient. It's pretty self-explanatory. If you think the crack's smoking me and I'm not smoking the crack, you go back to that example sentence. That's a mistake with you. So we have the like neative case, which is when the subject or object, whatever you're marking, is just like you for real. Then we have the genitive, the negative, and the pluralative. These all act separately from the words, so they're affected by tone. So they take on the tone of the last syllable of the word that they're modifying. But instead of attaching to the word themselves, they go on in a part of the sentence as far away from the word they're modifying as possible. And this is what happens with adjectives and adverbs too. They are placed as far away from the word they're modifying as possible. So then moving on, we have the sentences. So these are pretty simple. The sentence construction, I've already gone over most of it. They all match albums. They all...
No, wait a second. B, patterned like a bee king. The law lawfully lies? Aviation, to fly, flying, knowledge, to know, be known, to be knowledgeable.
All the words, I think.
Okay, I get it. Those are the words. Okay.
Have that system with the adjectives and adverbs being as far away as possible. The unique things I'll mention here are that words don't act as occupying a specific part of speech. Like the word schlachmitz can be used as a verb to mean to fly, but also now means aviation as an adjective to describe something as flying. So for instance, the first sentence refers to the laws of aviation, also a bee being able to fly. Schlachmit gets used for both of those because it means about the same. It's more about the concept. Where the word satz is a word that is something moving quickly, or an adjective describing something as quick. These differences aren't marked. It's just kind of, you figure it out. It makes sense. For adjectives and adverbs, they go to the right if the word they're modifying appears in the middle, and if there are multiple adjectives modifying a single word, they will go in alphabetical order. When you're modifying multiple words, the first one to appear is the one farthest from the end. So the first one that appears at the start of the sentence will be the one that's the furthest away, and this is true backwards too. The one farthest at closest to the end of the sentence is modifying the one closest start of the sentence. There are three possible orders: SOV, OVS, VSO, and paragraphs cycle between these in that order, starting with SOV, then OVS, and then VSO, so on. With that, you can see the word list here, just so that you know what's going on. So with that, we're going to cut now, because if I tried to pronounce the sentence in like one take, it would go absolutely awful. So we have the recording. We'll cut to that.
Relatable.
It'll be awesome. Slakmitzikus, late, Kalit, Cam School, Susatsak, Slakmitzak, Ul Us. Us, Af, Ir, Or, as in Earth, Ozak, Zangathog, Dangsgoo, Garis Gig,
The way this is all cobbled together.
Schlak Medak, Kam School, Adkshme, Ostakdak, Kam School, Kam Marsh, Kademum, Garle, Ul. So my thought process behind these specifically.
Hold on. What's this? The gloss. Why is the bee horny?
Well, obviously, because Barry B. Benson falls in love with the human lady.
Yeah.
Obviously.
I haven't seen the Bee movie in like a decade. Sorry.
How do you haven't done your biannual mandatory Bee movie watching?
Swear to God. I've had enough B-movie time when I was translating Ultra French. I know I can recognize the start of the B-movie script in French now. I did not have to know. I did not have to have that knowledge. Why do I know that?
Oh my God. Okay, anyway.
It's pretty self-explanatory. You saw the gloss, you saw the sentences themselves. They're pretty awesome, pretty based. The only really unique thing I did is the bee is, whenever I say bee, it's always marked with horny, because the bees in the movie are absolute horn dogs. I mean, it's just a fact.
Go.
I mean, the bee, like, Barry is like fucking a human woman.
There you go, awesome. Exactly.
It also means the bees are probably, like, constantly horny. So that's just the mood. And of course, it's going to agree in the same way that it would, because it's not been album length. The bees have been horny ever since they came onto God's green earth, in my eyes at least. With that, I think we're about done. I hope you've enjoyed Danny Lang. I hope you enjoyed.
Okay.
Abrupt ending. Who needs an outro anyway?
There we go.
Overrated. Language is in, Agma. Recording for 2 hours.
Hooray.
It's going splendidly, innit?
Absolutely. Let's see.
This one is another long one.
Yeah. We got Kosajra. That's how I'm gonna pretend it's pronounced. Kosajra's Nusali Kuratula. Let's see. Oh, that looked like a cursed thumbnail there for a second. Let's find out.
Oh, I got to switch to Discord. Oh, there we go.
Excuse me? A Creole, seal noises, and Chilean Spanish.
Okay, you'll have to be you are the Spanish expert in the room, so...
Okay. My video is unwatchable as a metaphor for the plane repair industry. Leave me alone. Okay.
Fascinating.
Hey.
Sajra and I have given you my most cursed conlang, Nesali Garatla, which is a pidgin language of Chilean Spanish and seal noises. So in 1978, a seal named Hoover in the Boston Zoo was discovered to have been able to mimic human phrases. His strange ability made him a popular attraction at the zoo, but by the time of his death...
Is this true?
I have no idea. It is true in this timeline.
Okay, in this timeline, it may not be the sacred timeline. We'll need Impia, whatever, to find that out. But yeah,
his vocal dexterity remained a fluke until the 2026 University of Santiago Marie Birdland climatological expedition discovered something strange. The 2026 University of Chile Mary Bird Land climatological expedition was a complete disaster in every conceivable aspect. It originated in the mind of Chilean climatologist Juana Vasquez as an expedition to learn more about the climate of Mary Birdland, with focus on lead and CO2 levels in the ice and the katabatic winds originating in the location. The project was funded by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Having barely received enough money to run the expedition, Vasquez and her team worked hard to minimize costs. One of the measures taken was to not have redundant radio systems. This ultimately would be a major mistake. The flight took off from the British Fossil Bluff station on the morning of the 26th of September. Approximately 150 miles out of Fossil Bluff, an unknown piece of detritus, most likely a bird, hit the plane's antenna, breaking it. Then the crew noticed, and the crew continued to send messages, but were not receiving answers. 56 miles out of Mary Birdland, the right prop of their DHC-6 Twin Otter failed, causing the aircraft to lose control. The pilot, Dani Salvador, was able to regain control of the craft by deactivating the left prop. With no way of being able to return to powered flight, the craft then continued towards Mary Birdland, hoping for landfall. Vasquez attempted to contact Fossil Bluff, then Via Las Estrellas, then McMurdo Station, with no response. Vasquez realized that the radio had stopped working after no response was given to their SOS call. They realized it hadn't been working for multiple hours. A mile out from shore, the plane began to stall, resulting in a hard landing 2 miles in from the shore. No repair would be possible. They gathered what supplies were left and walked out to the coast. But on the way, they encountered a group of 7 seals that were communicating in an unknown language. Of these 7 seals, 5 of them appeared injured and had bite marks that the 2 healthy...
That was like the freaking Ge'ez script that coming out of those seals. I think. I don't know.
The seals were trying to cover. As the seals noticed the humans, they initially attempted to flee, but they sensed the humans would not hurt them, and Vasquez slowly approached with a first aid kit and helped heal the seals' wounds. As this was happening, the pilot Dani Salvador, an amateur linguist, began taking notes on the strange language they were speaking. It had been 3 hours since takeoff, and after almost 2 hours of no communication,
what has God wrought was that comment?
Bluff sent out an alert. As initial observations were made of the language, one of the first things the crew noticed was the presence of laterals and clicks in the languages, which they found difficult to pronounce. They instead used the lateral proximant and adjectives in their attempts to mimic their speech. The group began to exchange vocabulary. Both parties...
Because those are easy to pronounce, the adjectives.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah,
people would just randomly start using adjectives.
Parodied each other's speech and grew more accustomed to the other. During this time, search parties were being sent in a 50-mile radius out of the last known point of communication with the expedition. The seals were reluctant to rejoin their colonies and insisted on staying. Away, speaking in a very concerned manner. Later information would reveal the seals were exiles, excommunicated due to their role in the attempted coup against the most supreme soothsayer of the holy god of the sea and snow. The exiled seal, chosen by God, was the convicted usurper. Without hope of rescue, they decided to take the long trek back to Fossil Bluff. In 3 months after the crash, on the 30th of December, 2026, they are presumed dead.
What? Recordamos. Universidad de Chile.
It'd be at this time that the humans would run out of rations, my face, but the seals were able to catch fish and cephalopods for them, which they were able to persist on. A couple months later, Antarctic own to winter, but they persisted together, making the almost 600-mile trek to Fossil Bluff, a journey that took over a year. During that time, they gained the full ability to communicate with each other in a sort of improvised pidgin. This pidgin they called Nursuli Garatla, translating to our speak thing.
Then Tehari had the Son of God, and I'm really happy. Now it's a Creole, so you can't criticize me for that.
So now to actually explain the language. So part 1, phonology. Here I have the consonant charts for seal speech, which they themselves call Conra, and Spanish, particularly of the Chilean variety. And I've put some of the important features down here. So I'm not...
So this is going for a posteriori. Let's see how it does.
I see.
I'm going to say this. It's hard for me to say. So I'll just say seal speech when referring to this language. So seal speech has lateral fricatives. It also has a voicing distinction of fricatives, which is not present in Spanish. There's also velar nasal, which also is not present in Spanish, as clicks, which of course are not present in Spanish. It has non-sibilant alveolar fricatives, which is present in some Spanish, but not Chilean, while Chilean Spanish has labials, which seal speech does not, and also has a palatal series, which seal speech does not have. It also has a trail flap distinction in rhotics, which seal speech does not have, and of course no clicks or lateral fricatives. Now, in this integration phase with the two languages, the kind of resulting sound inventory was very different. Velar nasal was actually kept in free variation with ga, and all labials and palatals were lost because the seals do not have lips, and it was hard for them to distinguish between velars and palatals. All the rhotics merged into one whatever rhotic. If we go back up here, we can see that seal speech actually used the alveolar approximant for a rhotic. So we kind of have all three major rhotics. The lateral affricate was lost, but a very, very complicated and confusing free variation where basically the Spanish speakers were trying to say hla, but it kind of became more of a ha sound, or hla. It just kind of stuck that way. Hla and ha are in free variation.
Okay.
Yeah, my audio is once again
unfortunate.
Glitching.
Unfortunate.
We have a list of the sound changes. That's nice.
Yeah, this is this is going in the a posteriori direction. I can't wait to see the execution of this. All right, you think we're ready to try and go back in?
Sure.
Let's do it.
Clicks actually did kind of stay to some degree. They became adjectives for the most part, except for the lateral click, which still remains in free variation with an adjective, lateral affricate, which kind of independently arose. It did not come from the lateral affricate in seal speech, so I'd still consider that lost, but this is here. The reason the adjectives kind of stayed was because the humans just really liked saying them, and literally no other reason. There's also no longer a sibilant distinction in fricatives. Well, there never was, but now there really isn't. There's also now no sibilant distinction in fricatives. Here are the two charts for vowels. Seal speech had a pretty complicated vowel system as a length distinction, and in 3 of the 5 vowel quantities, it has a nasalization distinction. Spanish, on the other hand, is much simpler as the typical 5 vowel system, but going back to seal speech, you can notice that there are no rounded vowels, and there are back and center unrounded vowels that are not present in Spanish and are hard for Spanish speakers to pronounce. So when the languages meshed together, the closed center vowels lost. It kind of merged with e. All nasal vowels and long vowels were lost. None of those distinctions happened. The only distinction now is vowel quality. All back vowels merged into a kind of whatever back vowel. It could be o, it could be u, it could be it could be o, it could be In the chart that I'll show on the next slide, I just put in the 6 most common realizations of it, but you can literally do whatever. It's very unrestrictive. Seals also can't round vowels. They just physically can't. Once again, they don't have lips. They can't do that kind of stuff. So they use unrounded variations for that whatever back vowel. So now we have Nursuli Garatla's full phoneme chart. So we have ta and da, voicing distinction in stops, and also with a third adjective, ta. This is a two-way distinction between ka and ka with the dorsals. There are 2 nasals. There's na, and then there's nga, which is allophonic with ga. Then in fricatives, there are 3 different phonemes. There's tha, which is allophonic with sa. There's hla, which is allophonic with ha. And there's la, which is allophonic with ha. And then there's the whatever rhotic, the lateral approximant. And then this 4 vowel system that I was talking about, e, e, a, and u, o, any of those things. It doesn't matter. And just some notes on the orthography. I did put the letters used for things in the orthography in this chart, but I just want to kind of explain what's going on, because going back to seal speech, there are some spellings that are slightly different, and that is because Dani Salvador made the writing systems for both of these, because he's the linguist, of course, and early on when he was writing this, he chose to write clicks and adjectives with an apostrophe, but later he switched to double letters because because he thought it looked nicer. He was doing things purely based on the IPA at the start. So he did also change the previously phonetic spellings of ka and ha to the letters C and J, which is how they're spelled usually in Spanish for aesthetics. He also kind of found trouble stressing the right syllables in words. So he used acutes to mark the stress syllables because they're more used to the penultimate ultimate stress of Spanish as opposed to the anti-penultimate stress of Nusli-Gratla. So phonotactics is strange because both seal speech and Spanish have the capacity for coda consonants, though seal speech, oddly enough, does not have codal resonance, only codal obstruents. Codal consonants are not present in Nusli-Gratla. The main reason for this is just everything became much more simple, and kind of both speaker bases spoke in a way that they considered more primitive because they did consider, initially at least, both the opposite people to be primitive. Diphthongs aren't present in seal speech and thus are not all that present in Nusli-Gratla. There's some exceptions. They're very rare. The word initial eng is prohibited. Can't find anywhere. Saringa. And stress always falls on the anti-penal. As for the syntax, both languages are head initial, and thus many of these orders where cap nouns go before the adjective, as they are in both seal speech and Spanish. The verb goes before the object, as in both seal speech and Spanish. Preposition goes before the noun in seal speech and Spanish. And possessors precede their possessees, like it is in Spanish, but the order is reversed in seal speech, where possessees typically go in front of their possessors. Now, I'm just going to go off on a little bit of a tangent here and talk about seal speech grammar, because it is kind of important, and I do kind of want to explain it, but this is not my submission. I'm not submitting seal speech. I'm submitting Nusli-Gratla, the Creole, not the seal language. In Kalkora, nouns are marked for 8 cases and 4 numbers. It's pretty complicated, and they also use a split ergative system that uses an animacy hierarchy. There are also 2 different ways to pluralize nouns, I guess. There are count and mass. Count nouns use singular plural, and mass uses singulative collective. And this is also based on the animacy hierarchy. Things above are nominative accusative, things below are ergative. And in the case of the lowest, objects and abstract concepts cannot be agents. And in the cases that these markings are moved, in the case that the noun is a dependent, these markings are moved to the head. Kokora is very head marking. Pronouns are marked for gender, but not nouns. Here's the basic composition of a noun. Here's the list of cases: as an ergative case, as an absolutive nominative case, as an accusative, which doubles as an allative, as a dative, which doubles as a prepositional. There's a catetic, which is like a genitive case, but it marks the possessee instead of the possessor. You still call this case, I think, the genitive. But I wanted a more specific word, but there was a specific word, so I just made it the heck up. There's also an ablative, a comitative, and an instrumental. As for numbering systems, in count nouns, there are 4 different numbers. There's the singular, the dual, the plural, and the superplural. Note the reduplication used and the reduplication of the suffix. This is a very common occurrence in Kokora, where you reduplicate different suffixes to kind of provide emphasis on a certain fact of it. And in mass nouns, there are simply 2 different numbers. There is the singulative and the collective. As for the nouns in Nusli-Gratla, morphology...
The what?
Singulative, very nice.
Yeah,
That's not too
singulative.
Common.
Good
Welsh
stuff.
has that, for instance.
Yep. I feel like I've used it in a language. I don't remember which one. Oh well. There's so many at this point. It's like, I recall using that at one point somewhere in the annals of cursedness. All right, let's see.
It becomes a lot simpler, obviously. Spanish does not have 8 cases. Nouns now only take 1 suffix, and that's for number. There are 2 of them. There's a plural marker, which is derived from Spanish. All cases in nouns are lost, but pronouns are still marked for the 3 cases: nominative, accusative, and genitive. Genitive is marking possessors in this time. Nusli-Gratla has a nominative accusative alignment because, well, that's what both Spanish and seal speech speakers are kind of used to. The language also becomes more dependent marking with influence from Spanish. Number marking always remains on the nouns, but there is a little bit of double marking when it comes to demonstratives. And just a note here that I'll be marking roots originating from Spanish with this SP in parentheses, and the same with Kalkora with KO in parentheses. In the cases where it's kind of 2 roots that are merged in a single word, I'll mark it with S/K. Let's talk about verbs in seal speech. There are 5 tenses and 2 aspects. There is a perfective and an imperfective, and 5 different numbers: present, future, past. And also with a reduplicated future, you get the distant future. If we reduplicate the past auxiliary, you get the distant past. These are auxiliaries, by the way. They succeed the verb, they're dependents, and modality is marked by various particles and sometimes dependent clauses, depending on which modal you're using. And here are some important modals. There's the obligative, oric. There's obligative, which is sikan. And there's also negative, which is the word for no, which is e. And my personal favorite, subjunctive, toke, which translates to if God wills. Verbs in Nislikratla are also significantly simplified, like the nouns. The morphology of the verbs are simplified, but not really as much as the nouns. The number of tenses goes from 5 to 3. The remote past and futures are removed, but the number of aspects remain stagnant. They're also still marked by auxiliaries that can go at this point either before or after the verb. It doesn't really matter, but kind of due to the natures of the native tongues, the human, the Spanish speakers, with the auxiliary before the verb, and the seals put after, but they still understand each other. All of these are derived from Spanish, and here are some modals. If God wills, still staying strong, but the word for God kind of split because they didn't want to follow each other's religions. So the Spanish speakers use dija, and the seals use caca. And here's a pronoun chart, which I apparently was very happy about. So you can see that the first person pronouns are derived from seal speech, and some other stuff. Read through it if you want. There are a lot of freaking words. I don't know. It's really late at night. And here is the long-awaited translation. So just as a fair warning, I'm going to try to sound as much as a seal as I can for this. So I'm going to...
A sentence that's never been uttered in human history before.
I'm going to sound as much as a... Yeah.
Officially. Straight from that library of Babel.
I only have experience with Navy SEALs. That one we have experience with.
Yeah, we got that one.
Regular SEALs are a different matter altogether.
I'm gonna try to sound as much like a seal as possible here.
God,
what reality are we living in?
What have you brought upon us, Agma?
Dozens of hours of pain. Alright, let's do this.
Behasa Dohela Erihana Senilo Esute Doho the Gerasa Huli Dohela Elisa Herodisa Kingu Sali Uriha Nutihela Deku Elisa Datulosesa is a Kingu Dero at Behasa Tuhela Deku at Behasa Kita no Guhesa Nilatesa Urihanu.
And thanks for coming to my TED Talk. That's it. I've been rambling for way too long now. Cursed Conlang, am I right?
Oh, and I would like to submit this for the a posteriori category.
I think we'll give it to you. Yeah. That is certified a posteriori, though you'd barely be able to tell just hearing the translation, because that is some intense phonological mixing and things that happen there.
God, okay.
Okay, and then we have That by Miles Miller.
Pronounce it, I dare you.
Yeah, I think I'll let Miles Miller pronounce that. Let's let Miles Miller pronounce that.
Yo. Hey, I'm Miles. This is a cool language thing. It's called the Manola da Kazola. Have you ever tried calling a cool romance romantic language only to be completely fed up and utterly disappointed with the amount of articles it has? Well, have I got the language for you if you want a worse language? The Manola da Kazola has articles that are purposefully extremely long, tedious, and hard to understand. Here's how they work. Every grammatical function in the language is...
Recording is started again. I'll be very careful with my keyboard to see if I did anything that made that happen, but I think it was just random. I think the computer just glitched. All right, let's do it. Anyway, yes, no weird timey-wimey shenanigans have happened here. Not at all. Anyway.
Purposefully extremely long, tedious, and hard to understand. Here's how they work. Every grammatical function in the language is accomplished through articles. Does this mean that they're even still articles? Probably not, but it sure is really funny to say that they are, though. Great, now that we have the basics covered, let's make a writing script. Oh, whoopsie, didn't have time to make one of those, but here's how it might have looked. Instead, I've decided to use the Latin alphabet. A little extra spice. You see, this is an abjad, so there's no vowels. But instead of vowels being dictated by context, there's just one. It's
Go back for a bit.
What?
Show the alphabet again. I love it when it says that this is the...
there you go.
That this is the Latin alphabet. This is actually the Latin alphabet because there's no W or U.
Oh.
This is actually the Latin alphabet.
Yeah, except there's no letter A either.
Well, that's after he's removed the vowels. If you go back a bit.
Oh. Yeah.
The. But you see, no U, no
J.
W.
Yeah.
And no J, yeah.
Yep, look at that. Nice.
Vowels, but instead of vowels being dictated by like a context, there's just one. It's every single consonant. Wait, vowel I meant to say is Naturally, this means that every word in this language rhymes, which I think is pretty cool. All right, let's get started transcribing that B-movie script. Looks like that I lack the necessary vocab and many grammatical functions that I need to complete translating this thing. So I guess I'll add tones. Here's how those work. But it's not enough. I still need more in order to convey all the information that I need to. And that's when I came up with the idea to add a second article. That's right, this language has not just one, not two, but 2 articles per word sometimes. But why stop there? I can go bonkers with this, so I decided to add a 3rd article. That's right, not 1, not 2, but 3 articles. Anyway, that's about it. Gonna play the transcription now. Since all of the words in the language rhyme, I decided to make a song. What?
Latin alphabet much?
With your thetas.
Latin alphabet.
And your Cyrillic shas.
That is a literal theta.
Yeah.
Latin alphabet?
A likely story. Oh my god.
Good God.
Wow. Okay. All right. There we go.
Also,
it's 97.5.
You should edit this video like this, Agma. I'm sure you'd be done by Christmas.
Yeah. I'll edit this entire
done by
thing.
Christmas next year.
Kill me. Okay. Next we have that by Johannes Soderbergh.
Pronounce it, Agma. Read out the name of the language.
No, I think Johannes is going to do a great job of that. I think Johannes is going to do a great job of that right now.
You with a Nogonek, I'm not even sure what the Dark Critic is called, candidly. A ring above and a Karen.
Yeah, a ring and a Karen and an August.
I should have asked you what it's called, goddammit.
Yeah, revealed. All right. Let's see.
Welcome to my presentation on my stupid language, Paul Bomber. Let's start with some phonology, shall we?
I'm whipping at it.
My phonology could be worse. It isn't particularly cursed. If you want to, you can take a look at these phonology tables.
Okay. Yeah, that's pretty classic.
I have also created a new system for Paul Bomber. It is called the intent system. Each sentence has one of 6 intents, which changes how you should read the sentence. The intents are as follows: the normal, the aggressive, the questioning, the thrill, the reputation, and the forbidden. You use the normal most of the time, but you can use the aggressive as an imperative, and you could use the questioning for questions. The thrill is for things you do just for fun. And reputation is for things you do for reputation, or for content. The forbidden should explain itself.
Okay.
The word order in a Poboma changes based on the intent.
Okay.
The specifics are not important.
We got all of them.
Pause and read them if you'd like to. Now for some rules about sounds and orthography. A Poboma is written using only 5 vowel letters and 3 consonant letters. Any word must be writable. But there are way too few consonant letters to express all the sounds. Therefore, each letter has a distinct pronunciation based on which vowel prefaces it, and also the sentence's intent. This will be explained in a neat little table.
Okay. Oh god, the neat little table, okay.
A neat little table.
Yeah.
I beg to differ.
Next is some info about word classes and some general useful info that I couldn't fit anywhere else. Adjectives and adverbs are almost the same anyway, so I have chosen to make them a single word class. Adds. Adds are infixed after the first vowel in the word they modify. This is because adds are annoying interruptions.
Try to have like a mid-roll ad start
You can easily switch between the 3 main word classes using a suffix. Vowels can never touch. If 2 vowels would otherwise touch, insert an X between them. Consonants can touch however much they'd like. There's a single pronoun which acts as anything you'd use a pronoun for. This is xef.
Okay.
Now, next up is morphology. Woohoo! First up, I didn't have enough space to write entire words in my morphology table, therefore I used abbreviations. I have made a list of these abbreviations here, but I want to point out one in particular. The shift. The shift moves over the entire consonant pronunciation tables. For instance, a vertical shift, such as a shift 01, can, for instance, make a consonant after an E be pronounced like it was after an R. Here is the verb morphology table. Verbs are not conjugated after number, because that would be a sort of reasonable thing to do. Verbs are only conjugated after person and after tense. You might see that one of these persons and one of these tenses doesn't quite make sense, so I'll explain these. In a Poboma, there can only ever be 1 third person. This can change, however, so the most recently mentioned third person will be the true third person, but all other previous third people will be the 4th person.
Nice.
Also, we have the far present. The far present is for anything that's spoken as if it was in the present, but doesn't currently happen, such as fictional events or events from another time, which still uses the present tense.
That's weird. That's like the opposite of gnomic. It's like interesting. That's a pretty cool concept. I like that.
Here is my noun morphology table. It is very sensibly conjugated after number, which there are a sensible amount of, and case. I have made 3 of these cases up. The boiling, the destructive, and the disappointed case.
What? God. Wait. Yeah, but how are they... Okay, same as nominative, but say it very disappointed. Okay, I see how it is. Hello? Oh, there we go.
Now for the main act. What's
translation?
The first lines of the B movie in a Poboma.
Oh my god.
I'll let my past self, who has been kind enough to pronounce this, take over, and if you're bored, I guess you can read the translation notes.
There it is.
So anyways, this was my first attempt at creating a conlang.
Nice.
Bye for now, and perhaps see you later.
Cool. There we go. Short, sweet, and to the point. Just the way it's gonna have to be if we do this again. we have to finish on the one that's that's technically an hour and a half long. So let's at least do this one. Maybe one more, but I know I'm tired. You're probably tired.
Do this one. I want to go to bed.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Let's do it. So yes, this one. It is an hour and a half long, though. When I saw that video,
we're gonna be here for a while, ladies and gentlemen, everyone.
Yeah. So prepare a meal. Get ready to experience what is definitely an extremely long submission. Yeah. Totally.
Yes, actually.
Welcome to. A conlang created by Belted L. Why would you ever need sound? Rocks don't make sound, so why should you?
Okay.
This language is based on silence. It's so simple, even a rock can speak it. Hushology.
Oh man.
S hushings are split up into numerals and operations. 3 operations and 4 numerals as shown by the chart. The numbers add up into how many seconds of silence each word is. For a sentence, you add up all the totals of each word. Example, this word translates into quiet. Plus 2, x2. So, 2 plus 2, x2 equals 8, which means to say the name of the language you need to speak 8 seconds of silence.
Oh god.
As you can see, this is a very not confusing orthography.
Yep, yeah, not confusing at all.
Grammar, this is the syllable structure.
Grammar, who grams.
This is the plurality.
Oh.
Okay.
Adjectives come after that they describe. Now on to the final translation.
That's it? Oh no.
Oh god.
It's all silence. And that's the formula that calculates it.
Now for the spoken demonstration.
Yeah. God.
5,496 seconds
of phonemic silence.
Phonemic silence. And there you go. And
I also love how you add all of them up, which means that this one that speakers of this language to hold this conversation, not only do they have to wait an hour and 31 minutes, but they also have to know that that hour and 31 minutes is broken up exactly like this.
Yep, exactly. And that it ends at precisely that point. And since time continues, and presumably they still will not be uttering any communication, that means that the communication is continuing, which means it's just a never-ending conversation of silence into infinity, which is the most scientifically accurate interpretation of rocks. So I think since this is literally, you know, the most realistic way that rocks could speak, I think it has to innately be a rock category. Sure. So there you go. Literally, it was like 1 minute of presentation and an hour and 31 minutes of silence. Very impressive, thorough shit post. Good. Oh, you know, we can't afford that.
Look at the main spreadsheet, scroll all the way down, and look at remaining time.
Well, it's about to go down a lot. We gotta check off Belted L. Okay.
I'm gonna check it. You look at it as it goes down.
It is.
Are you looking at it?
Yep. We have 10 hours remaining. 10 hours and 12 minutes. Oh, 8 hours and 38 minutes remaining.
Ooh,
woo!
So much done. I think when we started today it was at 12 hours.
Okay, I changed my mind. Belted Al, you're officially the best one for taking that large of a time chunk out of our
time. 100.
Certified 100. You win. The end. Goddamn.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, so with that, we basically have 1/3 left time-wise, but it's nearly 50% left.
More than a third, but yes.
Yeah. So, but still, that's pretty good. The light at the end of the tunnel is starting to emerge. I'm thinking 3 more sessions. 3 more sessions? 3?
Sorry?
The 3 more sessions? 2? Let's see if we can make it in 2. But it'll probably end up being 3. We'll see.
Next week I'll have a lot of time.
I will have next Friday, but not No, wait. Hang on. I don't need to do this on the recording. I'm gonna end the recording for today.
Yeah.
All right. See y'all when my hair is 1 week longer. Oh. Do I hear that Cursed Conlang Circus theme song again? Looks like it must be another intermission. Hey, everybody. Hey, who made that? Like, you must be wondering at this point, who made that deliciously wacky circus theme song? It was me! It was me. I made it. In fact, you know all the background music that plays in like all my Agma Schwa videos? I made that. That's me, the Velar Nasal. It's my second channel. That's right, I have a second channel. You should go subscribe to it. Go type in the Velar Nasal, and you'll find all the music that I've made for the background music of this channel, and you know, a couple videos of a spillway flowing back in the spring that just so happened to be by far my most popular YouTube videos of all time, even though it only took like 2 minutes of editing and publishing to put it on YouTube. But we don't talk about that. We're here for the music, man, okay? Okay, so, you know, just go listen to all the music on the Velar Nasal channel. Or you could go over to Spotify or Apple Music, or I don't know, do people still use Pandora? I don't know, but it's on all the music streaming services. So you can go and listen to the Velar Nasal music. Go search up the Velar Nasal artist on any of those platforms, and you'll be able to listen to it. You could do homework to Agma Schwa music. You could take a walk outside with Agma Schwa music playing in the background. You could do literally anything else because it's music. So why don't you go on down, subscribe to the Velar Nasal channel, go follow my artist page on Spotify, and get ready because soon my new band, Humans by Day, Raccoons by Night, is going to be releasing their first couple songs that will also be going up on the Velar Nasal YouTube channel, but they're going to have their own artist page. So you'll see when that happens. But for now, just know, lots of good music. Listen to that circus theme. Listen to it go. Oh boy. Oh boy. Look at me go. Let's dance into the next session of videos. There's a lot more to go. Like, we're not close to the end. We're not close to the end at all. Woo! Okay, here we are, another 2 weeks later recording. All right, yep, it looks like it's going. Very nice. And the iPhone is going, and that is correct. My webcam, for the audience, my webcam has died. This computer is dying. we're in a race against time, essentially. Yeah. So unless you have any profound words, Eternal, we should dive in to our first one of the day.
For the sake of your setup, let's get this done, I'd say.
Yes. All right, so our first one today appears to be, it looks like Muselish or something like that.
The first one today does not appear to be loading because all I'm seeing is a just gray window.
Welcome to.
Oh, you don't have to worry about that. There we go. That's the last one from last time. Thanks, Brave browser. All right, here we go. Let me know if your audio messes up.
I can, yeah, I'll let you know.
Okay.
Nice music, huh? What you've just heard was actually a beginning of the B sentence in Conlang I created. Hello viewers, and especially you, Agma Schwa. Welcome to my channel. I'm Jadic, and here to present a musiclang I made, Uslish. The goal of this language is to make a language that sounds feasibly good, but difficult and time-consuming when putting it in practice. And I may create music by simply translating some random sentences, which I'll never do in the future, both near and far again. Also, Uslish cares more than just tones, so it should sound better than Solrisol as well. Right, phonology. Uslish uses relative pitches to notate stuff. R is for the root note, C for third or chord tone, and F for fifth. Non-harmonic is marked as NH or some arrows depending on musical contexts. Same sequences of note may mean different things if accompanied chords are not. As for the phonemic lengths, all kinds of possible lengths are permitted in the music, though only some certain rhythms are used to represent the core meaning of the word. Just remember that we'll use crotchet to note one beat of a thing and others respectively. The number of chord in a bar also can carry some grammatical meaning. It delivers the mood of the music too. Not a grammatical one, though. What did you expect from music? Hahaha. Word can be distinct by differing the melody of the first beat within the bar. I call it micromotif. Okay, this might be hard to understand. So I quickly compose two short pieces of music, meaning he kicks a ball, and the ball is flying over the sky. Look at the yellow sections. One's on the dominant, and the other is on the tonic. However, they carry the same meaning because they share a common relative note value and a contour. One begins with the fifth note of a dominant, the other starts from the fifth note of a tonic. The contour of the both micromotif is similar or the same. Both are nouns because only nouns can be subject and target, so they share the same meaning. However, this yellow section and the green section, on the other hand, doesn't mean the same, despite its identicality of the contour. It's because the green section starts from the third of the chord, not fifth. Okay, let's get to the grammar. All sentences, or main clause I'd say, must be consisted of 8 bars of musical ideas. All the words that make sentences are positioned at the first beat, and put subject on first, verb on fifth, and the target on seventh. Match the micromotif of the bar 3 and 7. Target is unnecessary in the sentence, and 1 and 3 if you want sentence to be ergative. Now, we can make simple sentences like I'm eating fruit or he sees the star. However, if you want to add some modification, you must handle how to use the subordinate clauses. This is the main reason why the sentences are often unnecessarily elongated. It is also why this language is cursed as heck.
Okay.
Relative clauses, one of the few types of subordinate clauses that Uslish supports, can be made by attaching the extra 8-bar musical ideas after the main sentence. You set the third bar as the reference marker if you're elaborating a subject, or seventh for the target. Then, repeat the micromotif, or the whole melodical ideas on the next. These are all possible types of relative clauses and how it's marked. Notice that adjectives behave like a verb in Uslish, resulting in this subjectless targetless clause. If you're detailing the target, here's how it works. You can add multiple subordinate clauses if you want, and here's how it's done. Uslish also supports the special clause structure called time-place specification. It enables you to specify when or where the event is being acted, whether the sentence is about the agent or the patient. Second bar of the main clause becomes the reference marker when used to detail. Here's how you detail the time that's happening, and here's how you detail the place where the sentence is about. Now, we'll be talking about a part of speech. First, adverb. Adverb is used to modify a verb. To use it, the bar after the verb bar becomes the reference marker and repeat the micromotif or the full melody or its slight mutated variant of that reference marker again on the second bar of the next clause. Then, just watch the chart below for a better understanding of how it's done. Noun is the...
Wait, what'd you say?
It's like every adverb, just an extra 8 bars.
Yeah, exactly. It just lengthens the song. Oh, that's good.
It's done. Noun. Noun is the only part of speech that is able to be a subject or a target with no additional settings. Add trills or ornaments in a bar if it's plural. Verb and adjective. As I said earlier, adjective acts like a verb and gets inflected based on the tense and aspect. You may refer to this chart to know how the verb is conjugated. Following chart is how some of the aspecty and moody expression in English may be reconstructed in Uslish. Sometimes you might use verbs like how noun is used. To accomplish that, place more than one chord in a bar. Furthermore, to state something to be acted on to, add an extra 8-bar clause and right there. To tell that the verb is using its adjective meaning, include a tie within a bar. Tie that is continuing from the bar before the verb bar doesn't count. Muslish lacks preposition, and since nouns and verbs only inflex depending on their plurality and tense, you have to find a way somehow to get away with this problem. Here I shall share a small list of...
I want to be with you translates to I desire possessing presence that you possess as well.
Oh man.
Ball is on the rock means where upness that rock possesses be, ball exists.
Oh man, this is for you. It's an enormous sentence. I obtained the thing so that giving it and a concept that relates to you, who will get it, become possible.
I also love that he is from England, which is place that he started existing is England. That one is sensible enough. But then the next one, place that he started moving so that he come place that is this is England.
This in quotation marks.
Yeah.
Like it's a frickin' like contract or something. It's beautiful. Okay, that's good.
Of alternatives, and hope you get the gist of how to overcome this limitation that Muslish has. Now you know how to create sentences properly, so you need to learn how to stack multiple of those to consist a paragraph, maybe a multiple of paragraphs. All the sentences in Muslish must end in a tonic chord with a single root note of the scale. Both criteria must be met, but ending with a single tonic chord like this case is also accepted. You may add 4 extra bars if your sentence has yet to be ended with a tonic chord with a tonic note. It's a stylistic choice of composers to end the sentence in a cool way. As you declared a sentence's end, you need to add a midpoint section before starting a new sentence. Midpoint section is a 16-bar structure that connects sentences.
Oh, no.
It's also where the conjunction is assigned. Conjunction is marked at the ending beat of the 14th bar of the
There better
midpoint.
be a full song
Conjunction
at the
is
end of this.
specified to show how the sentence before the midpoint and after it relates to each other. If those has little to no connection, mark it as a null. Phew. That's it for all the grammar you need to know, and time for translation. These sentences from B-Movie are what Holy Agma Schwa hath requested us to translate. It's consisted of 3 sentences with a fair level of simplicity, in English perspective at least. Well, it was never simple, and I felt it from the very beginning, since there are no phrases or words like according to, aviation, or be. It all had to be rephrased from scratch. Also, modifying any words requires extra 8 bars, and led it to be an unnecessarily elongated jarbled mess. Heck, even the simple negation like he's not seeing the rock has to be rephrased like the concept that says he is seeing a rock is false. Anyway, here's the roughly literal translation to make it fit the language structure. And here's how it shall be in music.
Wait.
This is the final draft of the...
Yeah, I need to see that.
Let's see. How it shall be expressed in Muslish. Laws that peoples even, universally knows and relates to flying tell the thing that statement that goes, a method that enables the concept that makes creatures that makes honey, it's hard to read, that makes creatures that makes honey fly exist is false. It's not even a sentence.
I don't even know.
Next one, wings that they have are very small, okay, so that it makes floating where the statement that touching ground becomes a lie is difficult. This is too many levels of nesting. God. Creatures that makes honey fly, of course, because the statement creatures who makes money concern the thing that may be a typo, I don't know, which is what people think it's possible. Full stop is false.
I think creatures who makes money is humans.
Oh, I see. That makes sense.
Okay.
I just saw he misspelled honey because it's like what like.
Oh yeah. I don't know. I guess maybe we'll find out. All right. Let's see what we got
Literal
here.
translation to make it fit the language structure. And here's how it shall be in music. And this is the final draft of the entire B-Movie sentences.
Holy crap.
Now, here's the hardest part. Based on the dictionary I created earlier, based on grammar and all that, you'll need to put that micromotives on the music while connecting the in-between to form an actual music. To be honest, due to this very harsh nature of this Conlang has, I could only manage to finish the first part, not to mention a number of attempts I had. It took around 5 consecutive days for me to come up with the proper music like the example you'd hear later, and it's almost 2 minutes and 41 seconds long.
Crap.
If I had somehow managed to finish the whole thing, it would have been 264 bars in total, considering the tempo of this music to be 85 beats per minute. And since 1 bar equals to 2.11 seconds in time, so it would have been 557.04 seconds, which is over 9 minutes, longer than a third movement of the Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata. Therefore, here I end the video with the realization of the first sentence of the B-movie sentences with an explanation of what's going on screen. Thank you.
Here we go.
Oh my god.
Okay. Oh man, this sounds good. It's beautiful. Imagine the entire B-movie script performed as like a multi-day long just opera of just this little piano concerto. This piano concerto that just goes on for days.
Oh my god. This was 3 sentences, which I haven't seen the B movie in a while, but I would imagine that was spoken in about 10 seconds. If we assume the runtime of the B movie script to be the entire B movie to be like 2 hours, that's a reasonable assumption. 2 hours is 120 minutes. Times 60, that would be 7,200 seconds. Divided by 10, so that's 720 times 9. What is 720 times 9? Because he said the entire thing would take 9 minutes. That is 6,480 minutes. Or 1 sec. In hours, that is 108 hours. Or 4.5 days just of music 24/7. So yeah, that's like good god.
Agma Schwa has arrived and has delivered food. She just got on camera.
Let's see. But yeah, but forget Wagner's Ring or anything. This is the real like opera.
That's like the longest music performance ever.
Yeah.
But that's amazing. While this computer is still alive, let us continue. Our next one appears to be interdimensional horrors beyond human comprehension.
Beyond. That's on purpose, by the way. That's why I put the sign there.
I see.
Apparently. Also, yeah. This is the 80th one.
Number 80. Okay. Cool. That's a number I like to hear.
This starts at 1 and not at 2. It does start at 1, so yeah.
Exactly. And what speed are we at right now? Okay, we're still at 1.5. I say that's fine.
Oh my god.
All right, let's go. Let's listen.
I genuinely don't know if my channel has any regular viewers or not, but in case it does, this video will be different from my usual content.
Yeah, I'm gonna go. We got a good talking speed here.
This video is a submission to the Cursed Constructed Languages Circus by YouTuber Agma Schwa.
Also correct.
Where we have to create a language that is really cursed and has something off about it. Without wasting any more time, let's get to my language, which I have named Interdimensional Horrors Beyond Human Comprehension. For absolutely no reason other than I think it sounds funny.
So it's just you who misspelled
starting off with the consonant.
Okay.
Wait, that just says consonant. Wait a minute.
Oh no.
Yeah, we just have one consonant.
Oh no.
But it can be spelled in two different ways. We use the regular Latin F for the regular
I like the table
version of the consonant, and the Cyrillic one for the palatalized version of the consonant. Moving on to vowels. We have 4 main vowels, and each of them can be either palatalized, nasal, or both, or none. Each form also has its own symbol. A lot of them are based on archaic Cyrillic
These
characters.
are obsolete Cyrillic letters, I think.
And
Yeah, they
nasalization. That leaves our amount of phonemes to only 5, which seems quite little. But a lot can be said with just those. Now that we've covered the consonants, let's start off with numbers.
Numbers.
Now, numbers may seem like a strange thing to start with. However, they are crucial to this language. Counting from 0 to 9, numbers are fa, fia, fa, fia, fa, fia, fa, fia, fa, fan. Yeah, you can easily tell all
my
that.
god, the whole language sounds
why
like
the numbers are so important. Let's move on.
That was like every combination.
Yeah, the whole language sounds like that probably.
On
Oh,
to
no.
nouns. Now, if any of you have learned a language like CSS, you will know that
yes, very good.
objects tend to have a bunch of properties controlled by numbers, and changing the numbers changes the properties.
Oh no.
Oh my
That's
god,
basically how
padding.
nouns
Oh
work
my
in this
god,
language
hold
that
on.
we've made. Each noun is made up.
Jesus Christ, let's go back. This is like pain. First of all, why are you using float? Why are you still using float in 2023? That's oh my. And then also padding in pixels instead of rem or em. That's gonna get messed up as soon as someone resizes your website. Don't do this, God. Oh my word.
Tragic.
Yeah, I can see the interdimensional horrors beyond human comprehension. They're right here in this goddamn CSS selector. Jesus Christ.
Eviscerated. Alright. Okay, alright.
Work in this language that I have made. Each noun is made up of several different counters, and those you have to put numbers after in order to communicate the exact properties. The way you begin to describe a noun is you first open with the syllable fyan. Afterwards, you can begin listing the counter.
Yeah.
I want to see what he used next on for, of all things. Yeah, of course, his example for a chemical element is organesson, which is the 118. Which would say is the one with the highest atomic number that we know.
Yep. That's funny. Freaking Unanoctium.
That was the old name before it got actually
Starting
named,
off with the color counter. You open the color counter by saying Afterwards, you put a string of numbers corresponding to the RGB value of the color you're trying to communicate.
Oh my god.
An opacity counter opened by saying yeah. And after that, you can put numbers corresponding to the percentage of opacity that the color has. So 0 would be completely transparent, and 100 would be
CSS, but as a conlang.
I think it is.
You can also have secondary, tertiary, and etc. amounts of color and opacity counters based on the number of colors that the object has. Say, for example, that I wanted to describe a bee. First, I would describe the primary color as yellow by putting in the corresponding numbers. I would describe its opacity as 100%. The secondary color is also opaque, and it's black, which I would use the RGB value for. Finally, I would correspond the tertiary color to its wings.
Correct.
So I would say that it's white, and it's mostly
only
transparent, so you can put
25%
25%
opacity.
for that. Moving on from color, we get to spatial dimensions and time dimensions, whose openings are and ya, respectively. And after each of those, you just put the number of dimensions that you have. So, for example, a bee would have 3 spatial dimensions and only 1 time dimension. Next is the chemical counter, opened by saying and then putting the atomic number of the main chemical element composing the object that you're describing.
There's your organesson.
So, for example, bees are carbon-based life forms, so their main chemical element is carbon. So I would put a 6 because that is carbon's atomic number. The next counter is a binary one. It's either true or false. It is the real or fictional counter, stating if the object is real or fictional. It is opened by saying ya, and inputting a 0 if it's fictional, and a 1 if it's real. The next counter shows if the object is physical, abstract, or non-physical, and is opened by saying physical is pretty straightforward. It's whether the object is real and you can hold it. Abstract are things that do not exist in the real world. So for example, justice or honor. They are real things to most people, however, they aren't physical. Next are non-physical things. These are things that exist in the real world, but can't really be held. For example, things like air. Abstract objects add 0 to the counter, physical add 1 to the counter, and non-physical add 2 to the counter. Our next counter is the only one to have sub-counters. It is the counter of if the object is alive, part of a living organism, or not alive. And it is opened by saying ya. The first sub-counter is alive, opened by saying thya, which adds 1 to the counter.
Oh my god.
And it has counters describing whether or not the species can walk, fly, or swim, or whether or not they have reached the Industrial Revolution by the time the speaker is saying this. The next sub-counter is the isn't alive.
I wonder if the bees in the Bee movie are going to be labeled as having reached the Industrial Revolution. Because in the Bee movie, they definitely have. It's like a freaking futuristic society inside of each of those beehives. So I hope you label the bees in this particular situation, this fictional situation, as having reached the Industrial Revolution.
I was gonna say that counter is gonna be pretty useless for describing most things that aren't humans, but apparently I was wrong here.
Oh my god.
Which is opened by saying fa, or adding 0 to the base counter. Now, the only two counters that this has are those describing whether or not the object you're describing is a rock, or if it is Lego Bionic number 8947 Radiant, released in 2008, containing 16 pieces. And the final sub-counter is whether or not the thing you're describing is part of a living organism. This sub-counter is opened by saying fa, and it describes whether or not the object helps the organism walk, fly, swim, or it has another function. So here I would say that the bee is a living organism. Its species has not reached the Industrial Revolution yet.
Okay, in real life,
it can walk and it can fly.
I see how
Next is the plural counter, opened by saying an, and after that you can put any number describing the amount of objects that you are referring to. Or if you don't have an exact amount, you can just put the number 1. Even after describing all of these physical properties of the bee, we still haven't actually said bee. We have just described it, but we have provided no grammatical information that we are actually talking about it. To do something about that, we need to gather all of the numbers from all of the counters and find the sum of them. The resulting number is how we are going to say bee from now on. But you may be thinking, what if two nouns somehow have the same number? Well, I am 4 parallel universes ahead of you.
Oh no.
Because I have thought of the arbitrary counter. It is opened by saying an, and you can add however many numbers you want to it, with no difference towards the meaning of the noun.
Just an
so if
ID.
you have two nouns of the same number, you can just use the arbitrary counter on one of them, and it will turn them into different numbers. After you have finished describing the noun, you have to close the bracket by saying fian. Now that we have covered nouns, let's move on to verbs. This language only has two verbs.
Nouns. That's
one
already
meaning to be, and the other that can mean anything else. This was actually inspired by my first language, Bulgarian, where we have a word called takova, and people can basically say takova in any context, and people will almost always know what the person is trying to say based on context.
Takova. I just misunderstood this because when he said my first language, Bulgarian, I thought he was talking about his first conlang, so I thought, what?
This guy just invented Bulgarian.
But it also means something else.
We just met the inventor of Bulgarian.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I figured, why not? Finally, for the verb tenses, I have made last Thursdayism tense. Based on the theory that all of existence, including our memories and experiences of the past, came into existence last Thursday. Following this logic, I have also concluded that all of existence, including our memories and experiences of the past, will spontaneously disappear next Thursday. Thus, I have made it so we can only talk about events that occurred or will occur in the week after next Thursday and before next Thursday. And finally, we have a long list of grammatical particles, including question words and all sorts of other things. And that is basically all there is to the language. Now, before we go, the great Agma Schwa has demanded that we provide a spoken example of the language. The spoken sample, he demanded, is to be a translation of this famous Shakespearean quote that has so many deep meanings.
Very deep. That's why
let's
I
get
chose
into it. Fia. Fa fia fia. Fa fia fia. Fa fa fa. Ya fia fa fa. Fa 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 fa. Ya fia fa.
I have a feeling I could speed this up. I will be okay.
Fa fia fia. Fa fia fia. Fa fia fia. Ya fia ya. Fa fa fia. Afia. Yafia.
Yeah, I think you're right.
What a fluent speaker of
yeah.
Here we go. Okay, I like the way it sounds fast anyway. This is just describing bees, plural.
Yafia, Afia, Yafia, Fiafa, Afia, Fian, Fian, Afafia, Fafia, Fafia, Yafa, Fafia, Afa, Yafia, Alpha, Yafia,
Just talking about the wings right now.
Afia, Fian, Fian, Afia, Yafia, Alpha,
Hey, okay, the Industrial Revolution wasn't considered. See, +2 at the last one. Nice.
Afia, Fian, Fian. Afia fa 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 ya fa fa afa afia fa fa ya fa fa ya fa fa ya fa ya ya fa fa afia fa 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 ya fa 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 ya 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 fa fa ya ya afia ya fa fa fian ya fa fa fia fian fa fia 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 fa fia fia fa fan fia.
That was just describing all the nouns. This is the actual sentence.
Oh yeah, yeah. Those are the IDs, the discriminators. What was that? Wait, hang on a second. Hang on, wait.
Demonstrate.
Okay. All right. There you go. All right. Well, that was
one thing for all the people watching. If you haven't tried that before, go to one of the videos where Agma speaks Hyper Pirate and just turn that to 2 times speed. It's glorious. Trust me.
Especially the freaking nuzzles you ooh one.
Yeah. It's brilliant at 2 times speed.
So is Rabid. Like if you listen to, I mean,
yeah, I have. Trust me.
And I already have that at 2 times speed in the Navy SEAL copy pasta video. So when you play the video at 2 times speed, you're really hearing it at 4 times speed, and it's legendary.
Brilliant.
It's so good. All right. Looks like our next one is called Zaz by Rhea.
All right. Let's see.
Let's see what Zaz by Rhea is all about.
Hello, my name is Rhea, and today I'll be presenting to all of you my new proposal for a new international auxiliary language, Zaz, as my entry for the 2nd annual Cursed Conlang Circus. This is Zaz by Rhea Dawn for Agma Schwa, or as they'd say in Zaz.
Oh. Okay. I like the way this is going.
So what
Another
is Zaz? Well, as I said before, it's my new proposal for an international Auxlanger. It is a conlang with vision. You know, it brings together the 2 most prestigious fields of study in the multiverse: music theory and conlanging. Of course, as you'd all know, no doubt. It has the most refined inflectional grammar ever seen, even better than Germanic or Slavic languages. Let me tell you, it brings new methods of high-level engagement with the field of lexico-linguistic curation, and not only supplies inverse reactive current for its use in unilateral phase detractors, but is also capable of automatically synchronizing cardinal gram meters.
What the hell? Hold on.
Phonology quickly. As you'll see, it's
what, that last line?
Wait. It not only supplies inverse reactive current for use in unilateral phase detractors, but is also capable of automatically synchronizing cardinal gram meters. I'm not even sure where that's from. What field of science this is.
Cardinal grammeters. I don't even... Like I
have no idea where to even put this. What field of science this is supposed to be?
I feel like it's a reference to that one that meme of the guy standing in front of this like big computer panel, and he's just saying random nonsense words but explaining it like it's totally real. I feel like that might be a line from that meme. It's similar to like the missile knows where it is. It's like that kind of vibe, but it's like a guy like in a fake infomercial just explaining.
The missile knows where it is actually makes sense though.
That's true. This one purposefully doesn't make sense. I think that's where this is from. If not, I studied music theory for a while, and I don't think any of that is it. So,
as a programmer, it is not about computers. I can tell you that.
So I think it's that meme. But anyway, let's move on.
Automatically synchronizing cardinal gram meters. So we'll have a look at the phonology quickly. As you'll see, it's a bit confusing at first, and that's because Zaz doesn't really use consonants and vowels like our normie spoken languages do.
Are those
it uses a combination of these quote-unquote consonants you see here, which I'll explain later, and pitches in the 24-tet tuning system. Now, 24-tet is 24-tone equal temperament, and that basically means that Zaz works with about twice as many notes as a piano does. If you've ever heard of, what's its face, sol re, sol fa, sol, whatever it's called, that conlang, where it uses pitch and music and melodies to indicate words. It's similar to that, except better in every imaginable way. Anyway, from the
second person claiming that claim tonight. Just want to point out, Arodjun, like in the Fwanel Peninsula, they use 15 tet for their music. So instead of there being 12 semitones to an octave, there's 15 semitones to an octave.
Oh my God. Also, I'm not much of a musician, but is sol re sol kind of the Volapük of musical languages?
I think that's probably a fair comparison. Well, I mean, it was probably considered one of the only like well-known ones because it's like the one that Jan Miseli covered that was a music language, so it kind of probably just ended up that way. I don't even know its origin story because it's been a long time since I watched that video, but I'd say that's a fair comparison. All right, let's go.
The phonology. We've got these basic phonemes here, but we've also got some suprasegmentals equivalent to tone in a tonal language. So each word can be major, minor, diminished, augmented, or neutral. And we don't just have quality as a suprasegmental, chordal quality, but we've also got articulation. So every word can either be staccato, which is short, plain, or legato, which is flowing and graceful. And this also, because Zaz has the best inflectional grammar ever seen, that also affects the rest of the clause. We'll get to that later, just trust the process. But we don't just have suprasegmentals, we've also got phonological hypersegmentals, which the only one of which is extension. So you know how chords in music can have extensions. You can have a C, just a C major, then you can have a C major 7, then a C major 9. That's what this is, and we basically use the different extensions to mark case. We'll get to case later, just trust the process. We've also got, not just suprasegmentals and hypersegmentals, but also
Agma, just trust the process.
I'm trusting the process. Oh man. Help us all.
Segmentals. One of these is style/instrumentation. So every verb can take one of these styles that I've got listed here, or instrumentations, however you want to define it.
Traditional
and that's basically
post-World War II avant-garde squirrel nut zippers. What does that mean?
What is squirrel nut zippers? What kind of style of music is that?
I hope we find out in this video.
How the clause that the verb is in sounds. We'll get to that later. There's also rhythm. So every noun has an inherent rhythm. It can either be plain or drunk. We'll get to that later. We've also got tempo. So at the start of every sentence, someone will announce their tempo via use of a metronome, and then throughout the sentence, depending on verbs and conjugation and all that stuff, the tempo can change according to those little things I've defined there. There's also dynamic, which is the volume of the music. So it can either be quiet or moderate or loud. Anyway, so we've gone through all these different segments, the post segments, the hyper segments. What do these all mean? Well, I've made a nice little intuitive table here for you to see how all of this works together. As you can see, the different features have a very complicated agreement system. So as you can see here, melody, every word has its own melody, and that doesn't affect other words, but every word also has its own key, and key does affect other words. As you can see there, it affects the entire clause. Same with articulation and rhythm. And then tempo, style, and dynamic, well, those aren't inherent to nouns, those are inherent to verbs. So you can see, not only do you have to agree the entire sentence to the noun that you're working with, but also you have to agree the entire sentence to the verb. It's a very refined conjugation system. So let's just go over melodies quickly. Every noun, modifier, and verb, those are the three basic word types, has its own unique melody. This is the primary lexical trait of each word, so that's basically how you tell them apart. For nouns and verbs, the melody is played relative to their underlying chords. So, you know, depending on what key a given clause is in, the melody can change pitch. But as long as the contour stays the same, then you've got it. It's like tones, you know. There's not a definite note that you have to hit to have a high tone. It's just the contour, basically. Modifiers don't possess underlying chords, you know, whereas nouns and verbs have their own inherent chord. Modifiers don't have that, so they just take the chord of whatever they're modifying. And the last way that melody comes into effect is if you want to put a noun into the plural, you just play the melody in parallel octaves. So as you're probably getting, this is a very intuitive musical system of language that we're getting into, and it only gets simpler from here. We've also got prosody, so, you know, like we have in English, questions are marked by a falling off of pitch at the end of the phrase. So if I asked a question in Zaz, it would take this prosody. So if I asked a question in Zaz, it would take this prosody. Have you gone to the store today? Commands, meanwhile, are marked by a sharp sliding up in pitch at the end of a phrase. So get over there. So we've been over phonology, you know, we've got all these different phonological processes going on, and I think now it's time that we get into the grammar, you know. Right. So as I said before, every noun has an inherent melody, key, quality, attack, and rhythm, though the latter is only expressed in its influence over the accompaniment of clauses. Additionally, the articulation and extensions, the latter of which is dependent on the chord's quality, may be altered as inflections to mark grammatical case, like I said before. As you see, we've got basically the standard array of cases. We've got direct, ergative, accusative, dative, and genitive.
Pause. Did you just say the standard array of cases?
Yeah, the standard array, as in the Wikipedia list plus kin proprietary.
Then wait, there's causative and causative verbalizer.
Oh, making something be something.
Oh my god.
Interesting.
Apart from that, we have some fairly common cases like the circumessive, very useful for expressing that you're around something.
Only applicable to major or minor words.
God.
It's due to phonological processes. We've also got instrumental, locative, causative, purposive, the inchoative verbalizer, the kin proprietary, the circumessive, the privative, the semblative, the diminutive. We've got all of the standard cases, so this isn't too interesting. We've also got verb morphology. As I said before, every verb has an inherent melody and style. Additionally, the dynamic of the clause can be changed to alter the meaning of the verb by adding or lessening intensity. So if you say run very quietly in Zaz, then that means that you're running without much, you know, maybe not much intent or not very quickly. Whereas if you say run, then that means that you're running, you know, quite quickly or maybe with a lot of intent. It just changes the meaning like that. As I said before, the tempo of the clause also changes to agree with the agent of the verb, you know, first, second, third person. We can also verbalize nouns using a very simple method described here. Now we move on to the inflectional morphology. So you can see here just a table of the different extensions that nouns take in different cases. And you see it varies depending on the quality of the noun. Like I said before, they can take major, minor, diminished, augmented, and neutral. And since, you know, diminished and augmented sevenths are kind of weird with those things, and certain extensions don't work the same way, so a lot of cases sort of become ambiguous depending on the quality of the chord. So as you see here, diminished nouns don't have a difference between ablative and terminative case. Augmented nouns don't have a difference between dative and ablative, and neutral nouns don't have a difference between direct and privative. But this doesn't really tend to be a problem, as I'm sure you can guess. Here's a little bit more information on the modifiers quickly. They're just
What? Last one is horrible.
Wait, let me see.
Neutral nouns, no difference between he has a dog and he has no dog. That one is pretty horrible.
To me and from me, from the store and until reaching the store. They're all pretty bad.
Okay, yeah, the last one is the worst though, I think.
Yeah, it's literally the opposite. Okay.
Yes. Here's a little bit more information on the modifiers quickly. They're just melodies with no underlying harmony. The different varieties of modifiers are not differentiated from one another, but the key in which the modifier's melody is played agrees with the tonic of the word it's modifying, so they can be distinguished this way. Modifiers agree with the clause in the same ways as all other words. So just back down to, you know, the basics, the very basics. A phonological word in Zaz must have a melody, an attack, and an articulation, but that's not inherent to it. On top of this, nominals, so pronouns and nouns and demonstratives, must also have a rhythm and a key, whereas verbs must have a style. They've also got a tempo, a dynamic, and a key. Let's get onto the syntax now. This syntax is pretty basic. It's a strict SVO word order. Modifiers are placed at the end of the clause in the same order of appearance as the words in the preceding clause that they're modifying. So, you know, if you've got a fat dog and a black cat, you'll say that you've got a dog, cat, fat, black. The thing about objects is that they can't be modifiers. They have to be nouns or pronouns or demonstratives. So copular constructions like they are angry are translated as they're an angry one to preserve this rule. Also, every transitive clause must have an object, although the subject can be implied from time to time. We'll get to that later. Just trust the process. Now we get on to clauses, relative clauses and such. Relative clauses are indicated by a melodyless secondary dominant preceding the subject. Quotations are indicated by a secondary 2-5 preceding the subject. And clauses linked by causation, so like this happens, therefore this happens, they are linked to the main clause by a secondary 3-6-2-5-1 preceding the subject. Possession is indicated by the juxtaposition of the possessor in the dative/genitive case. Obviously, it's the genitive case, but as I said before, they've merged due to regular phonological processes. The possessor in the genitive case is immediately prior to the possessed thing. Basically, depending on the verb, an SVO, a standard transitive SVO sentence can take one of these chord progressions that I've got listed here. It's got a pretty standard array of tenses. It's got the negative, the past perfective indicative, the past imperfective indicative, the present indicative, the future indicative, the perfect imperative, the imperfect imperative, the habitual, and of course the reflexive as its own tense. A lot of people might take issue with this as like, oh, that's too complicated. Most languages, even like Mandarin, doesn't have that complex of a tense system. So how can this?
The what?
What is an imperfect imperative? How does that work? I get a future imperative, that's a thing, but what is an imperfect imperative?
It's like, it's okay if it's not right now, but if you could really at some point just kind of go and do that, that would be great. Like,
it's like like instead of stop, it's have stopped. As a command or something like that,
or be stopping or something like that, or may stopping have happened by now.
Yeah.
This be an international aux line, and to them I say trust the process. Now you'll notice by now, you might have noticed that there's this strict word order. So how do we deal with multiple objects? So like, what do we do with I give him the bread? How do we deal with sentences that have multiple objects like that? And how do we fit them into the inflectional agreement system? Well, what we do in these cases is we state the clause with just the direct object as per usual, and then restate the verb and add the other object after it, with the verb now agreeing with this object instead of the direct object. So they gave me water would literally be they gave water gave me. They hit it with a rock would be they hit rock. Now you could argue the rock in that last example isn't really taking the object position, and to that I say trust the process. Now if you've been paying attention this whole time, you'll notice that the key of the entire clause is determined by the object. So what do you do with intransitive clauses that don't have an object? In these cases, the key of the subject is taken to be the key of the clause. Usually this means that the subject will not end up being played in its own inherent key, despite the clause key being said key, as subjects rarely take the one, as discussed in the verbal inflection section.
Wait, the clause key being said key. Excuse me.
Despite the clause key being that is horrid. God.
One, as discussed in the verbal inflection section. Finally, we move on to the written language. The written language is pretty simple. So basically, nouns are written in Latin characters in the Petaluma font, which you might recognize as the jazz sheet music font, whenever possible, basically. Attack and rhythm are marked via diacritics. Melody is shown via superscript scale degrees based on the word's tonic, and pluralization is shown via italics. Articulation.
Wait, is that literally like standardized? Because that is like the font that all the jazz songs I ever like looked at on the trumpet were written in, and I always thought it was like just the same
I
brand.
can't help you with that because I don't like jazz, so I have no idea.
I swear, like every single one of them, and I always figured it was just because they're from the same brand, but it's literally this Petaluma font. I need to...
Isn't written, that's just, implied by context. Verbs are written with Cyrillic characters in Comic Sans because Petaluma doesn't support Cyrillic characters. Diacritics are added in order to represent style and dynamic. Attack is not written, that's just implied from context. Ignore the fact that neither of the above fonts have good diacritic support, just trust the process. So we see here, I've got a little table here showing how you notate just a plain C major chord with different attacks. So your soft attack, that's like a v, that just has a little ditty on the bottom. Then moderate attack, that's just that doesn't have anything. Then hard attack, which...
I love that the diacritics are clearly not in the right place.
Yeah,
like
just kind of
whatever poor guy made this font clearly didn't think it would be abused to this extent.
Long ago, this font was made not knowing what would become of it.
Yeah.
Which is bad. That's got a little on the top. And if you want to make the rhythm of the noun drunk, then you add a little on the top. So just like that, you see, it's a nice little table.
That's what I should call. I should call the Charon or whatever it is.
Which one is this?
Oh my god! It's been 2 weeks. I'm gonna say it's a Charon. I'm gonna say it is.
Agma. Wrong.
No.
How are you this incompetent at diacritics? You've seen this one a billion times. I'm sure of it. The circumflex is infinitely more common than the Karen.
Oh my god! But
how
Karen,
do you not know what a circumflex is?
Because Karen it sounds like carrot, and carrot is the shift 6 key, the little.
Yes, that is the circumflex. That is another name for that, but it's carrot, not Karen.
It's just so similar.
Different words.
It all blends together. All right. Anyway.
These are all of the diacritics you'll see on nouns. And it's a similarly simple process for adding diacritics to verbs, as you'll see in this table. Different dynamics are marked with different diacritics, and different styles or / instrumentations, however you want to define it, are marked with different articulations, different diacritics as well. You're wondering how do we work with the modifiers then? We've got the nouns and the verbs. What about the modifiers? Well, the adjectives are written in the Hebrew alphabet. Melody is again written in superscript scale degrees based off the implied tonic, represented by the fundamental grapheme, which is the closest Hebrew equivalent to the English letter that would represent that chord. The number of dots beneath the character is indicative of which noun it's modifying in terms of its position within the preceding clause, as the first, second, third, etc. If there's only one thing that's modifying, then that's not included. Adverbs are much simpler. This will be a breath of fresh air for everyone. They're written in their direct American English translations, approximately transliterated into Elder. Sadly, there's no standardized system for this approximate transliteration, but just trust the process. A few last things on language. Metronome strikes are written as
approximated.
I think it works pretty well. Like, it has most of the letters for most phonemes, at least.
Yeah, I guess that's true. It still hurts.
Separator strikes are written as, and contra-expectation or rim shots are written as. The name of the language is simply written Zaz. So if you ever happen to write down Zaz in Zaz, you don't spell that how you say it. You just write Zaz in Petaluma. Just trust the process, So now that we've gone through all of the grammar and the written language, we can go to the example text. So according to all known laws of aviation, there's no way a bee should be able to fly. Its wings are too small to get its fat little body off the ground. The bee, of course, flies anywhere because bees don't care what humans think is impossible. If we do the interlinear gloss here, we sort of separate it out. We adapted for the case system of Zaz and also the lexicon, because there's a few small differences between English and Zaz lexicon. And the things in brackets are either implied rather than said, or they're non-lexical. So if we just write out the chord progressions for all of this, I've written them in I've written each clause in alternating colors, because otherwise I wouldn't be able to tell which one's which. And I've just written them out like that, gotten all the chord progressions from what the tenses of the verbs are. Since this paragraph is stating just generic fact, most of the verbs are in the habitual tense. But now if we look at all of the nouns, we can figure out the keys for all of these chord progressions, as well as the secondary dominants and secondary 3, 6, 2, 5, 1s, etc. Then we can go through and add the rhythm and tempo alterations where they need to be said. Everywhere else is just implied plain or moderate tempo. Then we can notate the style that each clause is going to be in accordance with the verb, as we went through earlier. And then finally we can write it down. So this is what the example sentence would look like written down in sentence. I'm going to read that out. I'm going to read that out aloud to you in just a moment. But first, I'd like to say thank you for listening to my presentation, and I'm hoping that Agma Schwa and the United Nations both like my idea for this international auxiliary language. So thank you for your time, and I'll see you tomorrow.
Hey, it was the lick.
What?
Oh my god. Okay. Oh man. The last jazz beat. That da 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 da. That's it's called The Lick. It's in the Agma Schwa theme song. I put it in there on purpose for music nerds to find, and I get comments at least once a week being like, "Did I just detect the lick?" So the creator of Zaz, Raya, right here, has found it and purposefully put it in here to me and bees don't care.
Oh my god.
Oh, that's good. That is beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. And now we're on to, we'll see how that gets pronounced. Yeah.
Yeah, I have no idea how that's pronounced. I can't do it with eyes.
I'm not even gonna make any assumption about how that's pronounced. We'll find out.
Disclaimer.
All right, let's do this. Okay.
Why are you subtitles on?
Oh, I don't know. All right. What speed are we at? All right, since it's long, I'm gonna start it on a default of 1.5. We could slow it down if Cloudy C is a fast speaker.
This video may cause pain, seizure, or even head explosion due to the sheer beauty of this conlang. We recommend that you put on 3D glasses and a chicken costume to protect against these effects. Hello, Internet! Welcome to Cursed Conlang Theory, the show that gets facts. Oh my god, that was so cringe. I'm never doing that again. So anyway, I'm Carl Caesar Salad, and I'm currently being held hostage in a wine cellar until I make this video about this conlang called Kahir, and sent to some guy called Agma Schwa. I don't know. So anyway, let's go. Chapter 1, Phonology. We're starting off with the vowels.
Oh my god.
So don't forget the sound of vowels. They're the letters
E, U,
What was that?
And O.
We're off to good start, I
Well, each of these vowels also come with nasalized variants, so you better get your nose right. Also, the vowels E and U have elongated variants. The vowel E in particular also has an extremely elongated variant, which is pronounced
Oh my god.
Also, you may have noticed the asterisk next to "aw." It's pronounced in certain dialects, but we'll get to that later. For now, let's look at the consonants. Kahir's consonants include
What is that?
Na, pa, ta, cha, ka, ka,
Abomination.
Ga, ga, fa, sha.
I love how it's just
sa,
the entire roll, which is articulated everywhere.
Za, ja, ra, wa,
Bidental percussive. Oh no. Oh, there it was.
I'm never doing this ever again. Note that refers to the sound of being bonked by an inflatable hammer. Yes, this requires you to have one of those. Though if you don't have one of those, you can always just use a normal metal hammer. Well, if you can stand the pain, that is. Oh yeah, did I mention that each of these consonants also come with nasalized variants? Oh, don't ask me how to nasalize a nasal, please, just don't ask. Also, you may have noticed the asterisk next to fa. It's an allophone of fa before e or if, for reasons that I'll explain right now. There's literally no reason they just included an allophone for the funsies. Note that in certain dialects, due to cultural exchange with another conlang known as Shilu, the consonant cluster kra is replaced with this thing, the manualized pharyngeal trill.
Oh.
Yeah, manualized means you stick your hand into your mouth, by the way, so it's pronounced like oh yeah, the dialect also contains barfing noises, but that's merely a result of pronouncing the previous sound too many times rather than a natural component of the language. Let's move on. Kahir is also a tonal language because of course it is, with two tones, normal and vocal fry. Kahir also contains finger pointing, which is cool because it not only acts like a phoneme, but it also indicates who you are talking to. Like, if you're talking to someone in front of you, point to that someone in front of you. If you're talking to yourself, point to yourself. If you're talking to two people, point to both of them simultaneously. If you're talking to 10 people at once, point to all of them, one for each finger. If you're talking to a crowd of more than 10 people, then why do you even exist? Do note that if someone is using phonemic finger pointing and they aren't pointing to you, you are legally required to ignore them. If you fail to do so, you will go to Kahir jail. That's a thing, right? Anyways, I think we're done for phonology. Let's move on. Chapter 2, Orthography. Finally, we get to what is arguably the most beautiful part of the Kahir language. Kahir's rank system is Latin-based like most international auxiliary languages, however it has a unique aspect. You know how most rank systems have uppercase and lowercase letters? Well, there's nothing we can...
Yeah. The audio is being annoying again.
I see.
Also, well, hold on. Oh, don't tell me there's a distinction between single story and double story, eh?
Oh no. Freaking
oh my god.
That's what I did to the letter D in the heterography. Just chopped it off and made it a single story A. Terrifying.
Oh my god.
Alright, let's go back into it. Hopefully it works.
Have more than two, right? So guess what? Each letter has 6 different cases now. Besides the unit case kur, but we'll get to that later. Like how our primary school English teacher taught you, capital letters are used as start of important words. Of course, we do not support word discrimination. We believe that every word is important, so you should capitalize every single word. Writing like this makes you look very smart and lets people know that you aren't wordist. It totally doesn't make you like a dumb 9-year-old. No, why would you think that? Oh yeah, and proper nouns are written in all caps because screw you. Everything has beginning and an end. We have a case used for the beginning of words, so should we also have a case used for the end of words? And that's where the third case comes in.
First
Oh no, no, it's a capital letter. It's a small cap G at the end. No.
This is
Their suggestions were middle case and lowest case, but eventually they settled for how we drew the lower case, suggested by this Discord user here. Then there's the last three cases: suitcase, briefcase, and the random ace attorney case. Honestly, these cases are more like letters with diacritics than, well, cases. You can't really complain, right?
A random ace attorney case, briefcase, suitcase.
Suitcase is also funny.
The more cases, the better. Suitcase letters are pronounced with nasalization, briefcase letters are pronounced with vocal fry, and the random ace attorney letters are pronounced with phonemic finger pointing. Most of them are written as ace attorney case names. So these rules apply to all the cocker letters, besides the union case gur, which we'll actually get to right now, because now that you know all the cases, it's time to learn the alphabet.
No. These are all the cases of the all the small. Oh no! There's a freaking middle case.
Yeah. Hold on. Oh my god.
Turnabout fishmonger spelled GHOTI.
Wait, what is that second to last column? Hold on.
Yes. Oh, like the column. Let's see.
Yeah, what is it?
A random ace attorney case.
I love how the capital B is just Cyrillic.
What is that? Just like I don't even know.
Which one is this, Agma? What is this?
What? Which one?
The accent on the Q. On the Q with the accent. What is that?
Okay, it's a circumflex.
Good, we're getting there. Also, look at the ace attorney case for that one.
Wait, what?
The random ace attorney case for the Q with the circumflex.
It's a Q with a crown or something on.
Yeah.
Okay. The freaking.
I love how W. Why W is the crying emoji?
What is this?
Not the Among Us phoneme. No. And 38 apparently is also.
Oh yeah. 38 is the 30th letter. Oh my god.
What are these letters called in Kakir? Well, for vowels, you just pronounce the letter plus C. For consonants, you just pronounce the letter plus Q circumflex, because those two letters are God. Also, you could just call it Uke and Gal is just called Get Out. Also, the glottal stop is considered a vowel for some reason. You may have noticed that the letter C, or rather Ku, has three different sounds. There isn't a real way to determine whether it makes the K sound or the S sound, but if it either comes after or before, it makes the best letter sound. The letter Q circumflex, or rather also has two different sounds, and there's a simple rule on what sound makes. It makes the sound when and only when at the end of a syllable. This Conlang also has some digraphs, which doesn't count as individual letters, unlike Get Out. These include e, u, the, ya, cha, and what the hey. Digraphs containing C overrides the C rule stated above. There are two triple letters, sauce, which is pronounced depending on extremely specific parts of your DNA sequence, and which can be pronounced wherever the heck you want, except on weekends and holidays and all throughout May is pronounced. Some other multigraphs include bow, hot, fish, and what the actual hey. These also don't count as individual letters, unlike Get Out. Oh, and you may have noticed that the creator of the Conlang made a curious decision of putting the letter D, or rather D, at the end of the alphabet. I noticed that too, and being the person who never thinks before acting rationally I am, I called the creator and asked him in person. His reply was rather cryptical, and I still couldn't quite figure out what it means.
You called the wrong number.
If any of you watch this video figure it out, please comment down below. Chapter 3, Morphology. Plurals in Kakir are marked by tacking on a ram ascending case hu to the end of a word.
Oh,
and possessives are marked by.
Wait a second. What is that? Did I miss that?
Kakir are marked by.
What are these sideways letters?
Oh my god.
The small caps.
Also, I love how the word for house is something that reminds me of please get out.
Yeah. And then just a load of H's going off into the horizon.
by tacking an ram esoteric case hu to the end of a word, and possessives are marked by tacking a to the end of a word. Past tense is marked with the suffix ka, while future tense is marked with the suffix desh. These suffixes stack with each other, so future in the past tense is marked with kadesh. You can actually stack them more and get an entire multiverse of different timelines, but I feel like keeping it simple, so let's move on. Oh, other than past, present, and future tense, there's also a dating tense, which is used for events that happen while you're listening to Toby Fox music. Dating tense uses a prefix instead of a suffix, which is sans. The prefix po is the unequivalent. It takes the opposite of anything. For example, bad equals not, good equals pona. You get it? Transitive verbs can be written backwards to switch the subject and object. For example, me I create a thing. Me season I was created by thing. They're reverses of each other. No way. The ka suffix wasn't affected because it was a past tense marker.
Do you understand?
And of course, we got the converted suffixes. Oh, glorious converted suffixes. You know how in English we have those verbs that can be nouns, verbs, and adjectives? Well, in Kakir we differentiate them by adding different suffixes to them. Yukun, for instance, converts nouns to verbs. Write that backwards and you get hu, which does the opposite and converts verbs into nouns. And then we have action, which converts a noun to an adjective. And cha converts an adjective into a noun. Elol converts a verb into an adjective. Lolly converts an adjective to a verb. Grave converts a ground to a zombie. Verik converts a zombie to a ground. Wait, this isn't PVZ. And finally, gender, which converts anything into a pronoun. These suffixes also stack with each other, so next time instead of writing pig for big, you can make the word actually big and write pig and cha yuku hilolo lim pu kashin loi lilo. It means the exact same thing, but it's longer and thus cooler. Also, there's no distinction between adjectives and adverbs because screw you. Chapter 4, Syntax. Kakir syntax is pretty much exactly the same as English, aka the true language. The only difference is that A and N are not written. So yeah, it's just English, not much else I can say here. Oh wait, I just remember Kakir has this thing called Salasti KFC, or emotion symbols, which are little emoticons drawn on the top or bottom of the last letter in the sentence, including but not limited to happiness, sadness, anger, fear, disgust, neutral, surprise, very surprise, cuteness, evilness, nerdiness, blindness, nose, big nose, I don't even know what this is, upside down, downside up, eraser from BFDI, nade, dorselessness, transiveness, susness, troll, and how it feels to chew 5 gum. Now you may be wondering, isn't this just emoji? Well, kinda, except you can use these in a formal context, which is cool. So keep in mind that if you're using these under a formal context, you can't lie about your emotions, or you'll go to Kakir jail. Still questioning the existence of such a thing. Chapter 5, Vocabulary. A lot of Kakir's vocabulary is derived from English, aka the true language. However, some of the vocabulary also derive from Latin, Russian, Spanish, French, Japanese, Chinese, Cantonese, Portuguese, Vietnamese, losing all Chinese, Martian, dog, bird, bee, birds and bees, Java, Python, C++, Fakio, Tukipona, Kalinsakus, this thing, and finally,
must never be said! What the heck?
It's Esperanto. The derivations, however, are usually indirect. Here are some examples. The word for create is genesis, derived from English Genesis. Seems normal, right? The word for rule is measure, derived from English measure. The connection is less obvious here, but it's because a ruler is used to measure things, so ruler equals measurer, rule equals measure. Got it? Let's continue. The word for orange is onohin, derived from English annoying. This is a reference to the popular web series known as Annoying Orange. The word for mouse is Mickey, derived from English. Actually, I don't want to get copyrighted, so let's move on. The word for raven is writing desk, derived from English writing desk. Okay, now this is just ridiculous. How is a raven similar to a writing desk? No, seriously, why is a raven like a writing desk? Kakir has 7 standard third person pronouns, all derived from one phase. Fakio is very stupid. And yes, you can use pid in an insulting manner.
Wait, it's 7 third person pronouns, oh god.
Votgil is very stupid.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
I love how this is a word used for potatoes specifically.
I need that.
Which is probably offensive to potatoes, but hey, who cares about the potatoes anyway? Kakir has a interesting way of describing colors, where you have to first say the word for color, horore, and then you have to say the color's text code as a Kakir word, with numbers being pronounced as suitcase letters. For example, red is called horore fon. Currently, the longest root word in Kakir is which refers to the action of turning into dream. And I just remember a unique feature of this calling that doesn't seem to belong in any of the previous 5 chapters, so I'll just make it its own chapter. Hey look, 3 people! Now in English we can refer to them as person A, person B, and person C respectively, but in Kakir that feature is removed entirely! Why? Because letters are awesome, and people are awesome, but letters are not people. Okay, just kidding, we still have this feature. But we don't just call those 3 people Gai Ak, Gai Bu, and Gai Ku, no. Instead, the first person is called Gai Hu, and the second person is called Gai Hu, because those 2 letters are God. A third person is called Gai Os, a fourth person is called Gai, and the 5th person is called Gai Shosh. Wait, Shosh in the letter? What do you mean Shosh in the letter? Just look. Wait, wrong image, sorry. See, it's clearly in the alphabet. A 27th person is called Gai Yuk, a 69th person is called Gai Uk, an 11,037th is called Gai Hu, a 97,104th is called Gai Ak, a pious person is called Gai Get Out, a nice person is called Gai Yu, a hot person is called Gai Nu, and every other person is called Gai 2. I don't like it. Well, you can always just use names.
What the heck? It's 7 of third person pronouns. All the rhymes from English. Kakir has 7 standard third person pronouns. All derived from English. These are the
And finally, we have a sample sentence. Tutu shuk kilo measure Fruition puyuk is soncha erina ud le determination or fruigi. Stu fruition I popping or was stu pig poppy corpo is the udon le erina hat Fruigi po aia shuknan tutu erina pobers so well he can pozon. So basically, Kakir is the best Conlang ever, and if you disagree, you'll probably go to Kakir jail, if that's even a thing. Wait a second. Oh, you know, I just realized this wine cellar that I got kidnapped to, it's literally called Kakir jail. Well, that makes sense, I guess. Anyways, that's it for the video.
Side effects of speaking Kakir may or may not include dizziness, vomiting, heart palpitations, stomach palpitations, renal palpitations, regurgitation, explosive diarrhea, Roy Esperante, explosive kittens, redundancy, explosive melaton, excessive of cheese, mind control, death, kicking buckets, buying forms, resurrection, reanimation, being brought back from the dead, redundancy, and craving for cookies.
I like how redundancy was said like 4 times.
Good.
Okay,
well, this was an experience.
That was very much an experience. That was beautiful. All right. Okay, we got a quicker one after this. We got On One's Lollipoppy, which is terrifying. I wonder what that's gonna be like.
Oh god, yeah.
Okay, let's see what we got here.
This is Lollipoppy language, or back and forth of abstract things. Hopefully Cursed Conlang. This is a submission to Agma Schwa's Cursed Conlang Circus 2023. The idea of Lollipoppy is that Texas is cool. What if only Texas?
Okay.
So the goal with this language is to explore how cursed we can get if we limit all the vocabulary, all the lexical aspects only Texas. Therefore, I toned down the cursedness on the rest of the language to make it more... It looks like normal language at first, until you realize that the lexicon is deeply cursed.
Oh god.
So, for vowel, we have a simple 3-vowel system. E, R, O.
Okay.
Got
a lot of these have very minimalistic phoneme inventories.
Yeah, I mean, well, there's always a catch, or like something that leads to it having its full inventory.
Nasal, na, but which can be any nasal. Ma or na works too. Just a nasal. We also have a liquid. I use la, but any liquid could do. Wa, ya is perfectly fine. And then 4 stops. Pa, ta, ka, and a. The last one is a glottal stop. I romanize the very last stop with a C because I don't like the letter K, and I romanize the glottal stop with an apostrophe. Nothing to curse here, a bit minimalist, but whatever. The vocabulary, okay, all the morphing, okay, the deictics. The syllable structure is strictly CV. Every deictic is a single syllable, therefore we can list the whole vocabulary in one short table that you can see right here.
Okay.
Grammar, not actually much here, purely analytic, VSO word order. Okay, so you have 18 morphemes. How do you express everything more complex? You compound.
Yep,
change
here we go.
Is before and after, toti. A machine is a thing that change. La toti. An airplane is a machine that go up. La totiki. Aviation is an abstraction of an airplane. La tiktokili. So on those 2 slides, you have all the vocab that will be in the translation that will come up next. You can pause it to read it. There is all the derivation, and now
a lot
the
of
translation.
in this language.
Yeah. According to all known laws of aviation, there is no way a bee should fly.
No.
La totiki li la ni lipi I o po la lipopi. Kiko lipopi ko la pali a. Its wings are too small to get its fat little body off the ground. Ko la ka ki la la ki la ka no. Kikoli. The bee, of course, flies anyway, because bees don't care what humans think is impossible. Lalipala kolivki, popi kolipali, lalipi, lalipala, kolip, popi kolapali, lalipa, lalipali, lalilo koli. Thanks a lot to Agma Schwa for hosting this Cursed Conlang Circus, and that's it. That was Lollipoppy. Hope you enjoyed, hope it was cursed. Happy conlanging. Bye.
Very nice. Short, sweet, and to the point. Just like that.
Next, we may finally have a rock-related language again, judging by the name at least.
Stendansk. Oh, this one's by Emsnyamish. I'm gonna pretend that's how it's pronounced. Hey, Emsnyamish, send me an audio recording of how you actually pronounce your name. Well, maybe you'll say it in the video. We'll see. Alright, let's see.
Greetings everyone, today we are looking at Stendansk, which is Danish, but it's even more Danish. I know that sounds impossible, but here's the whole story.
Okay, I think I need to slow this down a little bit. We got
Possibly, yes.
We got some fast talking going on here.
During the essential invasion of Denmark, potatoes were running low as the invaders hit every single plant they could find. Queen Margaret, fearing to lose people's secret weapon, their unintelligible speech, introduced mouth rocks, which would both keep the potato supply safe and grant the dates even more unintelligibility. While the essentials did not succeed in taking Copenhagen because it was protected by the now freed horny prisoners, they didn't have to, for they had found what they had needed, the cloning seed. Over the years, with the aid of genetic editing, the Danes evolved to use their rocks as mixer blades to digest any type of food, which has severely altered the language beyond repair. Not that it wasn't in good condition. Yeah, like that.
Danish slander.
It wasn't in a good condition anyway. And thus, Stendansk, or as they call it, was born.
Oh, God.
Now, the consonants are...
Oh, no! You know it's already the language has... The first column is uvula. You know it's bad if the first column is uvula.
And then uvulabial.
Uvulabial.
Oh, man. Okay.
And yeah, sounds pretty horrible, right? And the vowels are and it also has a falling tone, which is realized by choking on the rope, like literally. It's similar to
okay, so
and it will from
this
where
one does seem to
Danish
literally
and will be
involve a
represented by this
rock.
arrow. Yeah. Now, as for the grammar, you can just read it all because it is just as much of a pain as the phonology. You just simply cannot predict it. You either know it or you might guess it, and it will probably guess wrong anyway.
Well,
it's all over the place.
Okay.
Now, as for the vocabulary, there are a few interesting words that I will be going over now. Now, the word for blitzkrieg is which was formed by triplicing the root, and it means war. Now, the word that translates as horny, which was mainly used to refer to the horny prisoners that defended Denmark from the asexuals, was which is basically an onomatopoeia that simulates a moan. Like, you know when you do well, this is the Stendansk version.
Oh
now,
my God.
Copenhagen has been renamed from Upham to yeah, to include the word which is continuation of Danish which means meat. And funniest of all, the word to commit treason against the Danish government and the crown is literally swallowing the rope that you have inside your throat. Yeah, like this. Extremely painful, but that's a word. And now for the beat.
Oh no.
What?
Yeah, that sounds about Danish.
Yeah, this one literally sent chills down my spine. Like when I first heard that.
Pretty awful. Yeah, I agree.
This has got to be one of the first ones that's literally sent chills down my spine. Oh,
yeah, this is
Anyways, that's it for today. I hope you enjoyed this video and stick to Agma Schwa. Subscribe to Agma Schwa to see his Cursed Conlang Circus video that will post this Christmas. I hope you enjoyed this video. See you soon.
Certified Danish slander. That was pretty solid. We're back. Second cough drop still in the mouth. Let's alright, check off Stendansk, and now we're on to trains. And I saw like a few seconds of this like a month ago, and I think I even left a comment on it.
I mean, I've seen a few seconds of most of these because I made the spreadsheet, but I don't remember any of it.
Yeah, it's been a while, so I'm ready to experience this again. So don't think it's sus if you see I have a comment that's like, did I leave a comment in there somewhere? I don't know. Oh well. Anyway. Wait a sec. Okay, yeah, I can leave it that. It's literal trains.
Oh god, oh no, it's the Deutsche Bahn. Jesus Christ. Oh god.
And welcome to Trains, my submission to the Cursed Conlang Circus.
That was hello?
So that's going to be exciting.
Just a quick comment, because that logo was the logo of the Deutsche Bahn, which is like the German, I don't know, national train service or whatever, which is famous for always being late and horrible with that. So a language where you have to travel only using the Deutsche Bahn would probably be hell. It's like the worst possible option if you have to travel by train. God.
Oh man.
Just an example of a train sounds like. The name of the language comes from the fact that finite verbs are performed by taking, yes, trains. There is a lot more to it though, so let us begin. There are a lot of categories that train names can be split into. First, detour teams. Those define which train you take and if you sit or stand in the train. They express pronouns. For example, you have to take the third train and sit in it in order to say I or we. You take the second train and stand in it in order to say all or everyone. But yeah, have I mentioned that trains doesn't have a grammatical number? So taking the first train could either mean he, she, they, or it. Anyway, so what does that all mean? Well, when your train arrives somewhere, you have a 10-minute buffer time to the syllables and acts and all that. We'll come to that in a second. After that, though, you have to take the third train that departs from the train station your previous train arrived in order to say I. That also means that you have to set a starting point in both place and time for the beginning of the conversation. Secondly, stoppings. Obviously, you have to get out of the train sometime, but stop also matters. You exit the train at the first stop in order to say that you're able or allowed to do something. To say that you simply do something, you have to exit at the second stop, and at the third stop to say that you're required to do something. Also, negative versions of those three that are performed with the 3 stops after that. But that's of course not enough to say anything yet. And despite the name, the trains aren't actually what makes up the majority of the language. So now we'll come to 3, movings and radicals. Movings and radicals always come together to so-called actal syllables. An actal syllable always comprises 1 radical and up to 3 movings. An example of an actal syllable would be pointing at a rock with your index finger. In this case, pointing with your index finger would be the moving or what you do, and the rock would be the radical or victim or the object you interact with. In total, there are 8 different movings and 9 different radicals, some incompatible with each other. But what are those even used for? A word that has many actal syllables is called an act. An act can also include incorporated adjectives, but we didn't quite reach that point yet. A noun usually consists of 1 act. Also, in a noun, the movings and radicals aren't random. Each moving and radical also has a meaning associated with it, so the movings and radicals can also be seen as individual morphemes in a noun. The second use of acts are verbs. Finite verbs are made of 2 parts. One is the train ride that specifies the pronoun and the auxiliary verb, and the other is the act. Infinite verbs are only made up of actal syllables, but contrary to the nouns, the movings and radicals in the verbs are pretty much random. But the verbs have something called moving harmony, which means that every actal syllable in a verb all have to have at least 1 moving in common. Okay, that was quite a...
The what?
There's harmony, of course there is.
Oh. Yeah, exactly, of course.
Lot, but that was only like half the phonology, so get ready for a lot more. Verbs and nouns can sometimes become weird and long, so some special words can also be expressed by performing so-called special acts that are written in between sparkles. Besides the train ride, they don't consist of any train names, but you have to do something else entirely. For example, to say tempo, you have to raise the flag of Slovenia. To say to go, you have to run at least 1 kilometer, or 0.61 miles if you live in Myanmar. Crazy stuff. Most other words that don't fit into the previously mentioned categories are made of adjectives. As the name suggests, adjectives consist of them. But not only adjectives, but also conjunctions, prepositions, adverbs, and all that boring stuff, and they can also be incorporated into nouns using the take a photo of bread particle to further specify its meaning. There are only 6 adjectives, which are things that you can do both outside and inside the train, because doing it in the train would turn an adjective into an adverb referring to the verb the train is performing is a part of. Those 6 adjectives can make up an adjective syllable with a syllable structure A, which basically just means that you can put up 6 adjectives in a syllable, which is also a morpheme. And how could I forget the possessive clarified twice in the paper twice particle that you say before pronoun to make?
They just say 6 adjectives in a syllable.
Possessive codified twice before the paper twice particle, and say before pronoun to make it possessive, and it would be really hard to distinguish different acts without the take a photo of a house wall particle. Numbers count as special acts, but they are even more special, so I'm going to mention them here. To say number, you can either just collab it with an interval of less than 2 seconds, or you can simplify it to the decimal system and wait at least 2 seconds between digits. For example, 1509 would be
Stare at hands for 2 seconds.
You might wonder how you would perform pronouns that aren't the subject of a sentence. For recap, you say the pronouns that are the subject of a sentence by taking the correct train. So for pronouns that aren't, just make a drawing of yourself on that train. You can specify which train it is by writing in circled number or something. For names, either try to draw that person's face from memory or use the loanword method. Loanwords have to be written in nature with any natural thing you can find outside and transliterate into katakana. For adverbial clauses, worship eternal in the train and worship him again outside when you want to begin the clause. For relative clauses, you can handle dog days tape somewhere onto your clothes while you perform the clause. Finally, when ending a sentence,
At least they spelt it with an ash and the accent on the E, which is more than you typically manage.
I don't know what you're talking about. Tape Dog Days panel onto your clothes. I'm excited to see the reciting of all of this. Oh god.
Any level in Super Mario 3D Land, you're not allowed to be the same level twice in the same conversation, except maybe if you miss a star coin. That was the phonology. Pretty simple. Moving on, the word orders for QSVO, there are no tenses. Prepositional phrases come after nouns, nouns before adjectives, determinants or numerals. A preposition comes before the noun. They use money as their currency, use the type of currency, the road, blah blah blah. And written syllables are usually separated with 2 to 3 spaces, so it's easier to read. Is it sample time? I think it's sample time. In order to say, I see 2 trains, you have to take the 3rd train, exit the 2nd stop, look at a flower for at least 5 seconds, take a photo of a house wall, fist bump road, take a photo of bread, walk for 1 kilometer straight, take a photo of bread, fold a piece of paper, clap one of their thighs, clap 2 times, and complete a level of Super Mario 3D Land. Let's take a look at another example. In order to say, I have never understood the appeal of Agma Schwa, you have to take the 3rd train, in the train, clap one of your thighs twice, click and unclick a pen, fold a piece of paper, clap one of your thighs, exit the 4th stop, touch a street with the palm of your hand, throw a ball at and touch a tree with the palm of your hand, take a photo of a house wall, take a photo of bread, fist bump flower, to look at an animal for at least 5 seconds, attach a random panel of dog days onto your clothes, look at a flower for at least 5 seconds, take the 1st train, exit the 1st stop, fist bump a flower, touch a street with your palm, and fist bump it, draw Agma Schwa from memory, take the dog days panel off your clothes, and complete a level in Super Mario 3D Land. Now this might sound really cool, but these weren't actual samples. I've only told you how to perform those sentences. Now I'll show you a real sample of what train sounds like. This is the first line of the B movie.
Is it gonna be real?
This body started to speak my language.
No way. Wait, I need to see this at normal speed. This is beautiful. No way. It's like clicking a pen, slapping the thigh. Out of like grass blades. It's my freaking. There's the dog days panel. Pasted somewhere in Germany, in Bavaria. The train delay in douche's pond. Oh to a different city in Bavaria now. I might have to block out this music for copyright reasons. Holy crap. Oh my god. Just your forgetting the Discord profile. The worshipping. Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah, it has. It keeps going. Oh man, okay. I think I will speed it up and turn down the music a little bit. But holy crap, this is amazing. This is insane. This is like an entire freaking like road trip and sightseeing journey through Bavaria. Again, this is another one where it's like, imagine the entire movie script being performed this way. Drawing another picture of the train. Beating a level of Super Mario. The pig. This is insane. There it is again. Don't we all? Oh my god. Oh, touching grass Creole. Yeah, this is. I can't believe an actual journey through Bavaria on the Deutsche Bahn was taken for this. Oh my god! And again, and yeah, if this ends up being the thing that makes YouTube try to force my video to be split up into 12-hour chunks, then I will have to. I'll replace it with like some velar nasal music or something like that, and yeah, exactly. So I'll recommend that you watch the original video for the vibe intended, because it definitely is with the vibe. Yeah, it would just be, it's just too cursed and funny for me to not try my best. like that. Something like that. It is. Yeah, exactly. So again, if the music has to be replaced in order to make the video the length it deserves to be, then I'll do that. There's the Dog Days panel again. Yeah, the bread is gradually going away.
Next level, okay.
Thank you so much for watching. This will be the first video like this. Okay, it is September 10th, and I really hope I can get this video done before the deadline. Yeah. Thanks for watching.
Oh my god.
I'm tired.
Did you do that all in a single day? That's amazing.
Oh my god, Jesus Christ. I love how you also have the slightly off topic, but I love how the tentacle video is also in your recommendations.
Which one?
Notation must die. That one.
Oh.
No, the tentacle video with notation must die. That's a brilliant one.
Oh, that one. Okay. The battle for I gotta check that out. That sounds pretty good.
Yeah, if you don't know that guy, his videos are brilliant.
My focus was on cursed programming languages. I'm like,
oh god, yeah, I can probably tell what direction that one's going in.
And then several cursed.
Yeah, that we are yet to see.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure those are all ones we've yet to see, because I've seen those in my recommended and had to avoid them for like a long time
same.
So we'll see as we go along the list. So the next one, very different vibes.
That's interesting. That's a good start. It is also a 21-minute video.
Dear God. Oh boy. Alright. 1.5 speed it is. Let's see.
This is like the 100th time I've
let's bring this back to full volume.
Recorded the video, but I'm gonna try and make it quick because my previous recordings were like 30 minutes at a minimum.
We know how that went.
It's an entry for the Cursed Conlang Circus 2 by Agma Schwa. Please do mind that as you expression. Bab, also known as civilized Catamenian, is a language spoken by the civilized cavemen, aka Bab in their own language. They were a group of cavemen who were profoundly obsessed with proper mannerisms.
Okay, wait. So you are speaking fast. I'm gonna have to turn it down. But like, oh, it's because I had it at 2. That's why.
Please do mind that as my current expression. Bab, also known as civilized Catamenian, is a language spoken by the civilized cavemen, aka Bab in their own language. They were a group of cavemen who were profoundly obsessed with proper mannerisms and organization. The language is mostly agglutinative and possesses a large amount of inflection required for each part of speech. The language is written differently. It is not from left to right, but in a particular syntax. Now, first of all, let's talk about the grammar, the parts of speech. We have the basic ones, nouns and verbs. We also have adjectives and adverbs, and then we have extended and action noun. Extended is basically add adjectives and add adverbs. Action nouns are nominalized verb phrases. And the small texts are the so-called syntactic pronouns. We will take a look at them later. I'm procrastinating within the video. Now declension. Now declines on case, on number.
Oh god, okay.
And then we also have noun classes. Nouns are basically classed as anything you like. There are almost an infinite number of noun classes. For example, organisms can be classified not just as an organism, but also as part of an animal kingdom, or perhaps even as a phylum, class, order, a family, genus, etc. Only organisms are classified as arbitrary categories based on the organized kingdom.
Does that
organism kingdoms.
Okay.
So you have the organism kingdoms, and then you branch them into different things. For example, the Japanese cherry, the Prunus cerulata, can be classified as a Prunus, a Rosaceae, an angiosperm, a plantae, a decorative or non-decorative plant, or
Etymologists don't know.
More based on context and what you want to emphasize about the pronouns serulata. Noun classes can also be for the fields of research such as science, humanity, and you can classify each study as well. And then we also have the very normal and noun classes like shape, color, size, material, and basically arbitrary traditional groups.
If I had a nickel.
Verb declension. Verb declines on lexical aspect. Lexical aspect is composed of three things, whether it's voluntary, neutral, involuntary, telic, atelic, or static, punctual, or durative. Now they are also they are abbreviated as the first letter of each word, respectively. For example, ISD, and later in the glossing of the translation. So do be mindful of that. Verb declension. Verbs decline for the associated action, i.e. how the subject and objects are moving while the action occurs, or before and after that. Now we also decline for aspect, for mood, for voice, and for tense, evidentiality, and veracidity of the speaker, the addressee, both the speaker and the addressee, the subject of the sentence, the object of the sentence, both the subject and the object of the sentence, or a mix of a few of them or all of them. So far, so good. I've kept the time to a minimum. It's finally not going to be like 30 minutes. Personal demonstrative pronouns. Now here is where it's going to get better.
Oh god.
These are the pronouns. Pronouns can be suffixed with cases and then prefixed onto verbs to conjugate for person. And you only do this where there are nouns that are in the ergative, accusative, intransitive, or identitive case. Now these nouns are differentiated also based on the gender, the style, the status, and all.
Yeah.
The ones on the bottom are just screaming.
Oh god. Yeah. And it's all to a superior that's the formality or whatever, that your honorifics are just screaming at them. That's funny.
Now these nouns are differentiated also based on the gender, the style, the status, and also, I forgot to put that here, the number. I just realized, why did I not change this while I was recording for like the 4th or 10th time? But anyways, I forgot to do that, so please forgive me. Pre-declaration here is something that is not really a thing. A pre-declaration is where all parts of speech are listed before the main body of the text, the clause, like a variable, like encoding. It follows the following format: the adverb itself, and then the syntactic pronoun for the word adverb, and then you attach a number if there's multiple of them. Verb lexical aspect. Basically, you have the verb itself, and then you suffix it with the lexical aspect, and then you prefix the syntactic pronoun for verb, and with the lexical aspect affix, and then you affix a number onto the end of it if there are multiple of them. Same with adjective with adverb. At the noun, you have the noun first, and then the class of the noun prefixed before the syntactic pronoun for noun, and the same for extent with adverb and adjective. So here, this is where the syntactic pronoun comes into place, and this is required for most speech styles and is quite important to the Bab people, as it is a way of demonstrating the ability to do proper speech and mannerisms. Now, syntactic body, this is a phrase that uses the declared syntactic pronouns and other pronouns to inform the role of each part of the speech. These are declined with affixes of everything. You basically do that with this instead of what is done before. A word order within the syntactic body also matters, except for when it is the last clause within a sentence or it is the only clause within a sentence. The verb is put first, otherwise it is put last. For some speech styles, the verb syntactic pronoun is not used. Instead, you just use the syntactic pronoun for verbs ba after the end of the sentence succeeding a comma, which is conjugated instead. Now, the order of the position of this conjugation phrase, the thing that I just said is called the conjugation phrase, is always put to last within the syntactic body. A doubling. In certain speech styles, all pre-declared words are stated again after the syntactic body phrase in an end doubling phrase, where each word is used in its original form in the order of their appearance within the syntactic body. This is one of the quirky things that contributes to the idea of proper mannerism. Well, it is considered rather proper and perhaps sometimes overly serious in certain cases by the Bab people if you use end doubling. But do note when you can actually use it. This is the format of changing something into a thing. Basically how you would form relative clauses. You have the first clause on the top left, and then the now new word type on the top right, and then it is kind of encircled within a larger phrase where you would use it as an entire unit. writing structure, and we write something like this with that's how you do the thing. Kind of get an idea of how it works. With n doubling, you would just repeat. For example, in the first one, you just put sleep after the line of the glossing again, the syntactic body, so not glossing. And then for the second one, true ideas, verb, etc., you would just do true ecstatic, and then after the syntactic body. And then for the last one, you would do cow dislike, and that is how it works. This, this after glossing, it would look like this. But what it roughly means is, I don't like the cow that is being ecstatic and in the state of sleeping. I know that doesn't make sense, but don't really care.
Of course.
Speech styles, basically like formalities and tones, etc. But tones, not tones.
Oh my god.
Later, we have 6 speech styles: casual, artistic, regular, professional, formal, and ceremonial.
It's literally
the pre-declaring is only used with regular, professional, formal, and ceremonial, not for casual and artistic. For casual, you just don't declare it at all. You just use the syntactic pronouns straight away. For artistic ones, you would just use the words themselves, and you do not need the syntactic pronouns. For n doubling is only done with professional and ceremonial because it is thought to contribute to accuracy as well as proper politeness. Okay. Verb conjugation, for all of them except formal, the verb is conjugated. For formal and ceremonial, you also use the thing where you just put at the end of the sentence and then conjugate that. And for formal, you don't use the verb at all within the syntactic body, but for ceremonial, you first use the conjugated verb syntactic pronoun, and then at the end you do it again, basically. Now, so good so far. So far, so good, I meant, but it gets better as it's phonology and orthography. I've left it to last because it's the best part.
So far.
This is the concept.
Oh no.
We have ba.
Oh my god.
And then
no.
Oh no.
And then the vowels.
Okay.
This orthography is wrong. Okay, I just discovered that the superscript M can be put on top of the letter. And
this is like the reveal of the ultra French vowels. Like.
Yeah. What is these? You can't even call it the superscript. The not superimposed. That would be on top of, but like the M on top of the vowels.
It's like a diacritic M.
Yeah.
Some of which have voiceless symbols over them at the same time.
God. You know, at that point I would put the voiceless symbol below just as a side mark.
Yeah.
You typically put it below if there's already something above the letter, or if it has an ascender.
Oh god, okay.
This looks a lot better. So the vowels are
oh, it does it.
And they can be rounded and nasalized respectively, or both.
Oh no, hold on, I just realized.
What?
Wait, back. You see these angle brackets? That's the romanization.
Yeah.
The M on top of the vowel is the romanization.
Oh, I get it. That's the nasalized.
God, that's atrocious.
That's rough. Oh man.
Tones. Just don't ignore that. Okay, tones, my lovely. We have 33 basic tones. So let me read them for you. Okay.
Of course we do.
Again, it's literally. Excuse me?
And then we can also double the amount of tones available. We can put this on top of the tone diacritics to break the tones with a glottal.
I heard 5 and they're repeated like 10 times.
I heard 1. I'm very tone deaf. I can't tell tones from each other. It all sounds the same to me.
I max out around the Mandarin levels of tone. After that, it's like once you get to like Cantonese level of tones, I'm out. Like I got nothing.
Stop. For example, would become but for the dipping tones, actually, they are split into 3 parts by this diacritic. So would actually become instead of Vowel length, we have long, regular, and short. Very basic.
Oh god.
And here is how we compose a character.
Looks like a freaking like Mongolian word, but with messed up little pieces of Latin alphabet mixed in.
Oh god, yeah.
This is a legal vowel to be formed. This is pronounced like
a vowel.
And it's long. Okay, it's long. So first of all, we have the main character, and then surrounding it, first of all, is the tones, and then the broken tones sign, diacritic, and then roundedness, and the nasality, and then length. Look at it. It looks like Zalgo text, does it not?
It does.
It's amazing. It's lagging my computer. Numbers. Numbering system is pretty wild, in my opinion. In my humble, not so humble opinion. Ignore that theta. It uses a base 3 times 11 system, which means that for the first digit it is base 11, and for the second one it is base 3, the third 11, the fourth 3, the fifth 11, the sixth 3, etc. The digit is counted from the least significant to the most significant. Okay.
Oh my god.
So here's an example number, 1425, which would be 10,000 theta 106 in the base 11 times 3 numbering system, which would be pronounced as but I think my pronunciation is not very good. Please do. I do beg your pardon. Now, time for the translation. The translation, it looks like this, from left to right. The left picture is the first sentence, the middle is the second, and the last is the third. For each sentence, you need to open it with ba'a and close it with ba'a. Now, that is compulsory.
Oh, God. Oh no.
And normally it would be written something like this. It is written top to bottom. So enough explaining. Time to listen to the beautiful sound of the Bab language.
You can speed this up to 2 times speed.
I can't wait to hear what this will sound like. Oh. Another one that's even better sped up.
Yeah.
Dear God. Oh man.
Good God. That gloss is also horrible.
Yeah, just massive list.
That's only like most ultra French glosses don't get this bad.
Yeah. Oh man. I like the brackets that enclose them too.
Yeah.
Wow.
That was the first sentence. Good God.
Oh man. It sounds like the human embodiment of like a receipt printer, like an old receipt printer trying to print a receipt.
Okay, I think we've got a pretty good idea of what it sounds like.
Yeah. Oh wait.
It's done. First try. Okay. Oh yeah, and also just for the theme, when you want to get the attention for your addressee, you need to throw a rock at them.
Okay.
So that you don't
It doesn't count. It doesn't count.
Oh god. Thank you for watching. I'll enjoy it and see you next time possibly.
God.
Okay.
It doesn't count.
Alright, so it looks like our next one is Goosick by Danger Dan. Alright.
Goosick, yep.
Goosick.
You're not sharing your screen anymore, by the way.
Really? Oh yeah, I guess it went away. Here, hang on, let me put
God.
this. Let me put this thing in. Oh god. Alright, let's see. Ahem. Let's share the screen. Let's share the application. There we go. All right.
There you go. Let's see.
All right. It's time for Goosick by Danger Dan.
There we go.
Let's see what you got, Danger Dan.
Hi, I'm Daniel.
Oh, let's not be at 2 times speed, but let's continue to be 1.5.
And I made... I'm sorry for what I made. I'm sorry for what I've done. I'm so sorry.
Geese.
Okay. Geese. Geese are an animal that can fly, swim, or terrorize you, which doesn't make it hard to really understand how they talk. Because when you ask them, they might do any one of those things. But it is true that geese have advanced language capabilities. Steve Kaufman, geese don't cough. Oh god. Oh, no, that's not it. Ho, 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 ho. What did that say? Ho, ho, ho.
Oh god, is it Tom?
Oh, it's gotta be.
Ho, 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 ho.
That's a long sentence.
For what I'm doing to you.
Yeah.
So sorry for what I am doing to you, dear viewer. If you are watching in the future, or this just came in your recommendation somehow, this is for the Agma Schwa Cursed Conlang contest.
Indeed,
if you're
it
watching
is.
For that, you already knew that. I'm going to put in other videos about linguistics or other things. So if you like this, at least someone likes it. This is a problem. This is a problem. I am a worse person for having made this. A quick note: if there's anything I messed up, like due to being a novice conlanger, or like someone's like, "Oh, that's not really how linguistics work," it's just geese. You know, it's universal goose grammar. And if you criticize this concept,
something we can all agree on.
Chomsky is going to wither you in the night. So help me.
Get on with it!
God.
In Goosic, there's only one real phoneme, which is like an open, mid-back, rounded vowel, but it's nasalized, so it's like om. Of course, I have human vocal cords, so that's how I say it. Geese say it a little different. I'm not a goose. Once you goose say it, but where geese are different phonemes
Certified goose appropriation
based on length and tone. Goosic honkemes can be short, long, overlong, or hyperlong.
Yeah.
Because of course they can. Tones are high, medium, low, rising, falling, low, high, mid, mid, high, low, mid, low, high, and high, low, mid. Although short vowels have been reduced to be analyzed and spoken as pretty much toneless due to sound changes.
Oh god.
We'll get to the sound changes.
Oh man.
This makes 28 total honkemes, which are the equivalent of phonemes as well as syllables in human languages. Am I good at producing tonal languages? No, not at all. Quick note on orthography. Considering that the Goosic alphabet is forbidden to be seen by human eyes, or not goose eyes, honestly, as far as I understand, I've created an ad hoc method to display Goosic honkemes.
There you go.
So basically, I have the open mid-back rounded vowel symbol from IPA. I didn't put the nasal diacritic on it, even though that looks nice. I didn't do it because it's hard to get it on in the word processor I'm using to write this script. I say script because this is garbage what I wrote. I'm a minceman. The number of times that symbol is repeated indicates the length, obviously, and the letter at the beginning indicates the tone, so low, medium, high. My original idea, I was going to use macrons, so sort of to indicate long vowels like in Latin, and then I was going to have them kind of go like make a shape, so like how Vietnamese does with diacritics indicate tone, and I was going to like stack them on each other. But when there were like 2 or 3, then the second one, I was going to have it be like a picture of French President Emmanuel Macron. But that joke would have been about this funny, and it would have taken me this long to do that, so I didn't. But just imagine yourself giving a light chuckle to that. Can I get some hypothetical LOLs in the chat? Can I get LOL in the subjunctive mood? Please.
Maybe LOL.
Do I hear a human being frivolous and having a fun time outside? Let me put a stop to this real quick. That ruined the joke, doesn't it? I'm gonna have to like mute it when I get up.
Good God.
That's horrible. Goosic is an agglutinative language. It has nothing to do with being an agglutinative language. It's not. it's a goosinative, because a goose is native.
Okay.
Most geese are native in goose.
Naturally.
And in a single short honkim, so do adjectives in the modern language, at least in the dialects that we've studied, due to sound changes. It used to be a bit of a more robust morphology before sound changes. Some nouns create as a combination of more basic root words, such as law, for example, comes from serious or important, and writing. Actually, that's why writing is serious or important. Plurals are formed by following the word with the pluralizing particle, which is ha ha. The plural particle is not mandatory, and in many cases, if it works to just use the generic or singular term, that will be used without the plural particle. Now, you may wonder, what is the difference between an affix and just another word that's next to it? And for that, we turn once again to the golden maxim of linguistics. Don't worry about it! The first
Trust
thing to know
the
about
process.
Is there are three copies. One comes from the word meaning to stand, like a star in Spanish. One comes from the word meaning to float or swim, and one comes from the word meaning to fly. The one derived from standing denotes, a place that you're in or an activity that you're doing. I am in my apartment. I was in your front yard. I will be watching you sleep tonight. The one derived from floating, since water is considered less solid and more transient, denotes sort of like a state of mind or the passive voice. I am running out of patience with my boss. Earlier, I was melting down silverware to make a really cool, really sharp sword. They won't be found by the police.
Very peculiar sentences.
You're terrible for laughing at it.
Not specific at all.
But I wrote it and thought it was funny, and I kept it in. Like, you see, I kept it in. What did that say about me? The one derived from flying, since geese are birds, and flying is very important to their identity, their existence. That denotes things that are more essential or identifying with them. So something like, I am American. I was a child. Black Country New Road are a great band. Tense is weird. This is an idea I had, and someone else had a similar idea. I was looking this up. I don't know if they ever made this into something more fleshed out, and I'd like to make it into something more fleshed out.
Excuse me?
Max polarity and tense with word order.
Oh, no.
The verb comes from everything. It's past. If it comes between subject and object, it's present. If it comes after subject and object, it's future. If the subject comes before the object, the clause is affirmative, otherwise negative. That's horrid.
Didn't we do that once? Isn't the at least like the polarity? Isn't that kind of how hyperpirate works?
In hyperpirate, it's I'd have to check for polarity, but I know that at least whether it's a question or not depends on the word order. It's been a while since I last had to translate something into hyperpirate.
Yeah.
Let's see. Yeah, but hyperpirate has all the word orders for sure, and they all mean different things. Where is the hyperpirate needs to be documented a bit better. Good God, it's a mess. Seriously.
Indeed it is. Indeed it is.
Yeah, what was the thing about... Yes, hyperpirate does that. OSV for statements, SVO for questions, VSO for commands, OVS for negated statements, SOV for negated questions, VOS for negated commands. Yes.
Yep, there you go.
Well, it's just hyperpirate. It's literally hyperpirate. Well, tense is different, but polarity, yeah.
Alright, anyway. I just had to check.
Word order. It is entirely head and SL. And the basic word order is SVO in the non-past.
God.
And yes, auxiliary verbs are mandatory in Gusic. In addition to the pre-mentioned copula, these include a handful of modal verbs, as well as negative forms of all of these, which evolved from a now non-existent negation particle. Wait to get to the sound things. Let's not do that yet. Hold that since the tense and aspect require there to be an auxiliary verb and a lexical verb, if there's no lexical verb, then you can just throw in the particle with the dummy lexical verb. So there's two auxiliary verbs, and the first one will get the suffixes, more than a second, and the second one will just be glommed on like right after, unless there's no lexical verb, in which that one will act like the dummy lexical verb for the inversions. I hope that makes sense. If it does, cool. Can you explain it to me? I think auxiliary verbs come with two additional suffixes to indicate context. Let me explain. First off, geese like puns. If you didn't know this, now you do. If something is an obvious fact, like if a goose is telling you that Mount Everest is tall, then the evidentiality / mood suffix will be derived from the word for silly, because if you don't believe that Mount Everest is tall, you're just being a silly goose. Second,
oh my god.
With their own eyes, like someone that they know climbed Mount Everest and they saw them do it, then they would say that it's something they've taken a gander at, and it will therefore
stop.
That is derived from gander.
This is too much, not the goose pun.
If it is something that they've heard, well,
the dad jokes are going to the extreme.
And now, if it is something that is hypothetical, well, that's honkathetical. So it comes from the word to speak or to honk. If it's just an opinion or unverifiable belief, well, then it's similar to how goose are, they're drawn to certain things. Like their migration patterns come from them being drawn to the magnetic forces of the earth. So it's magnetic, so it comes from the word meaning magnet, the suffix. Experience in a non-visible or auditory manner.
I love the illustration because it implies that people don't know what a magnet is.
And if you're asking why these puns are like based on English words,
diagram at right.
You've heard how birds of a feather flock together. Well, words of the weather are locked forever onto acoustic synthesis. Because due to how important weather is for a flying animal, acoustic auxiliary verbs receive a suffix based on the weather conditions. And again, both these suffixes are attached to the auxiliary verb. The lexicon, sadly, is often not filled too deep with semantic intrigue, as the definitions of Gusic words often mirror English definitions, but this can be explained due to a strong Sprachbund effect with English. However, there are a couple interesting tidbits.
Of course, example, the Sprachbund between geese and English-speaking people, famously.
Due to the goose myth that the mother goose laid earth as an egg 69,000 years ago, and geese are waiting for the egg to hatch, where the great godling will fly out and lead all the geese on the grand migration across the stars, where they will reunite with the mother goose as one great gaggle and swim together in a lake of gold. You will also notice
that's some certified world building right there.
Goose law.
Which will be a link in the description. You will notice the aggressive homonyms. This is because of the sound change. In Proto-Gusic, there was a different tonal system where short honkies had tone. Instead of the complex contour tones that we have today, there was just more simple contour tones. But eventually these simplified. The complex contour tones evolved later, and word final honkies got reduced. And it's all just such a muddled mess, especially with the short honkies losing their tone. But Gusic speakers will swear up and down that they can understand everything through context. The one set of homonyms particularly of note to linguists is the fact that most numerals, as well as most determiners, have simplified to which, as you remember, is also the demi-lexical verb, as well as a couple other words of that too. So they've basically, via sound chains, lost their words for different numbers. This is something that geese find several ways around, such as saying it multiple times to indicate a higher number, and in some dialects it seems like geese are starting to pronounce the honkies as ultra short to indicate it's a small number. It seems different in different dialects. Unfortunately, we're only able to get a lot of information from one dialect of Gusic. As more research is done, I'll definitely share updates. Just know if you see Daniel Everett, no relation, following waterfowl at a pond with a notepad, don't bother him, he's working. Hi, this is Daniel from
Hold on.
I'm letting you know that my joke earlier.
Wait, what?
Just go pause again because the audio is abysmal.
Ow. God.
Oh god.
The puns are to another level.
Too much. Good god.
It's to another level. Oh my god. Alright, let's try it again.
Goose puns.
It's actually wrong. Geese can cough. Most animals can cough. Dolphins cannot cough, by the way. That's an interesting fact. And I might make another conlang in the future, which is the dolphin language. We call it Finnish. Poetry in Gusic is based on triangular numbers. Because geese fly, it's not a triangle, it's like a V shape. This is so stupid, what am I doing? It's almost a triangle, okay? Each line of a Gusic poem must have a number of honkies that is equal to the triangular number corresponding to what line it is in. So 1, 3, 6, etc. I will now attempt to read a short Gusic poem. Hey, wait! Now, you may wonder why that didn't have all the grammatical constructions, the auxiliary verb. It's poetry. It's poetic license. You know the many famous celebrities actually speak Gusic? These include Ryan Gosling.
Okay.
And now, for what you came here for. This is gonna be bad. It's gonna be bad. I hope I did the glossing right.
Oh man. The gusative case.
The gusative, no.
Missed opportunity to call the accusative case the accusative case.
Yeah. That's just done, but spelled without the B.
Yeah.
Apologies for my accent, by the way. It's not very good.
But there's just the ganderative, naturally.
Ganderative. And magnative, obviously.
Thank you for watching. Thank you to Agma Schwa for inspiring me to do this and giving my anxiety an excuse to actually publish a video.
There you go.
I've been trying to publish a video for a while, and I'll post more here. Some of them may be worse than this, if possible. I'll try to make them worse. I'll try to make sure people suffer consequences as payback to the world for the consequences I have suffered.
All right, there you go.
All right,
Danger Dan's Gusic.
The next ones are shorter, luckily.
Cool, a couple short ones. Hey, if this is number 89 and there's 120 of them, that means we are less than one Cursed Conlang Circus 2022 away from the end.
God. What have you done, Agma?
One entire, a little bit less
my God,
than one entire circus from last year away.
Atrocious.
We're in the end game now.
To help put this in perspective, this is going to be 89. We started with 79, which was Muslish, and that was 3.5 hours ago. It took us 3.5 hours to do 10 languages.
Oh, God. These were longer on average. All right, let's get a couple quicker ones out of the way.
Sort of. Some of them weren't that long.
Yeah. But on average, I'll give us that. All right, let's see.
Hi,
Sapriel by what was your name you submitted it under? Braden. Sapriel by Braden. Let's see. I think I have to turn the volume down a little bit.
Buddy, this is Sapriel, a Cephal Conlang for Agma Schwa's second Cursed Conlang Circus. As any linguist knows, the most difficult languages in the world are those spoken by cephalopods deep under the sea. Their insane phonologies and outlandish grammars give even the most baroque of crustacean tongues a run for its money. But one enterprising octopus decided to invent a universal language to enable cephalopods from around the world to communicate with one another, and this language will be known as Sapriel. While it managed to develop a modest following, its simplicity was a major turnoff for many. Many cephalopods take great pride in the sheer complexities of their languages, a quality which they thought Sapriel could never hope to equal. Now let's get to the basics of supreme morphology. A word consists of a permutation of 10 elements, which could be imagined, for instance, as the numbers from 1 to 10. The selection and ordering of the first 5 elements of a word determines its meaning, as well as whether it's a noun or a verb. Now, all words in Supriel are either nouns or verbs, although sometimes these nouns and verbs can sometimes be used like adjectives and adverbs. And the remaining 5 elements of the word are used from function. The order of these elements determines features like number, aspect, and even opinion. So you might be wondering, how on earth do you pronounce a permutation? Well, the phonology of Supriel is actually really simple. There's only 6 primary phonemes, 3 consonants, b, d, and 3 vowels, a, e. A word is composed of 6 syllables.
Phoneme inventories, a lot of them are interestingly.
Yeah. Exactly. It's an interesting trend of this year's batch compared to last year's ones, which are almost all like enormous phonologies.
Yeah.
Alright, let's see.
Each composed of a consonant and a vowel. And while this might sound a bit long, it's not as bad as it sounds, because Supriel is spoken at a rate of 16 to 20 syllables a second. This, however, is somewhat unpredictable. There are 3 mutations which can be applied to a word to change it. A word can take 1, 2, or none of these mutations, but it cannot take all of them. Now, the 3 mutations are implosion, explosion, and duplication. Implosion causes consonants on stressed syllables to become implosives. The glottal stop, however, becomes a velar implosive, and imploded words will often be stressed on syllables with a g in them. Explosion attaches a p to the end of a word, and e becomes u before that p. And duplication is exactly how it sounds.
Explosion is actually not that weird of a word, because in the past people used to say explosives instead of plosives. So that's actually not that strange of a term.
You know,
like if you read an old grammar, you'll see explosive.
I feel like I've seen some of that before, but now it's been like, you know, it's been reanalyzed to make explosion a weird thing again. That's funny.
Locate a part at the end of a word, but the exact part depends somewhat on where the word is stressed. Now, the process for determining the pronunciation of a word goes as follows. First, you take the number corresponding to the permutation. With the first permutation being 0, the second is 1, and so on. We're assuming that the permutations are organized in a lexicographic order. Now you take the number and convert it into a mixed radix base, where the least significant digit is in base 7, and the other 12 are in base 3. Now take the base 3 part and convert the digits to phonemes. 0 is or a, 1 is b or a, and 2 is d or e. And finally, decompose the base 7 digit into powers of 2. For instance, 5 equals 4 plus 1 to determine what mutations to apply. 1 means apply implosion, 2 means apply explosion, and 4 means apply duplication.
Oh god.
Now, as I said before, inflection is performed by reordering the remaining 5 elements of a word. And if you do the math, you'll see that there is 5 times 4 times 3 times 2 times 1 equals 120 possible forms for both nouns and verbs. Nouns and verbs are inflected for 4 different categories, but the exact categories which they're inflected for are different for the 2. Here is how you interpret the inflections on a word. Let's say that the last 5 elements of a verb are 4, 8, 5, 3, 2. The first inflectional element indicates one of 5 aspects: habitual, retrospective, perfective, imperfective, or prospective. The aspect this element indicates is determined by how many smaller elements there are following it. In this case, there are 2 smaller elements following 4, those being 3 and 2. And this indicates that our verb is inflected for the perfective aspect. Now, the second element indicates one of 4 moods: potential, necessitative, indicative, or inferential. 8 has 3 smaller elements following it: 5, 3, and 2, so this means that our verb is inflected for the inferential mood. Now, the other 2 elements indicate whether an event is viewed positively, negatively, or ambivalently, as well as whether or not it was intentionally caused. Keep in mind, however, that both nouns and verbs are inflected for opinion. 5 is followed by 2 smaller numbers, 3 and 2, indicating a positive view. And with the last 2 elements, 3 and 2, the larger element comes first, which indicates that the event was caused on purpose.
This is like incredibly
Noun to consonant operates on pretty much the same process. There are 5 possibilities for a number. Note the associative, which indicates a set of related things, like a pair of eyes or a set of tentacles, and the collective, which indicates that we're not referring to a specific instance of something, but rather to instances of that thing in general. There are also 4 deixes, or distances. While the first 3 are found in many languages, the recollective is unique to Supriel. It's used when you're discussing things which were in the past, or which are recalling from memory, or if you're telling a story as well.
It's a 4th dimension.
Nouns are also inflected for opinion, just like verbs, as well as definiteness. And there are two more operations which can be performed on both nouns and verbs, inversion and retrograde. When a word's permutation is inverted, for instance, 1 becomes 10, 2 becomes 9, and so on, this negates the word. And when it's put in retrograde, reversing the permutation, that indicates a reality. Finally, we shall discuss the process for which case relationships and conjunctions are handled in Cyprial. When you want to indicate how a word in a sentence is related to a previous word, you mangle it. Essentially, you encipher it using that previous word. The resulting mangled word, the word which it stands for, and the word which it relates to, can be related to each other as follows. One word permuted using another word will yield another word.
Is this another program?
It looks like it. This is, oh man. Freaking encoding with all language as part of its grammar.
Exact relationship between the three will determine the specific case or conjunction. As you can see, this system causes a lot of havoc, to say the least. Pronouns and person don't really exist in this language. Rather, existing words or words known from context are used to mangle following words. And to top it all off, after mangling the words, it's possible to arrange them in any order, but generally the original first word will be in there somewhere unmangled. Here are some syntactic mangling relations used in Cyprial. The first four correspond to other languages' ergative, absolutive, ablative, and genitive cases. The genitive construction can also be used with special nouns that serve the function of adjectives. And down there, you can also see that there's three conjunctive relations. First, there's the causative, which can be used to translate because or so, depending on how the two verbs are ordered. It's featured in many grammatical constructions. The conjunctive can translate and or while, but using the aspects, it can also mean before or after. And if you use it with the arealis, it can mean or. Finally, the contrastive can be used to translate things like but, though, or despite. Now that we've covered all of the basics of Cyprial, here's what you've been all waiting for, the opening lines for B movie.
Here we go. Oh god. Oh my god. I forgot about the 16 to 20%.
Yeah, those squids ain't right. Well, it looks like that's about it for today. Hope you guys enjoyed this video. Bye, everybody.
Wow. God. This was dense.
Holy crap.
Alright.
Alright, we got a couple more quick ones coming up. So we have Moonins, Chaseries, maybe? Chaseries? We'll find out.
That's for the name, if maybe that's irrelevant, but Hugin and Munin are like the two ravens of the Norse god Odin. I think one means thought and the other wisdom or something like that. But I don't remember exactly what they mean.
Interesting. Let's see if the language has anything to do with it.
My life has been full of twists and turns for the past few months, and it's about time y'all see why.
It all started Odin's Raven.
Yeah.
Nice. With Agma Schwa's announcement of the Cursed Conlang Circus 2, a call to the linguistics community to submit their most twisted linguistic creations. At the sounding of that call, my continent sombered, my breathing intensified, and the 1,000 years of pent-up energy of thunder's divine wrath filled me with motivation. I put pen to paper and started penning the worst, most convoluted language imaginable. Then I pissed away the next 2 months and had to rush to finish on time. This video is my short overview of the language I created, covering phonology, grammar, and including a sample. That language is the tornadic tongue of Chaseries.
Oh no, tornadoes? Oh no. Oh man.
Act 1. The phonology.
Act 1.
Phonology is the study of how words are formed. So, for example, the English phonology is built up through these sounds. Yeah, don't worry about what any of this really means, because, my language doesn't do this. In my language, you form words by throwing objects into tornadoes. If you're wondering how anyone could possibly make sense of this language, don't worry, we'll get to it. Okay, I should probably explain what's going on here. The following is what I'm calling the basics of my tornology, or tornado phonology. Remember, these things are what distinguish meaning in my language. They are the item itself that's thrown into the tornado. This is what does most of the heavy lifting in my language. And this could be anything, like, I don't know, rocks, for example. What part of the tornadic recycling system affects the piles of objects? And so this is basically whether it's a direct hit or not. The type of tornado, whether it's a rope, a stovepipe, or even a wedge, and the chirality, or which direction the tornado is spinning. An important caveat for what items count.
Chirality of the tornado, excuse me.
See, my dad was like obsessed with tornado chasing for a while, and he was like, putting together a plan to go storm chasing, and we would watch all these like storm chaser compilations together and stuff. So I know more than the average person outside of the Midwest US should know about tornadoes. This is pretty good.
Oh my god. I feel it.
They must be within a certain specific size range of around 3 meters squared to be valid tornemes. Further, in this system, items represent both ideas and collections of properties. Throwing in a toy car, for example, might represent toy cars in general, or it could represent the idea of cars in general, or speed, or motor vehicles, or what have you. How to interpret these tornemes requires context and inference, and, well, and a supercomputer. Yeah, to address the tornado-sized elephant in the room, speaking this language is hard. It requires knowledge about events that is impossible to obtain without ubiquitous surveillance equipment or a huge survey of the area, and incredibly precise models to predict conditions to even know if a tornado will even be happening to allow you to speak. Hell, if you don't see where the piles are being thrown in and where they managed to hit the tornado, you'll have to use a supercomputer to estimate where those objects came from originally to work out what piles they were a part of. I mean, it's a mess, but you can't really see that in full until you see Act 2, the grammar.
Oh, God.
The grammar of a language basically dictates how you use your morphemes to convey broader meanings. In English, we have nouns and verbs and all sorts of tricks. In Chaserese, the basic unit of sentences are clauses. There can be as many clauses in a sentence as you wish. Clauses are built up by piles of tornadoes, like so. Piles can be tossed into the tornado or left on the ground to be intercepted. Sentences, on the other hand, are defined by tornado encounter. So one sentence per tornado, basically. So you have as many clauses as you want, and as long as they hit a tornado, that's a sentence.
Sentence per tornado.
Let's look at clauses in a little more detail. They're built up by a subject and a modifier, as you can see here. These are mostly analogous to the subject and predicate of normal sentences that you might be familiar with the notable exception that the modifier is more of either a verb or an adjective that describes what the subject is or does. Modifiers are distinguished by reduplication. The amount of reduplication dictates the strength of that modifier. Think of the difference between good and great, or best, in this case.
Oh my god.
There are two types of special clauses, effective clauses and injective clauses. These names are just made up by me.
Okay.
Effective clauses are designated with a ring of some type of phone. Effective clauses are responsible, causatively basically, for all other clauses lower in rank than them. They do not affect injective clauses, though. The amount of rings of phones tells you where in the effective chain the clause is. So 2 rings of phones precedes a single ring of phones, which precedes no phone ring clauses. This allows us to dictate how clauses interact with each other. Injective clauses are marked by rings of some kind of eyewear, like glasses. They tell you something about the sentence as a whole. This is basically where adverbs come in, but there's more than one way to form adverbs in the system, which I won't go into because I didn't really flesh that out. Okay, let's move on from clauses to random tidbits that are interesting. Whether the piles hit the tornado directly or not dictates tone. A direct hit is most polite, while a miss is insulting, of course. The type of tornado at the time of impact dictates the tense, so the thinner the tornado is, the farther in the past the action generally occurred. Yeah, that's right, that means the tense is a spectrum in this language. I honestly barely comprehend what that even means, so I'll just let you know that a stovepipe tornado represents the present.
Okay.
Finally, there are only 2 moods in this language, declarative and interrogative, otherwise known as statements and questions. You might not think that it's too cursed until you hear how these moods are formed. Moods are dictated by chirality of the tornado, or which direction the tornado is spinning. For practical reasons, cyclonic tornadoes produce statements, and anticyclonic tornadoes produce questions. Because statements are generally more common than questions, right? And this is the most practical language.
Yeah.
This means to ask a question, you have to either pray that you happen upon the less than 1% of tornadoes that are anticyclonic in the northern hemisphere, or you have to move to try and catch the comparatively much rarer southern hemisphere tornado, which tend to be anticyclonic. So yeah, good luck trying to run a quiz show in Chaserese. And with that, we've covered all the important or funny bits of this language, so let's see this monstrosity in action with Act 3, the sample. Since I don't have access to a supercomputer and don't live in Tornado Alley anymore, I'm going to have to simulate the speaking portion with diagrams and clip art. On screen, you will see on the left a transcription, a basic plot of the structure, and a gloss of the sample text. On the right, you should see my copyright-free simulation of how to speak this language. It's definitely worth trying to pause and identify the objects in the piles and see what roles they play. Answers will be in the Google Doc in the description. For your information, piles will be grouped by parentheses in the little demonstration on the left. And with that, I suppose it's time to get started. Let's go.
Just toss a bee into a tornado.
Yeah, just toss that exact specific collection of items into a tornado, and then just go run off and find the next tornado.
Yeah.
In order to continue what you're talking about. Oh, that's good.
Act 4, the conclusion. Well, this was my submission. I hope you liked it and got something from this. Be sure to check out the other submissions, and of course Agma Schwa's channel for more great linguistics content. Oh, and if you like the style of content, maybe with some graphical updates and some better narration, let me know down below. It could be the motivation I need to make more videos on fun topics like this. Oh, and if you're wondering how this even is a language, well, I mean, it's definitely not a code for a different language, so I think it counts. Maybe you want to call it a sign language? Sure. I'll take it. Anyway, I'm going to go and report to Odin, so catch you later, guys.
A sign language, if you can call it that.
Yeah, I don't know.
Throwing objects into tornadoes, signing.
Yeah, like, are those the signs? Is the movement of them into the tornado the sign? I don't know.
Is this... I've gone ahead and converted this to you because this number is 176 in decimal. Okay. Whether that means anything, I have no idea, but it's there.
Alright. And it's a 5-minute one, nice and quick. I'll do this one before I turn off this recording. Alright. Let's see what we got here. Come on.
Here I love how it's just the same.
Hello, Agma Schwa. Welcome to my conlang. Yeah. My conlang is called E-oo-E-E-oo-oo-oo.
Oh.
It's the word language in my language, which honestly I feel is very unique in, naming conlangs. So let's move on. So the phonology of my conlang, there's no consonants.
Oh my god!
I mean, it's pretty basic. The vowels are E.
It's just binary.
I will say they should have used E and O because that looks more like a 0.
That's true. Like, or literally like the on and off switch, like I and O.
Yeah.
And oo. So, I mean, pretty common vowel system, I think. Grammar, there's 2 parts of speech. I know, kind of complicated, but you'll learn it fast. So noun or verb. So how the language works. Okay. So each word is made of 8 bits, and each bit is a yes or no question about the word you are trying to write. If the answer is yes, put a 1 for that bit. If the answer is no, put a 0 for that bit. When speaking the language, a 1 is spoken as E, and a 0 is spoken as oo. So I know I said it's a bit complicated, but you'll learn it.
All
right. So
yeah, exactly.
In the case that the word is a noun, here are the yes or no questions, for that word. So the first question is just, is this word a noun? This is to differentiate between nouns and verbs. In this case, this will always be yes, because these are the case for noun. All right, so the second one, does the noun have any green on it? So like grass, that'd be a 1 for that. Okay. But for like, I don't know, my phone doesn't seem to have any green on it, so that'd be 0 for that. Is the noun's height bigger than the men's Olympic high jump record, 2.39 meters or 7 feet 10 inches? I included both measurements just to be, so that the whole world could enjoy my conlang. So yeah, I feel like that's pretty basic just to get, just how, big the noun is. Is the noun alive? Is the noun supposed to be eaten? Not can the noun be eaten, but is it supposed to be eaten? There's a big difference. Is the noun a physical thing? If it's an imaginary thing, then a lot of these things kind of don't apply, but you just have to use your imagination because it's an imaginary thing. So if the noun have any green on it, if it's like happiness, it's up to you. Like, do you think happiness has any green on it? Is the noun a bad thing? If the answer is no, it can either be positive or neutral. I mean, I feel like it's up to the user to decide.
Fully subjective.
Is the noun older than 101 hours? And as you can see from the name of my conlang, it is not older than 101 hours. So, but when it does become older than 101 hours, I will have to change the name. And in the case that the word is a verb, here are the yes or no questions. Is the word a noun? In this case, it will always be no because this is the case for verbs. Does the verb require bodily movement? Like, do you have to move your arm to do the verb? Is this verb something humans can do, or is it only like animals or objects? Is the verb a bad thing? Is the verb physically observable? Like, can you see the verb happening? Does the verb produce sound? Like, when you do the verb, is sound produced? Like me clapping, that would be a 1 for that because it does produce sound. Is the verb negated? Like, if you're saying something can't happen or won't happen, it would be a 1 for that. Example, can't fly. Does the verb take longer than 2 minutes to do? So I feel like that's pretty self-explanatory. All right, so now we're going to move on for the translation. So this is the actual thing I'm going to be translating. Then this is the translation, and then this is what, since there's only nouns and verbs, I had to kind of simplify it a bit, but this is basically what it means. All right, so you can read this yourself, but I'm just going to read the translation. E oo e oo 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 e oo oo e oo e e oo oo e oo oo e oo e oo e oo e oo oo e e e oo e oo oo e oo e oo e oo e e oo e e e oo e e e oo oo e oo e e oo oo e oo e oo e oo e oo oo e e oo oo e oo oo e oo e oo e oo oo e oo oo e oo e oo e oo oo e e. All right, so that was the translation.
Wow.
yeah, I feel like I did a pretty good job. If you could rate this video 5 stars, I'd be very appreciative.
Rate it 5 stars. We're back in like 2010, 2008. Back when YouTube videos had our star ranking system on them. Cool. So our next one is whatever that is supposed to mean by Web Cloud.
God.
All right. We're gonna try and get to Star Talk tonight. Let's see. Oh God.
Is the name for the conlang. It is the Cursed Conlang for the Cursed Conlang Circus. Hello, Agma Schwa.
Hi.
My name is Webcloud, not my real name, of course. This is the link to the slide. It will also be provided in the description of the video.
Oh, okay.
Consonants. There are 10 consonants. There are 4 consonants for each cardinal direction and 1 for the ego.
Consonants? Oh God. What? They're all written as vowels.
These are not consonants.
Oh God.
Each consonant also has a dark or focalized version, which makes 10 of them. Vowels have 2 parts, the R part and the V part. In orthography,
what is happening?
Wait, these might technically be vowels. I buy that these are vowels actually, but the like syllabic consonants and vowels and glides, I could buy that. But what about the previous batch was consonantal?
Oh God, I hope we find out.
The R part is written first. For any vowel, the R part is not required, but the V part is. There are light R's, which are like the R's in English, and there are dark R's, dark vowels, which are like the L's in English. Each R vowel has a dental, alveolar, post-alveolar, and a retroflex variety. This makes up 8 possible R vowels. There are also 13 different V vowels. They can be front, simultaneous, center, center back, center front, or back. Vowels can also be high, middle, or low. Both parts of the vowel must be pronounced simultaneously. It is not fun to pronounce a dark dental R plus a simultaneous high vowel. That's what it's pronounced.
Oh God.
There are 10 different pronouns. Pronouns must end in r. Each pronoun is linked to a consonant. There are singular and plural versions of each pronoun, though they don't match. See it versus we. There are first to fifth person pronouns. There are no placeditic pronouns, also known as demonstratives, though there is a relative pronoun, which is just a complementizer or a subordinating conjunction. There is not a thing that nouns must end in. The determiners are clitics, which must end in le. Nouns may only have 1 determiner. There are 5 different determiners, excluding null, which corresponds to 6 different noun states. Determiners may also be numbers, which also end in le, but are not prefixes, but are put before the nouns with space in between them. Because these determinants are clitics, they will be put in front of the first word. For example, in the red bee, the red is one word, but bee is a separate word. Verbs do not have tense, they are contextual, like in the Semitic languages. Verb moods and modality may be written in the modal prefixes, which can also be negated, just like the verbs themselves. All verbs must end in ilo.
Okay.
Adjectives do not have a thing that they must end in. Through derivative morphology, transitive verbs like know or eat can become known or eaten with the prefix r after the verb. There are 2 main types of coordinating conjunctions, combination and linear. Combination conjunctions may be binary, ternary, or quaternary. And linear conjunctions may hypothetically also have multiple lines condensed into one, such as A, thus B, thus C, becoming A, thus B, C.
Yep.
But I do not know of any natural language that does that.
Is not something that anyone else would use.
There are also 4s, which specify what you are junctioning, such as 4NP, 4VP, or 4TP. Subordinating conjunctions and complementizers don't have to end in anything. What makes them and others into one class is that they introduce the dependent phrases. Prepositions are like normal, but may be negated with a lieu, like nouns are negated with a lieu. With becomes without. Using becomes without using. Adverbs do not have to end in anything. The types of adverbs are still in the same class, but some types are clitics, some types are prefixes, and some types are separate words themselves. Morphology. In a verb phrase, the verb comes first. In a tense phrase, the tense comes middle. In a noun phrase, the noun comes middle. In an adjective phrase or an adverb phrase, the head is final. And in a complementizer phrase, the complementizer comes first.
Okay.
There are 2 head first phrases, 2 head middle phrases, and 2 head final phrases. It's kind of an agglutinative language, as you can see. The curly brackets after the word known denote derivative morphology. The underscore, like in according to, mean that it is one word in the target language for this language. The differences between clitics and prefixes don't really matter for this language. This is the tree structure of sentence 1 in the Conlang. While TP is not shown for space, auxiliary P is actually T and is in the same level as the first of AP. Negative ABL is like saying bees cannot fly, while ABL negative is like saying bees can not fly, like saying bees don't need to fly. The prepositional phrase also moves to the front of the sentence. This is the first subsentence of sentence 2.
Yeah.
And the conjunction.
I'm a bit disappointed by it still using an S node instead of something like a CP.
Okay. Well,
I always found those kind of janky if you need to include an S node instead of a proper phrase.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Though, I was taught using S to represent, like, the entire sentence, and then to subdivide that into clauses below that. So, like, it's another, like, main branch to the tree, but I know a lot of them treat every clause with an S, and it's, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, what I've always learned is that you start out with S and NP because that's easier to understand, then later you move on to CP, TP, whatever.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I mean, both are valid systems. It's just, it's different levels of efficiency, I guess. Alright.
Function thus. This is the second subsentence of sentence 2. This is the tree structure of the sentence 2. The tense phrase is not shown here either.
Wow. Alright.
This is the first subsentence of sentence 3, and the conjunction because, which may also be a complementizer, depending on how you see it. This is the second subsentence of sentence 3. Even though about is a clitic, it becomes a normal word because it attaches to null.
Gotcha. Oh god, that's a
well, the text analysis could tell you that what becomes that.
We have
translation.
3. Oh no.
3 is more complicated.
No.
This is not important for this sentence, but is important for other sentences.
Non-binary syntax trees.
This is the whole translated text. Note that it is pre-recorded and in parts, so I can breathe. It is also at 1.5x speed.
Wow. Oh, that's gonna be
real fast now. Oh, maybe not. What are these demon sounds in the background? We're entering the upside down. This is like straight from a horror It really sounds like there's like a demon breathing behind his shoulder.
That is the whole 3 sentences translated. Go to slide through the description for the code of the trees, and for the script, and for the syntax tree generator, which I think you can just search up.
Imagine not using LaTeX for syntax trees.
Okay.
So this one, there's a comment, and I've in the video description. There's this quote: "I fear not the dark, for I have the microwave's light to guide me."
Oh no!
And that's in the video description. So
it's called "Beep Beep Beep" by.
Maybe that's.
I shit. Oh, I'm terrified. This is a long one, but I'm gonna keep it as sped up as I can while still being able to understand what's being said.
We'll see.
What witness is my child, my spawn, my creation, the thing which I, in my infinite parental capabilities, brought from its beginning as a mere fledgling idea in the darkest reaches of my brain to life. I claim no responsibility for what this language has done, and what it will continue to do, for why should we punish the father for the sins of the child? From my linguistic loins have I created the pox upon humanity, but I did not intend this. No, I intended to make art. I intended to make beauty. I intended to make my microwave speak to me. I wish to do what humans have always done, bend my machinery to my will. Instead, I've fallen into hubris. Like Icarus, I flew too close to the sun that was the linguistic pantheon, and now, like a comet, I come crashing down to the unspeakable depths below. However, on my fall toward the abyss, I realized something. I realized that I am a selfish individual. And what do selfish individuals do? They bring the ship down with them. At this very moment, you are the Titanic. I am the incompetent captain who ignores the cries of his men. And what you are about to witness is the iceberg. I present to you the language of microwaves.
Oh, man. Oh, God.
Firstly, let's discuss the phonology, at least the thing that is closest to a phonology. You see, the only noises you will be hearing are the incessant pleas of my microwave.
Yeah, we will slow this down a bit. Oh, yeah,
we're down to 1.25 even, I'd say.
Let's see.
As it seeks death, yet cannot find it. Rather than a phonology, we have a microwaveology. Note that this language has many, many different dialects. Every microwave model has its own beeps, its own boops, its own mechanical inner workings. What I present to you is language outfitted to suit my microwave. In order to properly speak this language, you must acquire this specific microwave. The model number is HBP100N30NL-S3, a Hamilton Beach microwave. Mine was manufactured around August 2017. Don't think for a moment that you can simply speak this language without my specific
That's the one you get at Walmart.
If your microwave is this model, but was made at a different time, then you cannot speak the language without adjustments. That aside, this microwave has a multitude of buttons which can be used to express many different things. Most often, it is used for time and cooking. But my mind has been opened far beyond that. Here's the button inventory we have to work with. Baked potato, popcorn, pizza, beverage, frozen dinner, reheat, clock, time cook, kitchen timer, time defrost, wait defrost, power level, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0, start/+30 seconds, hereafter referred to as start, and stop/clear, hereafter referred to as stop. In addition, we can open and close the microwave door, as well as place things inside it. I initially considered slapping or otherwise touching the outside of the microwave to make noises, but I realized that this would constitute abuse to the microwave, and it has felt enough pain already. How do we translate these actions into meaning? Allow me to explain. Let's talk about the simplest part, inserting things into the microwave. This is used in exactly one context, loan words. If a word has no good equivalent, is a proper noun, etc., you write the word itself on a microwave-safe plate and place it inside the microwave. You can remove the plate almost immediately, or you can leave it in for very long periods of time. It is up to the speaker. Do note that leaving the plate in longer generally indicates greater importance or emphasis. Another relatively easy mechanism to use is the door. The door is utilized exclusively for punctuation. You open and close the door to indicate a period, do the same quickly to indicate a comma, slam the door shut for an exclamation mark, and finally leave the door open for a question mark. Note that this makes it grammatically impossible, or at least incorrect, to say anything after a question. The door is permitted to be closed when your question has been answered, which really makes one think. This is due to my own realizations when I ask questions about my monstrous child to the abyss. If you stare too long, it will stare back. And if you ask a question, you'd best be prepared to wait a long time for an answer.
Oh, God.
Now, buttons. Buttons serve a variety of purposes, which necessitates groupings of buttons. There are 5 basic button groups which are named after their function during standard microwave usage, as opposed to my microwave usage. The first group is known as the presets. This group includes baked potato, popcorn, pizza, beverage, frozen dinner, and reheat.
They say that are based on standard microwave usage as opposed to my microwave usage.
Really going for the universality here.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
These buttons are very simple in usage. They simply represent pronouns. I originally wanted every button to have a myriad of complex use cases, but I found myself creating a minimalist language, from my perspective at least, with very few buttons. Thus, the presets came into being. Each button designates a pronoun, as denoted by the table you see now.
Naturally.
The next group is the control actions group. This group includes start and stop. These buttons are used in very specific cases. The start button is utilized for emphasis. For example, spoiler alert, words are formed via numbers. After inputting a number, you can push start to activate some function of the microwave.
Another number-based
This is done to emphasize
one.
specific words and sentences of the speaker's choosing. I personally do not tend to use the button at all, but it has specific use cases in things like poetry or religious texts, of course. The stop button is
religious text.
It is necessary to clear things often in the language. Thus, I made the decision to make the stop button mean nothing. You'll see it pressed a lot, albeit I will not include it in written translations due to its lack of meaning. This is all for the control actions. Next, let's talk about the parameter settings. This includes clock, time cook, kitchen timer, time defrost, weight defrost, and power level. The first 5 of those buttons are reserved to indicate the part of speech of each word. For example, let's talk about the simplest ones first, conjunctions and prepositions. Conjunctions and prepositions are indicated via the time defrost and kitchen timer buttons, respectively. Let's say you push the kitchen timer button. Congratulations, you are now indicating that you are about to begin what I call a prepositional array. This array is incredibly simplistic, as the only thing it can include is a preposition. The same goes for the conjunctional array, which can only contain conjunctions. Basically, pushing one of these 5 buttons indicates that you are about to begin an array. Let's go over these 5 arrays in detail. First, the simple ones. Conjunctional, prepositional, and interrogative arrays almost always contain one word. I've yet to run into a situation where I felt the need to place multiple words in these arrays, but I say almost always just in case something comes up in the future. Either way, these arrays will contain a single conjunction, preposition, or interrogative word per array. It's that simple. Then, there are the nounal and verbal arrays, which are markedly more complex. Let's start with the verbal, as it's easy.
There might be another word for that
Verbal
one.
arrays must contain minimum 2 things, a verb and a tense indicator. Verbs are verbs. They do verb things. The tense indicator is conveniently cooked, no pun intended, directly into the button. When one pushes the clock button, they must select to make their clock use either 12-hour time or 24-hour time. 12-hour time is reserved for the closest thing to a past tense that exists. Specifically, 12-hour refers to anything that happened before August 2017. The rough manufacture date of this microwave. On the other hand, 24-hour time indicates things that happened after August 2017, making it a joint present and future tense.
End of the world.
Any events that are constant or consistent are generally placed in the 24-hour tense. As you may have noticed, I said that verb arrays must contain 2 things. They can contain more. Any words which modify the verbs, such as adverbs, are also included in the verbal array. Adverbs come after the verbs they modify. Let's test this out by constructing a complete verbal array. The first sentence that popped into my head while writing this section of the script was, "The man eats the apple quickly." Firstly, let's isolate the portions that would be included in the verbal array. In this sentence, those portions are eats, the verb, and quickly, the adverb. Note that the object of the verb is not included as it is a noun, and nouns go in the nounal array. Therefore, we have the short phrase of eats quickly. Next, we must add the array indicator, that being clock. So we now have clock eats quickly. Remember though, you must indicate the tense. In this case, the English sentence was present tense, so we can reasonably assume that this is happening after August 2017. Thus, we arrive at clock 24-hour eats quickly. Finally, we translate the words eats and quickly into their microwave forms, those being 9105 for eat and 4415 for quickly, giving us, finally, clock 24-hour 9105 4415. This is the blueprint by which all verbal arrays are constructed. Nounal arrays are somewhat similar. They are composed first by adding an array indicator, that being time cook. No markers are required before the words themselves are input. As you may imagine, the nounal array contains nouns, be they subjects or objects, and their modifiers. You may assume these modifiers are adjectives, and you would be right. Kind of. There is so much more that must be indicated, and this is why the nounal array is the most complex. First, let's discuss grammatical gender. There are 8 grammatical genders. Many words do not have one set grammatical gender, which will become obvious when you see what exactly these grammatical genders are. They are, in order, things which belong in the microwave and currently are in the microwave, things which belong in the microwave but are currently not in the microwave, things which do not belong in the microwave and are currently not in the microwave, things which do not belong in the microwave but currently are in the microwave, things which should absolutely never go in the microwave and are currently not in the microwave, things which should absolutely never go in the microwave but currently are in the microwave, things which cannot fit in the microwave and currently are not in the microwave, and finally, things which cannot fit in the microwave but currently are in the microwave.
How does the last one work? Cannot possibly fit in microwave. But
and is in the microwave.
How the hell does that work?
You just gotta accept it.
The example is house that is inside the microwave.
Oh man, the whole world can be inside the microwave. Don't ask how, and trust the process.
Good.
Oh my god. Okay.
Listed are some example nouns which fall into each category, generally. Grammatical gender is indicated by a specific number code as listed below. For example, if one wants to say the word ramen or 1375, they must indicate its grammatical gender at the end of the word. Ramen, unequivocally, belongs in the microwave. If it is currently in the microwave, you add a 1 to the end of the word. If it is not, you simply add a 2. Now that grammatical gender has been discussed, let's talk about case. There are 5 cases: nominative, accusative, dative, genitive, and prepositional. These cases are indicated utilizing the one parameter setting not used to denote parts of speech, that being power level. This table indicates the specifics. So let's look at an example. Let's say that we wanted to say the big sword. For some reason, we'd start by placing the array indicator, then removing unnecessary words, then translating all words into their microwave equivalents. Remember, modifiers follow the things they modify. Now that we've done that, we must indicate the grammatical gender and case of the noun in the array. We'll assume that the sword is not currently in the microwave and that it is a small sword which could fit in said microwave. This makes this specific sword a member of the 5th gender. For clarity, this is due to it being made of metal. It is hazardous to place in the microwave, meaning it should never go in the microwave. As far as case, sword appears to be the subject of the sentence, therefore it is the nominative case. And we're done. Do note that a sentence can, and often will, have multiple arrays of the same type. Word order for this language is SVO, which indicates how arrays should be placed in sentences. With that, we've finished all necessary discussion on arrays. Let's move on to the final 2 sets of buttons, the numbers.
Theology.
Oh my god.
The numbers are split into 2 distinct groups. First, the regular numbers, which include 7, 8, 9, and 0. These numbers have no effect when pressed unless other actions have been taken on the microwave. Meanwhile, we have the express numbers, which are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. These numbers, when pressed by themselves, will turn the microwave on for X minutes, where X is the number on the button. This is why these numbers are used for grammatical gender, while the regular numbers are not. Now, with that out of the way, let's briefly discuss words. Words are formed by a combination of 4 numbers. Of course, words are meaningless when not attached to an array indicator, meaning that one set of numbers can represent multiple words depending on context. These meanings are generally related for simplicity. For example, the word for flight means to fly when input in a verb array. There's only one rule regarding what numbers can be placed where. 0 cannot be the first number in a word. At least that's how I constructed it. I'm realizing now that I could have had 0 as the first input, meaning that you put in nothing, basically making a word a 3-digit word instead of a 4-digit word, which would have increased the complexity, but I've already made this whole thing, so I'm sticking to no 0 as the first input. Other than that, words are all over the place. With all that out of the way, it is finally time to begin a proper translation. At least it would be without this quick lightning round of miscellaneous grammatical tidbits that didn't fit cleanly into the other spots beforehand. There is a top sneaky 6th array called either the adjectival array or the pseudo array, which is basically created to facilitate descriptive sentences. By pressing time cook twice, you are indicating that the following array contains only adjectives. You'll see this get used a little in the translation. To make nouns plural, you simply input the number 8 at the end of a noun array. This is done by pressing time cook again, which sounds like it could be confusing, but in practice is pretty easy to understand. Negation is performed by placing the word for no at the end of the verbal array it modifies, that word being 9000. To make a verb imperative, simply input the number 1 at the end of the array. Now that that's done, let's create an example sentence to translate real quickly. I'm going to use something very simple for this example, something that came to my mind very quickly due to other events, which I will talk about in a moment.
Oh, man.
That being Genesis 1:1, specifically the King James Version. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. Let's start by breaking it down into arrays. To start off, we'll place in into its own little prepositional array. Then, due to this language lacking articles, the next word in sequence is beginning, which gets sorted into a nounal array. Then God gets placed in a nounal array, followed by created. placed into a verbal array. Then we have a nounal array, conjunctional array, and another nounal array for heaven and in earth. When we translate the words in the microwave, we get the following incomplete sentence. Kitchen timer 3434, time cook 1000, time cook 7777, clock 9042, time cook 4212, time defrost 1111, time cook 8433. Next, we'll add the modifiers that are necessary. Because this is a past event, we set the clock to 12-hour time. Next, we assign everything a grammatical gender. Easy ones first. Since the beginning isn't a tangible thing, it can fit in the microwave but doesn't belong there. This is a set rule for almost all non-tangible things, with the one exception of note up to this point being radiation. Regardless, we can assume that the beginning is not in the microwave currently, making it a member of the third gender. Next, heaven and earth, literally translated here as sky and ground. This is subject to interpretation. I just decided to do it this way. Both cannot fit in the microwave. We can also assume they are not in the microwave, making them members of the seventh gender. Now the complex one. God. Can the Christian God, who I will henceforth refer to as Yahweh for simplicity, fit in the microwave? I would argue yes, given that he is stated by the text I'm translating to be omnipotent. This raises another question, though. Is he currently in my microwave? I would, once again, argue that he is, according to the text I'm translating, as it also states that Yahweh is omnipresent. Therefore, the real question is this. Does Yahweh belong in my microwave? These are the kinds of fun questions that make me love this language so much, despite how cursed and terrifying it is. Assuming that he is not forced into the microwave, I'd say that there is no way to tell for sure. It comes down to the personal preference of Yahweh as to whether he wants to be in my microwave or not. Of course, there are other arguments. By definition, most things are placed into a microwave, meaning that for them to be there, I have to forcibly put them in, regardless of their will. Thus, one could argue that no sentient beings belong in the microwaves that would minimally constitute assault. However, in this specific case, I don't think that argument applies. If we assume Yahweh's omnipresence, we are left with a couple observations. Yahweh is everywhere. This includes my microwave. But the crucial question here, did Yahweh choose to be in my microwave? If we also assume his omnipotence, then we can reasonably assume that he could choose to not be in my microwave if he wanted to. But, like, can we, though? Does the omnipotence override the omnipresence? It's a confusing question. Ultimately, I value personal space. I didn't believe in Santa as a child, but the songs about him watching me while I slept always kind of weirded me out. Thus, I am going to invoke the law and say that since I never explicitly invited Yahweh into my dorm room and by extension my microwave, even if he is truly in my microwave, he does not belong there. Case closed. Fourth gender. Everyone can make their own conclusions, however. There's a bunch of complexity with the concept of the Trinity here, among other various Christian doctrines. And what if I were referring to the Jewish God instead? And does this even matter since this was a past event and my microwave didn't exist? You can see how this gets complicated fast. Theology aside, let's work on the cases. Beginning takes the prepositional case, God takes the nominative case, and heaven and earth take the accusative case. With that, we have finished this very simple sentence. It's time for more complexity.
Oh, God.
On to what you've all been waiting for. Here's a video of the language being spoken, as well as the original English text, the new microwave text, and the gloss. Please forgive my glossing abilities, as I am no linguist. I probably have no clue what I'm doing, but I certainly tried. Don't click off after the translation, though. After all, it is only right that I receive closing remarks.
Oh my God. How long is this part gonna go on? Let's see. Oh man.
Oh God.
Oh man. I think it's time to speed up a little harder.
Possibly.
Just imagine someone just standing there, just typing in language into their microphone, into their microwave for just hours. It's like, sorry, I'll get out of the way once I'm done. It's on like the second word of the sentence.
God. I think we get the general idea at this point.
Yeah. Anything else particular happen while we're pressing microwave buttons? Oh wait. There's a conclusion.
When I discovered the Cursed Conlang Circus, I was fascinated, bewildered, repulsed. I remember my personal favorite submissions from the last contest, those being Robin Hood and Seraphim. I found them to be completely ridiculous, yet also beautiful. They were art. And now here I am. This language is not something spoken by the gods themselves. It doesn't involve anything crazily over the top. However, it is mine. And thus, despite the destruction it hath wrought, I am proud of it. What is one to do with such a thing? After all, with the completion of this video, its purpose has been fulfilled. Thus, it is with great pleasure that I would like to announce that I am not done with this language. I intend to begin a translation of the Bible into microwave, which I am preliminarily dubbing the microwave translation. The original, I know. With all this, that's all I have. The iceberg has hit the Titanic. The ship is sinking as we speak. Get on the life rafts while you still can. I, on the other hand, will go down with the ship. Like Jonah, I know that it is me that the seas want. For I have brought havoc into this world. And now, it is finished.
Are you serious? Oh no. Alright, well I guess go subscribe to I Shitted if you want to see the Bible's microwave translation.
Yeah, in the beginning there was a microwave and all that.
Oh my god. That is God. Insane.
Jesus Christ.
Oh god. Alright, yeah. I mean, let me know if you get a significant chunk of the Bible translated into microwave. That would certainly be worth seeing. Okay.
Hello. Today we'll be sharing Toki Ike, the language of bad. This language is a micro-language partially inspired by Toki Pona. It is meant to be incredibly simple and has only 90 roots for its words. It also has infixation and somewhat unpredictable words. Its grammar is also incredibly simple and has very few rules. Toki Ike's phonology is ba, da, ga, da, ga, ba, ta, ta, s, o, y, wa, I, e, e, o, e, o. This phonology is designed to be incredibly simple to aid in international miscommunication. The sounds da, da, are both articulated with the lips and the tongue. They are simply combinations of the bilabial stop and the other two stops.
Oh!
God.
Alright.
There we go.
It just got louder.
This is incredibly simple to pronounce, as both sounds occur in almost every language. The affricate fa and sa both combine two sounds that are quite common cross-linguistically as well, and to combine those into sa is only logical. Additionally, almost every language in the world contains a nasal consonant of some kind, meaning everyone can nasalize a sound. Henceforth, the vowels being nasalized makes plenty of sense.
Oh no.
Additionally, there's only a 3-vowel system, making the difficulties of learning a 5-vowel system if you speak a language with only 3 vowels quite easy. Additionally, there's one diphthong.
What did you say?
The famous 3-vowel system, E, A, and O.
Yeah, with a lovely diphthong of ew.
Ew. Yeah, the cross-linguistically common diphthong of ew.
Oh yeah, extremely common. Oh my god.
Ew, because that is obviously the most common diphthong.
There you go, yeah.
The phonotactics of Toki Ike is C, V, N. Most of the time it will just manifest as CV. Phrases are made up of the nouns put together and the verb. A modifying phrase will follow a non-modifying phrase. The nouns are affixed together by object, then subject, then object again.
One thing.
This takes the place of the first
CVN doesn't sound that bad at first until you realize that counts as one consonant.
Yeah. Yeah, that'll be good. That'll be good, especially as it gets pinned together with others.
Only consonant in the root for the object being the first sound in a word. Then the vowel, then the consonant of the subject root will be following, and at the end is the vowel from the object root. However, if the object has a nasalized vowel, it will take the place of the subject.
Fascinating.
Certified Toki Ike moment.
I do like the object word order.
Object, subject, object. I like the nasalized "ew" as well.
Ew, yeah.
And the subject will take the place of the object. Additionally, verbs are affixed with the demonstrative adjectives for this and that. It takes the average place of the two arguments, subject and object, and is a nasal added to the end of the verb. This is how Toki Ike works in Toki Ike. It is the consonant for bad, the vowel and consonant for language, the vowel for bad, and then E comes from the article the, which I deleted on the back of the second.
It has a different origin
the
story.
Verb stem. Okay, so additionally, E can go at the start of a verb, and it means the, referring specifically to the subject. And I believe
adding to the document as we go along.
To
very nice.
Object. That's quite rare in usage, though. Often those are just dropped or replaced with those. Additionally, this is the entire word list right here. It consists of only 90 root words. And then, here will be my incredibly poor nasalization, but my spoken sample of, according to all known laws of aviation, there is no way that a bee should be able to fly. Its wings are too small to get its fat little body off the ground. The bee, of course, flies anyway, because bees don't care what humans think is impossible. Or this.
Here we go. Oh, it's quiet.
So, kitoko, sipot, se, totsi, so, so, Nelsa, homie, so,
God, the background image.
It's coming. And that's the end.
Hello, I'm back again in post here.
Oh, never mind.
I missed one thing about the grammar. If you reduplicate a phrase, it will signal that it is quite intense. And if you triplicate it, it will signal that it is negative. And if you quadruplicate it, it will signal that it is intensely negated, which comes up quite often over here, where Yipon said like 3 times here means that, what's that one? That means that bugs cannot go. But it's basically bug can go 3 times.
Okay.
Wait, hold on. Let's take a look at the literal gloss there for a second. The gloss
bugs cannot go.
Literal translation. So we have, according to all known laws of aviation, there is no way a bee should be able to fly. Person no go in. Character is in the way. Go in up, person say word, bug make food, food bad, food bad, food bad, bug can fight, bug can go, bug can go, bug can go, bug can go in up. Brilliant.
That's pretty solid right there.
Yeah.
I see why it's Toki Ike.
In your recommended here, we have a video about music theory. The next one I'm not sure what to make of. The one after that is a conlang that we still have to see. The one after that, I have no idea what that is supposed to be. Then, on the next one, we have one of them we've already seen, Zaz. Then we have a random Ace Roller video. Then we have that. We have, is that the Mario 60... some random Mario video? We have Seraphim. We again have the Tentacruel video that just keeps popping up here. Yep. We have a 3 blue 1 brown video, and another submission that we've already seen.
Wow, that is impressive. It's because literally all this Brave browser has been used for has been just to see Cursed Conlang submissions. So it like it doesn't know what to do.
It's weird though that suddenly you have like some of these videos I know, like Ace Rolla is a YouTuber that does graphics programming stuff, and Tentacruel does like long form music theory and stuff like that, and criticizing notation apps.
Well, obviously it's realized that this algorithm.
I remember there's an overlap.
I mean, it realizes that we're a nerd, you know, a nerd who may want to know how erections work. Oh my god. Oh god. Okay. Anyway,
The Very Normal Conlang by Daniel YouTube channel. Brilliant name.
Okay.
It is 1 minute 50.
1 minute 50 seconds. I like the sound of that right now.
Don't tell you. Can I got a banger?
Oh god. Let me slow it down because it's
God.
Because this one we aren't gonna be needing it to be much fast.
Probably not.
Hey guys, don't tell you. Today I got another banger video, and today, guys, you might be wondering why I just like disappeared off the face of the earth for like I don't know how long.
it's been like a month or something.
What the hell?
But yeah, I've been making conlang during this time for the Agma Schwa's Cursed Conlang Circus.
Oh yeah.
This is not a phonology.
So yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. So here we have the phonology. What's the most cursed phonology? No phonology. So there's only one sound, and yeah, everything is just built around that. So orthography is pretty easy. It's just L for each time you say. The spaces in between words. So it's pretty easy to take the word you want to say and figure out how common it is and compare that to every other word. I could be using this site to compare that to every other word. It gets rank, and that's how many L's I write.
Oh no.
And you have to write very carefully, because if you have one more L or one less L, it's a very different word.
Okay.
Cool. So I can't begin to imagine a grammar worse than English, so we're just going to use that. Anyway, just say puh for every L. Be very careful again. Anyway, so you have Agma Schwa is
like a
thing. Well, half of it, because I don't want to do the other half. I mean, this is probably going to take a very long time to say, because I'm going to have to do that.
Figure out any of this.
So yeah, I'll do that. I'll read the whole thing.
What?
Well,
wow. There you go. Look at this recommended. Can 2 people actually repopulate Earth?
Oh god.
Oh man. Okay. On to what should hopefully be our last one for the night.
There's a note here. Hope you like Mozart.
Okay. I'll
which is, I think, because the video is just text, but the background music is Mozart, and just. We'll have to read this one, I think.
At least Mozart isn't copyrighted anymore. That's public domain now. Let's listen to some Star
That
Talk.
is public domain indeed, yes.
Yeah. Okay, that explains it right there.
Okay, I will have to do this one. God.
Star Talk, I
get.
Okay.
As the name suggests, it's the language you have to go. Okay, we'll have to pause for a bit, maybe. God. It's the language which stars use to communicate. After all, if stars want to talk, they gotta do something, right? But they don't have vocal cords. I never would have figured. They can't just speak Esperanto or something. Yeah, even if you have vocal cords, I wouldn't suggest speaking Esperanto.
Got him.
So, of course, what they do is fling space rocks at each other. Okay.
Rocks.
So here goes nothing. Not a spoken or sign language, an asteroid throwing language. I'm pretty sure that technically counts as a sign language. Because stars are such infinitely greater and wiser beings than us, they don't need subjects or objects or verb or conjugation. It's just a ton of words describing each other recursively. I guess this is an instance of why say, what's the meme again? Why say big word if small word do trick or whatever it was?
Yeah.
Something like that.
Pretty much.
Basically, each sentence is a bunch of asteroids orbiting each other, and no, I don't care about the 3-body problem or whatever. Each asteroid is a word. Compound words are just several asteroids orbiting each other as a binary system, so too fast.
Yeah.
So there's not really a word order to speak of.
Great.
Ignore what I just said. It's sort of a topic common. The central asteroid is the main word, and the ones orbiting it are describing it.
Okay.
There is no clear distinction between parts of speech, so the word for red could mean red, the red thing, the color red, redness to redden, reddening, and you'll just have to figure it out by context, I suppose. Main things about words like subject, object, and restrictive modifiers will have circular orbits, while less important information has elliptical orbits. I'm pretty sure most orbits are elliptical.
Yeah, I think that's kind of a
generally.
requirement. It would be pretty impressive for something to be perfectly circular.
Yeah.
And if it's a parabola, you can't really call that an orbit because it's just gone afterwards. Anyway.
Oh, background change.
Oh boy.
To red.
Wow.
Fade to red.
Very, very vibey. We're fading to red.
Oh, good God,
red.
that's a lot of red.
This is extremely red.
Jesus Christ.
It's late at night for me to be looking at that red.
Yeah, it's early in the morning for me. Phonology, petrology, I don't know. Following attributes of the asteroids of the make. Tholen class. I have no idea what that is even supposed to mean.
Yeah, really.
A way of classifying them based on color, which probably reflects the material. Fascinating.
Okay. You missed an opportunity to call it astrology, but okay.
Greater patterns on the surface. Note, however, the following which are not. So there's some things that are not unique. Size of asteroids which are satellites of larger ones will necessarily have to be smaller anyway. Yes, that is how gravity works, I believe. Being a comet, as you can't tell the difference in interstellar space since they only have tails when close to stars. Interesting, yeah.
I see.
More on crater patterns. The largest craters on the asteroid's surface make up the word root, basically like letters. There's nothing analogous to syllables, and the craters are not in any particular order. I will say I am very annoyed by the consistent lack of capitalization and word final punctuation in this presentation. It's all lowercase, and there's full stops missing all over the place. And even the title is all in lowercase. God. Anyway. That's just a bit painful typographically speaking. Each crater is distinguished by latitude, relative size, and pattern of overlapping craters on the same spot. These correspond roughly to place of articulation, voicing, and manner of articulation. It's all in the crater.
Yep.
Because of course I couldn't be bothered to make up things, so I just borrowed my roots from Arabic. And we have the flag of, I think, Saudi Arabia?
Yeah, I think that's Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, I think it is. The actual craters and the sounds they make. Okay, we have some. Interestingly, this maps to sounds, which I would not have expected, since again stars don't have vocal cords, as we previously established.
Whose mouth is shouting these in the vacuum of space right now?
Yeah, well, there's also no medium to transfer sound. That's a good point.
I think romanization is probably the
That's
word
perhaps about why, yeah.
we're looking for here.
How stars think. Okay, here we go. Like I said before, all parts of speech are the same to such infinitely great and wise beings as stars. Therefore, they all have gender represented by Tholen classes. Here, the gender C and B are the most common. So we have solid, all planets, moons, asteroids, comets, brown dwarfs. Okay, gas, which is nebulae, galaxies, asteroid belts, and comet tails. Plasma, which is stars, protostars, white dwarfs, and neutron stars. That makes sense. Relativistic, which is space-time itself, it would seem. Motion size, black holes, and light. Abstract, which is thoughts, feelings, pronouns, and as well as too small, don't care. Things smaller than 1 kilometer.
Okay.
Note that words, and this is going to be a bit annoying because then everything in the B-movie script is going to be too small, don't care.
Yeah. Oh my
Note that words may unexpectedly change gender, and this affects the meaning. Interesting.
Okay, I think I know what Tholen class means now, because I've heard of M-type stars before, white dwarfs and neutron stars and stuff. It's like, that's like, I don't know, it's normal. But like SVC, I've never heard any of those.
Yeah, this is some sort. This is some sort of classification. Yeah.
Yeah, like I've heard of like celestial bodies being referred to as M-type before. I just didn't know those.
Yeah.
Tholen class.
So yeah, this is some astronomy thing.
Yeah. All right, let's see. No copyright. Sorry. You're gonna be like, actually, this particular recording is.
Yeah, I was gonna say some more grammar stuff. Verbs exist only as adjectives. That's not a verb, then that's an adjective. What do you mean verbs exist only as adjectives?
Exist only as adjectives.
But that doesn't make sense. Describing the noun. Passive forms for purpose of topic comment may be produced by adding the particle bj.
Okay.
Fascinating. Information like tense, aspect, person, number are shown by context. For instance, pronouns, adverbs.
Okay.
Interesting. Did I mention there is no copula? Zero copula. Which is basically completely analytic, nothing declines.
Okay.
That reminds me. A quick word on the romanization I'm using, so it is a romanization, which of course the stars have no need for, but you might find useful for drawing lots of asteroids. Good enough. And for some ungodly reason, now we have a punctuation mark at the end. God. Each word is represented as the corresponding letters. The order doesn't matter. In front of the, oh my god, it's the other way. In front of this, the letter of the folding class is written up. Okay, that's a garden path sentence right there. Then a dash.
Just choked on water. There we go.
Don't do that, Agma. That's a bad idea.
You know, you might be right. Anyway.
I know I am. After each word, any words orbiting it are listed in square brackets. An asterisk indicates an elliptical orbit. For example, this language is called, there is no pronouncing that, which means star throw or star talk. So yes, you can just call it star talk. Okay.
Nice.
Illustration says star talk maybe.
Oh, okay.
I see. Oh, that's the writing system then. I see. It's starting to make sense now. Here's another example.
Never untranslatable. Gonna give you. I'm being rickrolled by asteroids right now.
Now for the required text, it's going to be interesting. Diagrams not to scale. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Also, disclaimer, much of this would make absolutely no sense to a star because that experience is completely alien to them. This is like the... who was that said that? Was it Wittgenstein or someone? Even if a lion could talk, we couldn't understand them. Something like that.
Oh, yeah.
It's like some famous philosopher's quote. I think it was Wittgenstein. I don't remember, though. Could be wrong.
Yeah, I remember.
But yeah, basically, even if a star could talk to us, we wouldn't be able to communicate.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I mean, that would make sense. These asteroids and stars just accidentally read out
an interesting linguistics reference here.
Yeah, exactly. Let's see.
There is no way of tiny yellow things defying gravity in all the laws of physics.
Look at that freaking orbit. It involves like collisions happening. Like.
God. So small is their flight stuff, it cannot take the fat little thing away from the planet's surface. Of course, tiny yellow things fly despite this. This is because tiny yellow things don't care about what hairy thin things think is impossible.
Hairy thin things.
So says the moving image about tiny yellow things. Says the moving image about good God.
Oh my God.
And yes, I just checked what Wittgenstein had said. Even if a lion could speak, we wouldn't be able to communicate with it.
Yeah, this is a good example of it right here. Well, there we go.
Okay, that comment is also brilliant. A language that takes, hold on, scroll down. A language that takes 300 billion years to say a sentence if you're talking to someone far away.
Oh my God. Life, like, oh my God.
When are you planning to like release this video, by the way?
So the editing hypothetically shouldn't take so long. It's just the fact that I have to make sure my computer literally has the memory able to render the thing, and then is able to stay alive long enough to upload the video, only to find out whether it needs to be split into two because of copyright, in which case I need to split it in two and then render it as two separate videos and upload two separate videos and keep the computer alive.
What I do is, the video duration, I want to see days in there instead of just hours. I want to see 2:1, whatever. Also be hilarious because, again, we've mentioned this before, I think, some time ago, because people will start watching the video, and if you're still watching now, I'm impressed, candidly, because it's been 18 hours of recording, which means, has it been? Yeah, it has been 18, no, it's been 18 hours of footage that we've gone over, so it's even more footage recorded, so this has probably been an entire day. Like, you can go to bed, sleep, wake up, and then the video is still premiering, and you can probably do that twice.
Yeah, or if you're watching it in like several hour chunks while you're like studying for your final exams or something, then good luck on your tests. Make sure you study for your chemistry exam. Don't worry, there'll probably be a pretty big curve on it, but you still want to get as high of a score as possible. Oh my god. I don't even...